the Gnarls! Oh my word, they are melted! They are down! A wipe coming in from the side of light side. Both of them now gone. The soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided. Landing the front line though. Takes so much damage in the backline. Yankee having fun with his opponents. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper.
Finds the re-engage into the multi-man counter-strike.
Lenny's going for it. Gets the free man in the jump. Duvak stealing form after form. Raptors going down. EMP can't deal with Deadhound as they crumble.
The pick in the clutch when it needed to happen. Torrent jumping back in. Booty able to knock back to. Here comes Ed with the multi-man drowsy. It's mounted Sol for Ruddy. And here comes the Ezreal. Torrent has already been able to take out the enemy support. But the damage from Ruddy is too much. Silky Smath, do the math light side. There's too many people here for you to handle.
It's summertime, baby! Welcome to the Northern League of Legends Championship, Day 2 of Summer Split. My name is Alexander Ashanamaya. I will be your host for today, and I'm not alone in the desk. I not only have Hiprain, but also a guest. So, oh, that was cool. Okay, who's in the guest? I'll show you as soon as we transition. There you go. It's Carvis. You may know him. He's been here before, someplace. Introduce yourself, mate.
Hello, I am Carvis. You may have seen me in NLC Division 2 and the other regional series, for example, the FPL, which is the Finnish league, and I've been doing a bunch of stuff like Aurora and RPS as well. Nice to be on the show.
Hiprain, hello.
Hey mate, how's it going? You ran off, right? And you were like, I'm gonna go get my prop. And then it just turned out to be sunglasses. I actually thought you'd have like something explosive, like a firework.
I still have something explosive. I still have the tears of Duckling, by the way. I'm just saying.
I'm amazed that cup doesn't overflow after yesterday.
I had to put a cap on it. But no cap, let's toss it to the causes of the day. It is Initialize, and he's back! Veteran! So many flags.
What's up?
So many flags.
What's up? Yeah, unfortunately I couldn't find my Norwegian flag, and luckily I couldn't find my Danish flag because the
that's a good thing, really. You know, with Duck.
Yeah,
I mean, like we all found out yesterday as well that the Duckling really is actually secretly a Swedish sympathizer anyway. So is he really worthy of being, you know, a Danish fan at this point?
Nice. I mean, good to see you.
I'm so glad he's here to defend himself.
Good to see you too, mate.
Yeah. We finally back. I love those flags, by the way. Oh, there's the bird! The bird is back as well.
Always. The bird never leaves. The bird never leaves my side. Even if it's not there, it's there in spirit. All right? European bird overall, especially Denmark.
I'd love to add something, but that's just great. That's perfect. Yeah, I'll leave that one there.
That's it. Nothing else. So Hiprain and Carvis, we have a lot to discuss. We had our previous day 1. We just started Summer Split. I want to get your first day impressions. Carvis, you saw what happened yesterday as well. So what stood out to you from the first day of NLC?
What stood out to me the most, as an NLC Division 2 caster, some of the players from NLC Division 2 that got promoted started off a little bit slow, but people like Namex definitely showed that the NLC Division 2 came to be noticed here in Division 1.
Yeah, it was a good day. It was a great day, actually. So I feel like, you know, it's really hard early to call kind of like, oh, this team's the best now because we've had one day of games, right? But I feel like we start to see some teams really come in swinging. Venom Crest, Nord, I think are two big standouts for me. Ruddy as well, to be fair. But like all of those teams came in looking really, really hot yesterday, and it's nice because it felt like, you know, certain teams, Ruddy were a big one for this, who took a bit of time to kind of warm up last season, came in strong this season. Obviously, they didn't have Wolverine at the beginning of last season. They now have them for this season, and you can see already in the run-up, there's obviously been a major impact on that, and they are looking really, really good. Now, for Nord and Venom Crest, they were two teams who started the spring split pretty hot, but they tapered off towards the end of that split. So it's nice to see that they've kind of like re-energized themselves. And what I want to see them do is kind of hold a consistent level and not kind of have that underwhelming end to the season, which we saw, especially from Venom Crest, unfortunately, who really kind of they kind of fumbled the bag at the end. They were on fire at the start of the season, and it really crumbled for them.
The fire burned the team. That's what we can say. It started well, but then the fire took over the team. So I'm going to be a little bit naughty. I want to get your top 3 from day one. I know 4 teams won, but I want to get the top 3 from both of you.
Okay, I just said them, so I'm just going to go with that. Ruddy, Nord, and Venom Crest in no particular order.
Interesting, okay.
But I feel like those 3 for me were the ones I'm really excited to see. I will give an honorable mention to DMG, though. Genuinely, Bucci, just that guy's a beast. They're my honorable mention. They're not top 3, but they got a little participation trophy from me there.
That was perfect. Carvers.
I may have to agree with Hiprin a little bit, depending on if we're going by just standard power level. I'd probably put DMG up in the top 3. I think they haven't shown everything that they have, and I think, for example, Bucci played really well. I think Namex is someone who will keep performing, as I already said in the small intro that I had. Other than that, I think it's Nord and Ruddy who will do well. Venom Crest, again, I think the solid 4, but they did perform really well. It just... I need to see more from them. But in the sense of, like, cooking, I love seeing LLS, and I want to see more of their style.
It was not fair, the question was not fair, but also it's to get some perspective into the viewers back at home, because if you guys are playing our Fantasy League, you might as well understand where you should put in your players. So head on to our Twitter and sign in on the Fantasy League for the NLC Summer Split. You got the sand, you got those players, so join the fun. Duckling, for instance, is playing. I think his team is not really that good. He keeps talking about it, but I don't think it's going to work like everything else. But I think Initialize is popping off. That's what I can say about the Fantasy League. So head on to Twitter and join in. So if you want to understand what we'll be cooking today, might as well show you the schedule and the games that we will be playing. We talked about DMG previously, so there you go. DMG will start up this party with Nord. Verdant will follow up with Natives. LLS versus Ruddy is the match of the day. We'll talk about that further on. And then we'll wrap it up with Venom Crest versus Blue White. Yet again, Blue White's facing one of those top tier teams that we've seen before. So let's see how they're going to perform today. But we'll talk about that. Don't worry, we have a lot to talk about Blue Whites. It's a new team into Division 1. But who are we betting on? Who are the casters cheering for? Let's see predictions, because now we can bully each other. So, okay, everybody agrees on Ruddy and Venom Crest.
I was ready for you to flame me, but actually we're sharing the same same ones here.
I think we all agree on everything except one. I see you are not DMG believers. I think you're underestimating this team quite a bit.
Okay, justify yourself.
I think the game that DMG showed yesterday is just a part of that they have in the core. Sure, Bucci had a pop-off game, but the rest of the team can match up to the power level that this top laner showed us.
So
I think Nemesis is a threat, yeah.
Here's my argument against you on that. I think DMG won because of Bucci. I think Bucci really popped off. He's going up versus Nilly, who is consistently the best top laner in the league. I think Nilly's just going to shut Bucci down, or at least just extinguish any hope of him like running away with it. I think Romeo is a total psychopath, and he will just be rotating around the map, shutting down mid basically, and getting Hunt into the game. Ecstasy, I don't know if I've seen enough of him yet, but I liked what I saw, but it's very early for me to kind of give you a estimation on how I think Namex versus Ecstasy is going to match up. But I think genuinely the Nilly and Romeo factor is what has me heavily leaning Nord in this particular game.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand both reasonings, and I'm gonna say the MG versus Nord to me was the hardest bet or prediction for me on those points. I was really confused, but I don't know. There's something about Nord. I have some belief in them in this split as well. But the MG, they're popping off. I'll give you that credit, Carvis. I understand your predictions, but also Carvis. I mean, you're new to the show. You have to suffer a little bit. You ready?
Am I ready? I think I am.
I don't think you are. Hipbrain, are you ready?
You know it. Of course I am.
Yes, because we're going to play a game. Back at home, you guys can follow us on the Twitch chat by trying to guess what's going to happen. Let's play a game of Pixel Who?
Oh, I like this one. This is
I know you like it. Oh, this is a different grip. Oh, look at that. We got scores and everything. It seems like the thing is going to appear right down below me. So what's going to happen is an image will show up just like this. You have to predict that the first one, calm down, Hipra, and I'll give you the first one to say, oh, me or something. I'll give you the opportunity to answer. And if you get it on the first try, you get a few points. Let's say 5. Hipra.
Crypt Bloom.
The what?
Crypt Bloom.
Oh, man, you're really good at this game, but not today. It's not.
Ah, damn it.
It's not.
Damn
Okay,
it.
So,
I think I understand the game, but I still feel Hiprin has an unfair advantage coming into this.
he's really good at that one.
I'm so weird at pattern recognition. It's really bizarre.
Can we unpixelate it a little bit further? Do we have less pixels as we go? Yeah, let's go for the second one. Okay, there you go.
Oh, now quick blades or whatever it is.
Damn it! Yes.
Carvis?
No, it's
You can't say the answer before I tell you. Yeah, tell me, Carvis.
He did go first.
Navari quick blades or whatever the new name it is.
I'm sorry, Navari what?
Navari
Flicker Blades.
Flicker blades. Navari
Flicker
blades.
I gotta give 2 points to you, Carvis, because you brought it up, but I'm gonna give 1 point to Hipran because he was the one getting the flicker blade.
The fidget spinner.
Oh wait, wait.
Minus 45.
I think I upset our new producer. I don't know what I did. Maybe it's because this league ain't big enough for 2 Jakes.
I love it. I love.
You never assist the enemy.
That's
in
the first one. Second one. We ready?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Let's hit it for the second thing. We don't know if it's an item, a champion, or whatever that is. Ooh, that's a confusing one. Ooh, those colors are purple, the gold. It's almost like Aladdin-ish sort of colors. I don't know. Yeah, Carvis? I think you raise your hand. Oh, you think it's a champion?
I think it could be the Rek'Sai icon or something.
I'll give you a hint. It's not a champion. It's an item.
Okay.
Are we unpixelating it or?
Okay, let's go for the second one. More pixels to you.
Oh no!
What is the name of this? I have no idea what the name is.
I love chaos.
Is it? Can I go?
Yes.
Is it Fated Ashes? I don't think that's the right
that
colours.
could be it. That could be it, but it's not. But I see your reasoning.
It's a support item, isn't it? And I'm totally.
I don't think it is. Like, imagine you can put it. You can wear this.
Is it, like?
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure, but is this the Zephyr boots? I don't know what the name is.
No, that is Zephyr, but they're
You're
gold.
not
No,
really
they're
far
green.
away from the idea, so let's hit it with a third image. We got more
did it
pixels
change?
for you.
Oh, there is no more.
There's no more unpixelation. That's it.
I don't know the name, but I think I know what they are.
I received the message of it's Yumi.
It's
That
not Yumi.
It's
is not Yumi.
That's a weird cat.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure. Is that?
What on earth is that?
I'll give you a hint. We all have souls, right? And if you guys talk at the same time, you would be. Initial, I said it was Yumi.
So for me, I thought that was the new boots, but I think I'm wrong there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought it would be new.
Is that what it
the
is?
new boots as well.
It is the new boots, and I'm saying
I
like we
don't know
all
the
have
name for them.
souls.
Bro, I have no idea.
Imagine we talk at the same time. We would be
Soul Echoes.
Oh gosh, that is. Oh, okay. Nobody gets this one.
What?
Synchronized souls.
I have no idea.
what?
I have absolutely no idea.
There you go. Synchronized souls. You get a recall really fast. You're really fast, you know.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever heard that item name before.
Well, now you know. Third one. Let's go. So far, Hip Brain, you still have 1 point. Don't worry. What is that though? What is that?
Oh,
Think about it. Okay, there you go. Now
is
this
it a
is an easy
Blackfire
one.
torch?
What?
Is it a Blackfire torch?
No.
Ah,
Carvis, you got this.
Do I?
Let's go for the second one. Let's go for the second one. Second image, and I believe that's the last image, so you only have 2 options. I mean, come on.
Oh, it's
Come on.
it's
Carvis. No. Oh, Hip Brain, you raised your
Fated
hand
Ashes.
before.
That is Fated Ashes, then, isn't it?
It's not. It's not.
Is it
It's
not?
not. It's not.
It's
You said the
oh,
same
I
item
know.
twice. Carvis, hit me.
It's Overlord's Bloodmail.
Oh, if only you got the name right.
It's Overlord something.
It is Overlord's Bloodmail. It is. You got the points. You got the.
Oh, there we go. I thought.
I'm so evil. Even production was like, you got it right.
I
Overlords. Let's give you 3 points because yes.
Oh man, my
Yeah.
first loss. I don't know the new items yet.
Wait,
I don't know if it was-
wait.
Oh, no,
Fourth
well done.
image. We have 2 more. Come on, we got this.
2 more. Oh god.
Yeah, don't worry, Hip Brain. The last one.
If these are all going to be,
Wait, you only have 3 in production?
we only have 3. Easy, cleanest sweep of my life.
Apparently, Hip Brain, you lost. Carvers,
Apparently I
you're
did.
the winner of this one. Obviously, this was The last
was
one
trying
was
to get
not
that.
Rejuvenation Beads. It was not that. The
Aw,
last one.
Come on,
yeah.
man. That's my item. That one.
I know we have some story going back in the day with that one.
I
Hey,
think
Carvers, you won. You were so preoccupied about the game show. See, it was quite easy, wasn't it?
I think since these were all new items, I would have known 3: Blackfire Torch, Overlord's Bloodmail, and the jungle dot item that I forgot the name of as I'm talking.
See, I don't think you would be good with that one. I don't think you would be good. Well, you got the test. Carvers, you made it. You win. I don't know if you're aware of this, but we give prizes to the people that win.
Oh,
Yeah. You're
get
allowed to
something?
bully Duckling twice a week from now on.
but I already do that 3 times a week.
Well, so
Well, that makes it
that's
5
on you.
total, then, isn't it?
I
mean,
guess
can-
your
do they
subscription
stack?
has been upgraded. Moving on with the show, we have a new cast and we have a new team as well. I want to know a little bit more about the new team, Carvus, and I'm going directly to you because I think you really know them, like specifically know them. I think one of the players is your roommate. I don't know, something of the sort.
not that far, but yes, I
But
do know
Blue Whites, yeah.
I do know Blue Whites quite well. They are a legendary team in the Finnish team, have been as an organization in the FPL since 2020, have been playing in NLC Division 3, 2, and now 1. Mostly with a similar core or made of only Finnish players. This is the only roster in Division 1 currently that has all the same nationalities throughout all of the members. And this team is very interesting, coming out of the blue, literally. Just coming in with solo queue ranks. For example, in the top lane, Bollocks are currently Diamond 3. Mid lane, Bomber currently Diamond 2. Haven't played the game too much, and this was a similar trend in Division 2, but they still perform really well as a 5-member team. And they already showed that against Ruddy. We can see that we have a small replay from the game that we had yesterday when they were playing against Ruddy. And they really showed that they can team fight quite well. Sure, the early game and mid game struggled a little bit. Once they started to take initiative, playing on their own terms, they almost started to make a comeback. But this is the difference between playing in Division 2 and Division 1. They are used to players maybe not playing as confident as they do. Ruddy just able to turn everything around that they tried through their advantage. And Kitroken and Alex, we can just see this again in a 2 versus 5, completely stop the Baron take.
Yeah, Ruddy, honestly, the biggest mistake I think the Blue Whites made in this game was just giving Ruddy so much comfort. Like, Alex on the Yone, it's just such a go-to for them, and Ruddy had an incredibly aggressive skirmish-heavy team, and I have to give it to Blue Whites because genuinely they played so clean, so crisp. They made a game where the gold lead was pretty enormous, not look that big.
7,000.
The difference was, it was a massive gold lead over to Ruddy, but it still felt close. I think the difference is Ruddy recognized that Blue Whites are actually quite good at fighting and paid them their respect. And I think it was just a lot of comfort. They had a lot of power in what their comp wanted to do. I feel like Ruddy's identity of their team comp was really solid. It was just, we go forward, Karthus presses R, everybody gets blown up. And it was so well executed by Ruddy to make that game, be so far ahead as it was because they were very proactive early. I do think, though, if Blue Whites had gone into that game and not had such a rough early, that could have been a way better game for them. And that actually could have been them finding the win.
And as you said, Hiprain, I'm expecting... Finland has infamously been a slow starting team, no matter which tournament it is. Even in their own region, some of the best teams tend to take some hard losses early on. And in the future, once I'm not here to hype my people up, make sure to keep your eyes on MKR. The man is a 1 versus 5 machine if he can get his own champions and the team plays through him.
So that not only showcases Blue Whites, but also a little bit of the new Ruddy, the way they understand the enemy, at least from this one game. They understand, they play to their own advantage. The champion select was quite good as well from Ruddy's side. Blue Whites, from the interview we had yesterday, it seemed like they were caught off guard, and that may have destroyed them a little bit inside of the game. I'm really curious about today's game with the Blue Whites, since they said we were not that ready for the Ruddy, but we have plans moving forward. I think you studied this before, Karthus, the fact that they are slow starting, not only inside of the game, but also in the season. So they need some time to adjust. Jumping from Division 2 to Division 1, I think it's a big leap now.
It is. And as I said, player level considerably higher just by mechanical standards. So, for example, top lane, Voloxa. Today, their matchup against them is Blue Whites against Venom Crest. I'm slightly worried how well Voloxa will do against Lenny. It is going to be a test of how does he match up against the higher tier top laners when he himself doesn't have too much high ERL experience.
So we already got to know the new team, Blue Whites, but Hiprain, I told you to pick a team as well. I want to know more about this summer split. Who do you pick?
I picked Nord, and I was on the Nord hype train at the beginning of last season. I continue to be on the Nord hype train. Calling back to what I was saying in our chat about the DMG top lane matchup, obviously Bucci versus Nilly. I just think no one matches Nilly in the top lane at the moment, at least in this league. I think he's consistently been one of the top players. Romeo is my favorite, and this is by like a long stretch, my favorite support to watch. He's super aggressive, moves around the map, makes plays happen, and yesterday he actually went down quite a lot because what he'd do is he'd jump into mid, flash on cycle, and force the enemy mid's flash, and unfortunately that would get him killed quite a lot because there was a Talir on the enemy team and he'd just get walled off and blown apart. But I'd just give it to Romeo. Played incredibly well, and there are some new faces in this team. Things have changed around, obviously Hunt and Ecstasy being two pretty big changes for them, Alex as well, but Hunt and Ecstasy I'm looking at because I saw signs of life from Ecstasy. Me and Karthus were talking a little bit before the show started about Ecstasy's champ pool and how it doesn't particularly suit him with the current meta, and that is true. He's very much like a Zeri player. He has a bit of the Jinx in there, which he pulled out yesterday, which is actually fine. Also does have the Varus in there as well. So I'm curious to see what his champ pool's going to look like for the split right now, because obviously the Zeri being his like big go-to ADC doesn't really fit in right now, much to the happiness of a lot of people who are bored of seeing Zeri. So I'm curious to see what he's got. And Hunt, we saw him in Tristana yesterday, very, very aggressive into a Talia matchup as well. I'm excited to see what Hunt has up under his sleeves and what we're going to be seeing coming from him going forwards. Obviously, Trist, very, very powerful right now. So to me, it kind of says they're a flexible player who recognizes what's strong in the meta and is capable of playing that. And to be honest, that just seemed that was what Nord's game plan was yesterday.
And when I had an opportunity to chat with a coach from Nord, he was talking about the fact that now you have the experience, Nile, which is unstoppable on top lane, and he can guide these new kids into the competitive gameplay. There's a big difference not only between Division 2 and Division 1, but also between solo queue and then competitive. It's not the same. You're playing a different game. Specifically, you're playing a different game. It's no longer League of Legends. League of Legends competitive. And it seems like having Nili on the top side with that voice, then you're having Romeo providing so much assistance to the map, and then the 3 new kids with that thirst for blood. I think this is a really scary team. And poetic enough, they're the ones that are going to be opening today's match versus the MG. You were defending a while ago, Carlos, for the folks who just joined in before the Champion Select. How do you think this will fade out before the Champion Select? I need to get your opinions as well between DMG and Nord. We're about to jump into Champion Select, so tell me.
Again, I think Hiprim was very right in that DMG, while Bucci did play well, the rest of the team is still unproven, especially against supports like Romeo, who can easily take over the map. I think this is DMG's time to show, especially for the mid-jungle duo, that they are able to match up against Nord's experienced top side of the map. You already brought up Nile being such a rock in the top lane and Hunt having the Tristana and high priority mid laners. There's also Alex 234 on that team, who comes as a young rookie off of a 0-18 split in, I believe, Prime League that he played. He's still one of these players that is yet to prove himself, so DMG can try and abuse the fact that this player may be a, as you said, new player that is being guided by the experienced members. So there's a chance that DMG can surprise the experienced players here.
Yeah, I feel if DMG are going to take the win here, I think the game plan is kind of just ignore Bucci on the top side, leave him versus Nili, because I feel for Nord, the safest thing right now for them is they just don't have to really worry about top being like a bleeding resource. At the very worst, Nili's just going to go even and absorb pressure on the top side. Mm-hmm. So I think if you are Bitsy for the side of DMG, I want to see you play towards Namex and Snubby. I think that's probably the best place, the best angle to attack. Go down there, try and get the mid and the bot rolling. Keep in mind, Romeo's probably going to be moving around the map a bunch, so there will be windows and opportunities where you will have Ecstasy alone on that bottom side, and then it's kind of on how Ecstasy plays a 1 versus 2 lane, which could potentially collapse into a 1 versus 3. I think it's very dependent on what DMG pick up as their jungler, because we know that the meta right now is very favored towards these farming junglers, so ones who aren't as proactive, you know, your Carthus, high priority right now, with the Fated Ashes turning into Blackfire Torch, you absolutely just melt through jungle camps. So I'd be interested to see where the attention's going to be, but if I was Bitsy right now, I would be looking for something which, you know, isn't going to just be an early ganker, but will be able to pull stuff off early and look to try and pressure either Hunt or Ecstasy, and just kind of leave Nili on that island. And Bucci, he's proved himself, he's a good enough player. As long as he goes equal to Nili, which he should do, providing Nili's not picked like a Jax and is just like chain killing him there, I think that should be the game plan. But we are at picks and bans, so yeah, I think we could probably see things like the Carthus taken away, just very, very powerful. A big ban there, Bucci losing the Cassante.
The thing is here is that Bitsy and Alex neither have shown to be playing these high farming junglers. Even in their earlier games yesterday, but they played, I believe, Maokai and Vi. So they're still in that utility role in the jungle, letting the carry players on their team shine a bit more. So this would be a new style for the teams to show if they decide to approach that angle.
Specifically because we also get a hold of the meta, the Tristana, the Xante, the Skarner, then you get the normal ban, so these are allowing these junglers to deviate from their normal meta picks, and that is interesting to get the start of the season. Yet again, another AD carry from DMG, so they're really trimming down Ecstasy and a little bit of Hunt as well, removing those AD carries, Corki as well being removed, but this leaves open a specific few picks that we saw being banned constantly yesterday, specifically the Talia.
Yeah, Talia's a big one.
Yeah, it will most likely get locked in here. Also, things that have been left open is things like the not LeBlanc, Hui, that has been banned away quite a bit, which does match up fairly well against the Talia. Kind of outranges her in lane and can force some annoying situations for the enemy team to approach.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to look towards. I feel like they're not going to lock a mid in here. I think they'll probably look towards the jungle and a support. Remember, things like the Nautilus is open. With those ADC bans, I actually do understand why they leaned towards the Jinx pickup here, because Ecstasy, we talked about his already fairly slim champ pool. A lot of the kind of meta ADCs were just taken out of the game. They also themselves banned that Corki, who I really don't expect to see much play at all, just because of how strong it is. Picking up the Maokai, this is a nice one here because it can technically flex. We know Romeo likes to play these engaged supports, so you could put that bot lane, you could put that jungle. Technically, you could go top, but realistically, it's more likely to see play in jungle or in that support role. So they haven't really shown their hands here, and now it's back over to DMG, who are probably going to look to pick up themselves up an ADC. Next thing in the power list really is going to be the Aphelios, and that actually has a very nice pairing with this Thresh, because Aphelios doesn't have any dashes, doesn't have any real move speed abilities to him like a Jinx does with a reset, so the Lantern being a safety net for Namex to play with. So moving over to Nord, I assume at this point we'll probably get a good idea of whether or not this is going to be Maokai support or jungle, although I guess they could pick up a mid laner and keep the flex open.
There's a lot of angles, but this Aphelios, already we saw it once. This is Namex's most played AD carry in Division 2 in the previous split as well. So huge comfort pick for him. And they're actually going to break the flex, picking up the Nautilus. So yeah, unless there you have some incredible mid lane prowess with the Nautilus, I don't think Hunt is the type of player to go with that sort of a utility pick. Most likely heading into the hands of Romeo, and they want to just press R on the hyper carry and try and go.
From what I'm getting, this is pretty much a deja vu from these teams. They're looking for their confident picks. Nord is probably picking almost the same as yesterday. I think they're just going for the comfortable.
I'm pretty sure this is exactly what they picked, at least in the first half.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I'm getting that information
They definitely had a Jinx and a Nautilus, and I'm pretty sure they had a Maokai. Or was it Vi? They had one of the two picked up for them. So pretty much going mark for what they played yesterday. Obviously, the Tristana banned away means Hunt can't actually pick that one up. Right now, though, their biggest issue is they are lacking in the AP front. Now, I believe it was Nord who pulled out the Rumble yesterday. Again, I could be wrong. I have a terrible memory.
It is Rumble that they pulled out. When the Cassante was blind picked, it's a good matchup for the Rumble to play into, and Nile, of course. I think this is the main Rumble player that we have in Division 1, just a monster on that pick. And he could pull out things like the Kennen. Even there's a ton of good AP picks that you can play up in the top side of the map, so nothing's locked in for Nord just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you could still go AP mid as well. I'm not going to talk hovers because that would be clown behavior.
No, you don't.
I'm curious because obviously we got things like the Lilia as well, who, you know, a little bit lower down that totem pole, but does have the ability to kind of flex again with this Maokai and put the Lilia in the jungle. They decide to go for the Azir, which now means they can look towards something maybe a bit more frontliney for Nilly in the top lane. Things like the Ornn up and available. Obviously, with the Rumble ban away, they could just go towards that. I actually feel like a good frontline here for Nilly might just be the best call for them. They're going up versus Bucci. They can just pick an Ornn, clear waves, play safe. With the Sejuani getting picked up, though, Bucci could go Renekton or something like that and just kind of predict a tankier pick coming in from Nilly and just pair up with Bitsy and go for a bunch of top lane ganks and use that permafrost to your advantage. They are really running down the timer on this Champ Select, deciding exactly what they're going to be given to Butchie in the top lane. And it's not going to be a melee, but it's going to be something aggressive. It's the Gnar for Butchie.
But this opens up a ton of annoying counterpicks. Things like the Camille could just get insta-locked here. Gnar really doesn't like playing. It's banned.
Yeah.
Attention span 0. Irelia could also
for
work.
For Nile, Irelia versus Gnar, this is... that's gold.
Yeah, this
We're looking
nice.
for copper, they got gold.
This is a big pickup, actually. They are going to turn away from it, though, deciding that they want to go for something that can skirmish, picking up the Jax. I called that out earlier. Didn't actually expect to see it, but what this does mean is Nilly should be pretty comfortable in that top side, providing Bitsy's not just perma-top. And then eventually we just become a complete menace in the side lanes. You got Alex, and if you get a couple of grubs, me and Foxy were talking about the power of the grubs right now, because you only need 4 grubs to get the little voidlings. Once you've got those, you're just going to be able to melt through towers on a Jax. So the side lane threat, the potential team fight ability as well, because like I was highlighting earlier, you've got Aphelios as your ADC on the other team, and Aphelios, his only movement ability is the Fresh Lantern. So if that's not in the right place, if Fresh is mispositioned, a counter-strike is going to shut Namex out.
Absolutely.
So we got the champion select. Tell me, Carvus and Hipbrain, predictions, are they still the same? Carvus, are you still looking for DMG to take this one? Hipbrain, do you still believe Nord will take down DMG?
I'm a
Do you
little
want to go
worried.
first, Carvus?
Yeah,
You're a little worried?
I'm just a little worried. The Jax may throw a wrench into the plans, just a tad. There's still a nice amount of peel in the Talia and Thresh that Jax is not free to leap strike in, but the side lane is where the issues will arise.
I'm
Hipbrain.
at the house on this one, man. 5 points. I'm so confident. I'm so confident in this one. I think Nord have drafted a really good team. I'm just really confident in them from yesterday. This is a Nord win. Easy.
It's the first match of day 2 on Summer Split. Tossing it to the voices will be joining us on the Summoner's Rift. It is Veteran and the individual who doesn't know what a cat looks like.
Wait, what?
Okay, so to explain, when there was that purple and yellow pixel blur, I sent Archrom a message saying, I think it looks like the TFT icon for Yumi, which it did. And as a result, Archrom now thinks I don't know what a cat looks like. And, you know, I don't really have a defense to that. I got it wrong. That's the way this works.
You know what that specific cat looks like, you know? Like, you're someone who's seen, like, white swans their whole life, and then when you see a black swan, you can't identify it as a swan even.
I mean, it's like, why is it dancing ballet, you know? I don't understand. Yeah.
Exactly. I've only seen, like, maybe 2 cats with books ever in my life.
Yeah, well, precisely. Yeah, that's the Cheshire cat and this one. So, you know.
Yeah. I mean, the tenacity of a cat is the kind of thing, by the way, that Skaterwat's going to need on that Talia if they ever want to catch out the Jinx in this game, right? There's a lot on him to make it work.
Is an excellent reference to both Cat's 9 lives and getting us back on topic. That's impressive, mate.
Yes.
We had some pretty interesting thoughts, or you do specifically, when we were chatting about, how on earth are this Talia and everyone else going to try and get to the Jinx? Because Ecstasy, theoretically, should be pretty safe this game, right?
Yeah, he is. I mean, I've always been a big advocate of the Jinx into Aphelios compositions. You need, like, 3 basic things to go into the Jinx. Ranged engage, ranged DPS match. And if you don't have those, it's kind of over. You do have the better 2v2, which is the third aspect that you need. But that also relies a lot on jungle and on the rest of the composition to be able to execute on that better 2v2. So right now in this setup, they don't have any of that. The closest you have is that Talia wall, which if you do what I like to call Giyu angles, that player over in the Arabian
Shout out
League,
to the MMA Masters, boys.
who had that brilliant game against K-Corp. He was really good at going into Fog of War and finding these angles where he just walled off the Jinx from the rest of their team, or put Jinx in a position where he could easily close the gap for everyone else. So a lot is on him. There's synergy there. Gnar are from that Talia wall, right? That can work.
Yep.
It's a pretty high level of play that a lot of mids don't necessarily execute really, really well.
I think it's also worth saying that the other way they can play this is, obviously you've got Sejuani, you've got Talia, you've got Thresh.
Yeah.
If you can just get to the point where you've got enough damage to kill first target and go, well, whoever's in the front line dies immediately, well then Jinx isn't safe because she's got nothing to stand behind. So I suppose there's that angle too, but that's not always the easiest point to get to, especially when you're matching into an Azir Jinx, who are, as ever, 2 of the best scaling carries in the game.
Yeah, and Jinx as well has longer ranges than even her extremely long auto attacks allow her to play. You can think of Jinx's R as a repositioning tool, and so long as her team has burst, has damage, has lockdown, they can get the first reset for her just based on her ultimate, so she can play from like 1-2 screens away, use that R, get the first reset, and rejoin the fight off of her passive. So Jinx is a very difficult champion to play into if you don't have something like an Ornn, like a Leona, these things that have to throw their bodies in, but can still get really good engages on you as a low mobility champion. Rumble's also a really, really good example. Aurelion Sol was the king example. I don't really see any of that here, so I do think they're playing on the back foot. And when it comes to like side play, Nella's on Jax in a matchup he's going to feel comfortable on. Yep, in towards that Gnar. He's going to be able to get pressure on the map. He's going to be able to win top side, especially in that 2v2 with Maokai. I think they have a lot of advantages coming into draft to make this game work.
Well reasoned. I think from my perspective, before we do go too much further, dig a little word for production, there's a slight technical issue, so we've got a moment or two to keep breaking things down. I don't think it's like so far out of reach here, because of course you're looking at the likes of, obviously we're shouting on Ecstasy, fantastic game yesterday. I know you were talking about him and Hunt as two players you really, really rate and have got a bit of history in terms of following these guys. But Namex on the other side is on Aphelios. We know exactly what mechanically prodigious players can do when they're given that champion. And if you've got things like the Talia and the Thresh, you will always hit a point where if you hit enough of your skill shots and CC chains, people will die. So I still think you've got options. It's not a complete wipeout here, but I see where you're coming from, particularly with like the Edge and saying, look, the Jinx should be a bit safer than you'd like. The Jax in a side lane and the 2v2s should be safer and more viable than you'd like.
And we're also somewhat ignoring Maokai R is basically just a massive tool of zone control as well,
so
right?
True.
It is a fairly safe composition. In terms of player makeup, though, like, I love Hunt, and seeing Hunt on the Azir is going to be really, really interesting as well, because this guy's basically an assassin-only player for the early part of his career, and Azir is always one of the big gateway champions now for assassins looking to learn mages, and also for mages looking to learn assassins, because you can play Azir both ways. So I feel like this is one of the mage situations going to be most comfortable in. I really want to see how Romeo does, though, right? Because a lot of how Nord plays right now, and especially with the manner in which they were struggling a bit yesterday, was basically your timings are good. You're clearly aware of the timings on the map that you should be playing to macro-wise, but the map movements themselves need to be fine-tuned. You need to be a bit more in sync as 5. You need to understand the win cons of stuff like the Rumble into Jinx yesterday. The Rumble into Jhin yesterday as 5, and Romeo was clearly leading the charge in the iteration of Nord in spring. So I feel a lot of this team is going to be about his development as an in-game leader in summer.
And I think Romeo was, particularly after the opening weeks of spring, where he came in, played the Nautilus, and just went, oh my days, how is he hitting these hooks? How is he on these timings? That we were all really, really impressed with him. And then Nord kind of got memed on a little bit for playing too slow, weren't closing out games too much, and then tried to fix that, and then it wasn't that elegantly done. And then towards the end of the split, they kind of fell away a little bit. And I think part of it as well is like, perhaps one of the questions we started to have was for Romeo was like, okay, so how do you look off of champions like Nautilus? How do you look on some of those range supports that started to come through a little bit? Or when maybe someone takes a Nautilus away from you, and those kind of things. And again, we saw he was okay, but it wasn't quite the same. I want to see that level of development from the guy, because the raw kind of thought process and playmaking is so good. I just want to see a little bit more from him now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we do want to see more well-rounded supports, and we would like to see Romeo be able to do similar performances on Enchanters. Maybe the way things are is really, really good at knowing when you can get a good situation for Nautilus, a good situation for Thresh, a good situation for all-in and pick-based champs like that. My interest is in that late game, right? Because you're right, the games did really slow down, and the reason they slowed down is if he is the guy calling out late game macro, or maybe that's where his shot calling stops, because it's very evident in the early portion, maybe they don't really have a big voice in late game. But if they do, it was a very archaic way of playing. It was a very like Season 5, Season 6 way of playing, where you are essentially looking to trade on sides, but not do any of the things we do nowadays, like these big double aggression players. We'd have somebody banging on tier 2 bot and tier 2 top at the same time if you have those opportunities. What they would do would be, they'd say, play safe on one side so we can all in on the other side. That's not really how League has worked for the last like 3-4 years or so. And I'd like to see that evolution in their game.
I'm so glad we're outside of Season 6. I was actually reminiscing with Nightmare earlier about Season 6, because we rewatched through Season 6 Worlds earlier in the year. Mate, it was double time or bust. It was such a... like, with the exception of course, the iconic match between Rox and SKT, which is remarkable how good that matchup was, considering the meta at the time. All of the other matches, like, it's just got to be on 2x speed. Like, there's no way you could watch this normally. Like it's kind of wild how much League has changed since then. So, some of the reason things are slow then perhaps wouldn't be now, and I'm glad for that, I have to admit.
Well, I had reason to find Season 6 to be particularly exciting.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to say, you had... all right, Mr. H2K. How's that semi-final treating you now?
Dude, dude, that was one of the best times of my life, actually. Like, by the way, the semi-finals there, by the way, oh my god, like, until you're like in that particular stadium, you don't get the difference. It's like the only place where when people were cheering, it literally went through your bones, man. So, like, for me, that was all hype. But I'm a weird person who would have preferred, for example, that lane swaps didn't get patched out before then. lane swaps, for example, of which are actually back despite Riot's best efforts and best efforts of everyone involved, they may be moving away, but the conditions by which we ended up at a position where swaps are good again, those actually haven't been dealt with. So that's always in the back of my head.
Yeah, and I feel like we are still seeing lane swaps. It's just like, and what I'm glad is it feels like lane swap is a choice, not a necessity, which I think is kind of a nice thing to see. And it feels like we're not seeing the same level of lane swaps where it was, okay, the first 10 minutes of the game are somewhat solved, and if you don't follow the checklist correctly, one team just sort of loses off the macro dominoes falling wrong. And now it feels like, actually, when we are seeing lane swaps, they're a little bit more nuanced or shorter points, or just getting rid of the first couple levels. It's a lot better on that front. But enough of us musing about technicalities and macro motions of eras past. And hearing from production, we might be well heading over to the analyst test for a moment or two while we're still dealing with this technical.
The implication, by the way, that
Ironically, I may have misheard production there, where I heard it was going to desk, and no, we're going to game, is what it actually was, which is slightly ironic. But here we are onto the Rift, so it's okay, we're onto the Rift. We don't have to deal with any of the fill content for now. As it stands, nothing super spicy at the level 1. I'm not looking at anything like those early invades for the lane swap wards that we were kind of musing over as a macro move moments ago.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of nuance in swaps, by the way. I think people distill it into, like, a specific subset of moves far too easily. There's a lot of nuance in what you can do, and there's actually some very big plays. Like, you're saying if you go through the checklist straight up, then, like, things kind of get very samey and you're very much in the lead. But you can, like, for example, if I was to delay my recall, say that I'm fresh or Nautilus, I was to delay my recall and sit in Tribush for like an entire rotation longer than I really should do, I can immediately make a comeback on that first item by making a full pick-off of that they're not expecting while they go for standard boards, right? So if I move off of that list when I'm losing on the standard list, I can immediately change the map. You're just not seeing the swaps get to that advanced point yet.
Yeah, it does feel like we're not seeing those really extended lane swaps in quite the same way. And also things like plates have become obviously a significant difference maker when it came to those. But as it stands, as we're saying, it is standard lanes for now. We're playing the Thresh Aphelios, which was the classic combo when Aphelios was released. It does allow him to play super aggressively forwards with the Thresh lands and stuff to keep him safe. And you can do some dumb combos with Gravitum and Thresh, Q and all that kind of jazz. But hopefully we'll...
Yeah, I just want to say, this just makes my point, by the way, because the other thing I like about lane swaps is I wouldn't have the time to talk with you about stuff that's not even happening in-game now, because nothing's happening in-game in standard lanes, are they? Alright, what do you want me to do? They're full clearing top to bot. Brilliant. They're slow pushing bot on top. Amazing.
Can you tell that Veteran's a lane swap enthusiast in that he says nothing happens in standard lanes compared to lane swaps?
Nothing's happening! I'd have to talk non-stop right now if it was a lane swap. Nothing is happening right now. Wow, Peachy is like vaguely freezing. I wonder what's going to happen
here. Very passionate about this. I love it.
I like, come on, man. You want to talk about standard moves?
Oh, well, what's this then? Is this nothing?
This is normal.
This is normal.
Oh my lord, my boy got a push on bot, so
Hell
he moves in towards
the mid lane.
He didn't have HP traded heavily.
Unreal moves.
There you go. Yeah. Skateward did though. He did play towards mid and top there. He just didn't fully commit into vanishing towards top side there, right? Because he doesn't have the full info on what Maokai is doing. For all he knows, Maokai could have given up 2 camps to stay there as much as he likes, in which case, yes, you don't vanish all the way up into the brush there. A little bit of a double entendre occurring, but nothing too surprising yet, right?
Well, he gets away with it, a little bit of a close shave as Romeo came roaming in to at least chunk that out. Hunt gets a bit of a shove and a bit of an early trade. Of course it is. So get with a slight early CS, but again, that will hopefully be evened up by the way the waves are. So nothing really to write home about as yet, as Namex throws down a moonshot, tries to be obnoxious with that Calibrum Q. And Alex has a wander through mid as well, and Skatero's like, why have I got multiple people rowing through my lane twice in the last minute?
Yep. I mean, Nothing absolutely major there's going to happen from the affiliates until we do get onto that level 3-4 area where purple gun starts to be a factor. That's when you would like Sejuani on this next pass to see if she can do something with the level of CC and CC training possible here. You just land a purple into an easy, fresh hook off of your point and click CC there, and if Sejuani is there to follow up, you should just be dead, especially on this side of the map where there are more entrances now than there ever were before. So we're interested in seeing what Sejuani does after this second clear, and if Maokai is going to be on time to match that.
It's easier said than done, of course, but we'll keep our eyes on it. The Sejuani currently clearing top to bot, so we'll see where that's all at. Finishing off the Wolfcamp respawn.
Yep. I just want to say that gank from Nautilus didn't even burn a flash.
No, it didn't. It just got a chunk and a shove, you know.
Wow, standard lanes are so entertaining.
Just like, I don't think you're going to convince people off, what, 5 minutes of gameplay?
Any time have we missed anything by yapping like this, by the way?
No, in fairness, we haven't. We've been yapping and you've been molding over lane swaps not occurring, which is the most analyst moment I've seen in a little while.
I'm telling you, lane swaps are more entertaining for the caster. They're actually more entertaining for the view of the caster that we're talking about.
There's a TikTok or a YouTube short in this, and by the say, I'm just saying, there's content to this, mate. Just go on that unhinged rant.
You know how the first 6 levels are gonna... You know how the first 9 levels are gonna go from draft, man, alright? Oh, wow, Maokai and Sejuani are gonna match, and then nothing's gonna come up having purple-blue.
Well, yeah, probably not at the minute. I mean, we might see something around Grub spawn shortly, but that will be likely the maximum.
Oh!
Well, actually, that's not bad. The moment you talk about it, I feel like you may have cast a curse Nilla there for a second. You has to flash away from the Nara in the 1v1. That is a little bit dubious there.
Yeah, I mean, a level 6 all-in from 2 all-in champions, amazing, oh my god. But this is literally 6 minutes into the game.
He's just not letting it go. It's like,
you know
this
what
is going to
happens
be...
in Valorant in 6 minutes, mate, alright? Like...
That's a fair point, but I feel that's a very different code of game. This is a MOBA, sir. I'm wearing my Wendy's outfit at this rate. Over towards the dragon we go, as Veteran continues to push me over the ledge of madness.
The blue team can't contest this! Why are you giving this up?
Because it's being taken and Smammy's actually... Oh, whatever, it's fine. It's a flash hook. They can start this one. It's a cast, man. Let me play by players. Namek's in a bit of danger. Has to cleanse away.
He's done the cleanse. There you go.
That's significant. And he has to back an awkward timer.
Yeah.
Grub's on the other side are traded, so the neutrals earlier are traded at a surprise to no one, and certainly not Veteran, who I'm sure is just ready and willing to comment on it once more.
Bro was pushing lane on the same side as like 3 people were taking break. I'm shocked that enemy went in.
You are one of those people who just like will take a point and sort of like make it as big as you possibly can and just scream to the heavens about it. It's a very distinctive part of your personality. It's great.
I'm an analyst, mate. I can analyze anything. Right?
Yeah, it's true. I feel like we had we've had some very interesting conversations with the Green Union, you and I. About we were having one about like, well, you're reading a book on like NHS policy right now. That's just the kind of guy Veteran is. He's a very learned man, so to speak.
He brought this up, not me.
It's true. I'm leaving it there, but just as a point of context. I feel like going any further would be a mistake, but here we are.
Maokai flash up in 10 seconds. This will surely be put to good use. Alright, there's no cleanse on Namex on bot. Maokai flash incoming. Top to bot clear from the Maokai. So unless Sejuani pulls something so disruptive on top that Maokai thinks it's worth his time to move from Raptors towards top side.
Vision. Okay, Mega Nice there, but there's a counter strike. Actually, into the Glacial Prison's pretty solid, and that's fairly disruptive. There's no teleport either. Nilla will dodge the initial boulder toss, but is surely dead to rights. Might try and get a last minion or whatever. The crunch lands. Sorry, make that a wallop lands. And first blood goes towards Bucci, and Maokai will still be clearing top to bottom.
Yeah, no teleport on Nilla there, and for Maokai to decide it's worth him to go topside there, I definitely don't think he'd think that while Talia is doing that lean. He'd be at a 3v2 maximum, probably delayed, probably would just get traded on by the Talia moving in there. So good utilization of fake pressure from DMG as well. A very punishing state of affairs for Nilla. Narc can extend him for one additional wave. reset and be in a really, really good position topside. And Nilla's always being a player that we talked about as being a force to be reckoned with. So eliminating his threat early on, that's a really, really good scenario. And now on this wave push, we'll see if Maokai, Azir, who we see leaning on bot side now, do try to do anything with this cleanseless Narmex and the flash being up on the Maokai. They are in full control of bot side here. Let's see if it extends any further as League officially begins 9 minutes in to a standard lane.
Romeo and Ecstasy are around. They're doing too much here aside from attempting contested. But you can see Skate Rock ends up on a Maokai sapling, but was looking to roam over and over the wall. The hook lands, only onto the Nautilus, so Romeo should be okay as the ult now begins to fly. Trying to find an angle with the Weaver's Wall as well. The permafrost coming on down. Romeo, dead to rights. Damage on the other side on Namex is solid, but not enough to kill him. And it is Namex that picks up the kill. Kill onto the Aphelios, despite the invade being Nords on the play.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see everything come down on bot side here, but DMG playing defensive, playing with some pretty good ultimates at that point. You had really good gun sets coming out of Namex. We are at that stage where he gets to go into the blue, red, red, white, white, green, and set up his guns for the rest of the game. So that was one of the hardest times to fight an Aphelios team. The sheer threat of the power he has both on his R and he's able to get up close and personal was really good there. So skirmishes would favour DMG going for a straight play in that jungle, assuming that they will go for, say, wave instead of that grouping, I think was quite naive, right? And I do want to say, you would see skirmishes like that happen much earlier on if this was a lane stop scenario, but as is, you have to wait 9 minutes for basically anything to happen in a standard lane.
The lane swap manifesto by veteran Emir now. You've changed your Twitter at.
Yes.
Broaden the appeal.
I've updated.
It's true, he's updated alongside the flags. But yeah, no, I hear the point as well, and actually, this is also then a really good sign, because obviously DMG yesterday actually had a really good game. They looked pretty solid. Namex in particular was an absolute monster. Bucci had a solid game, and again, this is a player into Nille, right, who has been one of the best laning top laners in the NLC for a couple years now, and kind of getting taken to task here. Partly in the 1v1 having that flash blood and then dying for first blood. That's good signs from DMG. Of course, they've got a long way to go before confirming this is a one game or anything, but it is looking pretty solid, at least off the early moves.
But there's also a factor here of what we're talking about pre-game, not about the swaps, but about the fact that Nord are good at being there on timings, and then it's the execution that we see them lacking in. They were there on the first Drake. They are there on the Void Grubs. They were there on red buff spawn on bot side to utilize something from the fact that their bot lane had a pushing lead, but when it comes to the minutiae of execution, that's where they start to be a bit off. Yeah,
you do see this a little bit as well, where Jinxes just interrupt backs to get better timings on the map. It's a regular thing.
It's good knowledge as well, right, that she's gotten from this. So that tells her that, you know, honestly, Romeo doesn't have to be here, right? Even if the Thresh is down here, the reason why you want Romeo to be here at all is just because the Talia is again fake pressuring bot side, and he's a guy I do want to highlight. Skater Rock has been fake pressuring on basically every single wave and limiting the options that Nord can do outside of just a full-on grouping. Romeo lost opportunities because Skater Rock was leaning on bot side there.
Now we've got a dragon spawn. It would be second dragon to Nord. And what we've kind of been seeing on a couple of the leagues as well is if you're giving 2 dragons over for free in the current meta, it feels really rough kind of into the mid stage of the game in terms of what your macro options are. So I wonder whether DMG, with a lot of their ultimates coming back up to play and a lot of those initial items getting completed on those core members, are going to be ready and willing to fight this.
Yeah, I mean, Talia's going to pick up the next wave right there, so Hunt needs to... Yeah, here we go.
A little bit too late. Tried to go in a bit early. Snappy will get a hook, will likely die, and that's a reset. But look at Bucci on the side, trying to get towards the Mega. Hits on the wrong as Hunt finds a phenomenal Sarima shuffle. Bucci still not at Mega. The Ray's just not enough. Alex will go forward, does get nard into the wall. Skateboard gets one back. Bucci trying to hop away. Nille will leap strike forwards and get another. Romeo is there. Nord win out the fight. And DMG just reach a little too far and get punished.
Yep, an absolutely huge fight as well. Hunt's going to lose out overall from that because he actually dropped waves on mid that whole time. Skater Rock being up on the wave to shove that out meant that Nord had to do a fight right there and then, or it would never ever be worth a hunt. But they did the fight, they got the economy and the gold and the Jinx, and that's like, you know what, it's a singular cloud break, mate. We didn't care about it, we care what it represented, and what it represented was a state of skirmishing that we could win, something that we could have had way earlier if we were lane swap.
He brings it back again. That's like the 7th time you brought it up this game. But like, it's just that the manifesto continues.
I mean, it's a
All right,
standard
everyone follow him on
laning
Twitter
phase.
if you want to hear more about the lane swap agenda. It's veterans to run.
I'm sorry, but it's a standard laning phase. What are we going to talk about? Events in the game? Like, come on, mate. Like, that's all I
All right, Bucci. Still 2-1, still pretty strong. The 20 force and the steel cap's completed. Trying to continue to pressure this topside where and when they can. And then they still down a significant margin to the Nahus ahead of the curve, which will help mitigate the Jacks scaling on paper. The Nah should be able to win out on that side and for a little longer than it might have been if the game had remained even. Of course, the other side of that coin is Ecstasy picking up a kill, getting that Affinity Edge early. Yeah, the Collector's in for the Felius. That always feels good. Maybe look to use the Talir here. This could turn it around. Romeo misses the wall. Cannot get beyond the wall, and that means it'll be another kill over to Namex. But actually, it's Skate Rot who picks it up.
Yep, missed the Jinx, but did successfully split Romeo off from the Jinx and get that isolated kill on towards Namex. We do see green-purple setup from Namex, which indicates going for the much more useful Aphelios gun setup, in my opinion, as opposed to the blue-green that leads to one specific bad gun rotation. Is only really worth it when you're on 3-item onwards. But AD carries a terrible thinking.
Oh! Binding Eclipse into the ult! And it just doesn't matter because it jumps in there! Lives up to its namesake. It's pure ecstasy for Nord right now after that one.
100%. I mean, that right there is consistency versus an absolute psychopath. And we do need, having a good psychopath in your AD carry role can be an absolutely beneficial thing. But right there, you see Ecstasy being the rock, waiting for the enemy to make that one mistake, and in one flash, he does a full outplay on towards Namex. And Namex did play that well. He did play that well.
It looked like a done deal.
It was a good call. It did look like a done deal. The Ecstasy, once again showing up for his team. He didn't die yesterday, right? He may even end the weekend deathless at this rate.
Towards the mid lane we look while all that was happening. A huge throw through mid with the Herald into the ult for the Maokai means Namex has no way of defending it. 2 turrets down. And Nord just invert the gold lead. They're now up ahead about 1,000 odd gold. Yeah, Jinx is roaming up here. Bucci needs to be a bit afraid, but there is still a crunch away, so not too much more to be found. The 1v1 is never a 1v1. We all know this at this point.
Yep, I mean, with the map opening up like this, once towers start coming down, groupings start happening everywhere. Everybody starts being able to pursue each other, and you'll see much more fights, much more acceleration. If only there was a way to get towers down earlier in the game, rather than through these standard lanes.
Well, 6 scrubs and just shoving standard lanes, right? That's the way you do it. Don't need a lane swap for that, right?
How long does 6 scrubs take, mate? Like 10 minutes, so like
the maximum, you know? Just
you know,
play
it's a really
Kate and
good
Lux
way
and
to
Shepard.
secure grubs.
Play Kate and Lux and play for the lane, right? That's the way.
Where are grubs, mate? Grubs on the top side of the map. Where's most of your team on the bot side of the map? How do we get them from bot to top side? You swap!
He has an answer for everything, I tell you. This is your color cast of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare yourself for more lane swap agenda. We'll be continuing on throughout the day, and potentially continue on towards a little bit of a river setup here as DMG move in force to try and wrestle a bit of consistent vision control down and look to play for this mid lane. But I don't know how much value they're realistically going to get here. The hook's not bad, but Romeo just hooks in on Dynamics, who flashes away, stays alive, gets the Severum ult, and Snubby just dies. They well overforce, and Ecstasy is excited, and again the namesake lives up. There's just no stopping of a flash, a dredge line, and Bitzer has to flash over the wall, but an Arctic Assault is just not enough. Ice in his veins, but unfortunately, there's just not enough blood to pump through the heart. He is dead on arrival, and State Rot alone survives to try and mourn the passing of his team.
Snabby didn't even have time to use Flash in that fight. We talked about the 3 things you wanted in an anti-Jinx composition. What about the 3 things you want in the Jinx composition? You want Burst, you want Isolation, and you want Lockdown. And if Snabby's going to play like that, then the fact that you have Isolation on the Nautilus, on the Azdir, and on the Maokai becomes effectively meaningless. They're gifting it to you in that sense, and then it's just all about getting that damage down, getting that first reset, and Ecstasy runs away with another fight. It's a team effort, but you can also see on DMG, they're starting to choke a little bit against the sheer pressure that Nord is out with.
Yeah, that one play bot goes a bit wrong and suddenly they lose Mid lane tier 1 and 2. They end up forcing really hard there in mid lane again. Getting a little bit dicey. And now the Jinx you were kind of calling out, we both kind of noted. Yeah, gonna be not the easiest to get to on a consistent basis, assuming a front to back, you know. Is now 4-0-3. Has got all of this front line that's doing just fine behind them. Very, very difficult to manage unless Bucci or Skate Rot somehow find a really good flank.
Yeah, I mean, again, Skate Rot gets that wall, and then Gnar can just pile drive that guy into it, and everyone can walk up. Jinx can't maintain range in that scenario without burning Flash. So that's the play. You need to burn Jinx's Flash pre a big objective, and then you need to have your ultimate cooldown up again for that objective. So 2 waves before any objective, you do want to see an aggressive play coming out of DMG. You need to see that aggression coming out 2 waves beforehand. All LPL style, as I'm sure you're familiar with, because then you can set up really, really well for that Baron contest, for that Dragon contest, for whatever it ends up being. But it has to be one of those things, because if you don't do something like that soon, they're just going to run away with the game. Jinx being 4-0-3 like this, while your own AD carry is only 1-2 by comparison, that's not a situation you want to be in. It's very, very rough.
And especially considering how potent a lot of those AD items are right now. Yep. Infinity Edge plus a second item feels really, really strong. Of course, the Aphelios will be doing something similar. Maxing that AD on the upgrades into the lethality with the Collector plus probably Infinity Edge is also really solid. But you've got to get there and you're going to be behind the curve. So while the gold isn't that different, you know, 1,500 isn't a huge discrepancy. It's where the gold is situated. 1,500 gold lead for Jinx specifically, who just hit second item. That's alarming, especially considering the lead you've got on DMG is on Gnar. That's fine, but Bucci's going to have to play more than the champion's expected value to win this game.
Alex is waiting for Nomix to do a big Sven Syndrome moment, but the Thresh is there to enable that kind of aggression. I guarantee you Nomix would have done that even without the Thresh. But now we're at the stage of the game where we have this big wide open map. We do have ways to play around Cypher tempo. We want to open up these angles, right? And Bucci's going to be a big part of the initial.
Well, that's not bad. Get the cleanse in the flash. Romeo hooks away. Now Bucci's in danger. Hasn't landed, but it's on top of the choppers. Gets Derek, stays alive. Nille is there, though, with a counter-strike. And that brings down the Gnar. They get a big chunk with the Ecstasy, though. Into the line middle. Nomix brings Ecstasy down. They can turn to Baron after.
Narmex executes, but Skaterot was the thorn in Ecstasy side there. He burned the flash with the initial R, and then I thought Bucci went way too deep there and would have enabled Ecstasy to use that repositioning tool to get back in. The Skaterot had one last pick up his sleeve, and it worked out so well.
Oh, Hunt slides out of the seismic shove.
DMG
really want to do this for their solo. Nomix is down. Hunt's here. He got so much off the reset, and now DMG are in danger. They need to back away. Alex and Hunt can continue looking for more. There is an Emperor's Divide available and a flash. How far do they want to go? Turret is here, no wave to dive. And they'll pull away, but now can Nord just start up the Baron themselves?
Yeah, I mean, they're going for it, but TP's coming down from Talia. They are absolutely intending to do this. Skaterot knows his limits really, really well and was able to survive in that fight where Nomix could not. Let's see what this turns into.
Onto Hunt. Still got the Emperor's Divide. Skaterot's not really hitting the threaded volley. They back away, but now Skaterot's in danger, has no flash. Chopped on with a twisted advance. Talia knocked off her own pedestal.
Yeah, I mean, went really far in, but at that point you either do that or you end up losing the Baron in the long run. So good play overall by Skaterot. Just falters a bit at the end there, but all the attempts were good. Now it looks like this is just Lord's Baron to take. Oh, they're turning.
Get onto Snabby again, and that's another member. Now Bucci's nearly at Mega. Namix is respawned. He's actually out by the blue buff. Into the back of the pit goes Bitzer. Can't get the steal. It was close though. What about the fight afterwards? Hunt being run out. Ecstasy is here in the back of the pit. It just doesn't matter, and they won't commit to anything more. Nord punished DMG starting up the Baron. Hunt with a monster TP and 2 items helps them get a Baron of their own.
Both mid laners being critical playmakers for Deadpool. Skaterot's opening play to burn the flash into? Surely he's out.
I don't know. How far does Namix want to go? Can't quite get the value. I don't think he hit a crit there, so can't get the skewer even with the Collector. Wait, how far is Skaterot going? Ooh, can't interrupt the back.
Wow.
That's
very
sad.
unlucky. But Skaterot and Hunt both being massive playmakers and extremely long Baron contests for their team. Skaterot with the initial flash burn with the R, and then saving the rest of the team after Jinx got the reset with his W, with his E, and destroying that Jinx. No deathless weekend for you, Ecstasy. But then Hunt also on multiple different Baron contests afterwards for that one long elongated one, able to make the catches and picks for his team as well, destroying Narmex, definitely punishing him for being out of position there, forcing Scale out of the fight, and then the turn with Alex 234, and then the turn again on that 4-man on the Baron. Very insane play from both mid laners here. Real big players for their team.
Romeo looking for the hook, flash, lands it onto Bucci. The depth charge afterwards gets Skaterot in danger, and down goes the Gnar. Skaterot down over Armage, nearly looking for the counter-strike and gets on top of Snubby, who's dead. Romeo pretty low afterwards, lands another hook. That's very deep, does go down, misses the Emperor's Device, trying to heal up, but the 3-mount counter-strike! Nille brings them all down, ankles shattered, base broken, and Nord can end the game right here.
Walk forward and then there you get to see the displacement, there you get to see the lockdown, and then you get to see the first reset, and then it was kill after kill after kill for Ecstasy. No W landing from Skaterot that time, all the abilities were used really early on, no way to reach Ecstasy, but Nord have reached new heights in game 2.
DMG thought they had the moment, they caught Ecstasy, they had a 4v3 and a Baron in their eyes. It's not just that Jinx they had to be aware of. Hunt, another member that we've been excited to watch, comes in and has a monster Azir turnaround at the end. And Nord, a much better showing than yesterday where they looked a little bit dicey. Once again though, slight mid-game fumble nearly cost them. In another world, that Baron could have gone very wrong.
I mean, very good pressure happening from Skaterot all across the map, right? His picks weren't just critical, it was also his leans on top, his leans on bot, even if he wasn't going straight in on them, really choked Nord out and prevented them making aggressive plays early. That's why you got such a good lead for DMG in the opening portions of the game. Honestly, on that whole Baron commentary, I was leading up to Nord have the Baron, are they going to be able to do a fast or a slow end? And unfortunately, they ended about 1 minute after that, so very aggressive and strong showing, but a lot of that power is coming from these two carries on top of the picks that they keep making on top of picks.
Excellent showing from Nord, but DMG continue to show that they are here to compete at the very least. But that's only game 1 of the day, so we're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, the analyst desk will take us through that game and prepare us for the next.
Nord takes the lead with the second victory on Summer Split. So far undefeated, only 2 days, I know, but it still says something. DMG got defeated. Carvers, you were wrong. I was just pointing that out. Not even bullying. No, but it's an interesting game. We looked into expectations, the fact that they should be looking at the bottom side of the map, and then all of a sudden we're like, hey, we need to get this knot ahead, but it was not enough, was it?
It wasn't. The DMG kind of, while they did play really well in the laning phase early on, especially Bucci, again, forcing Nida Splash and getting that gank to work out, it really falls apart when it comes to the ease of execution.
That's the big thing. I think they picked a team that was a lot harder to pull off. I will say I was wrong. Bucci was able to go toe-to-toe with Nilly, and Nilly, for the first time in a while, looked pretty challenged in that top lane. Maybe, like I was just saying, you know, the Jax only really starts to take over that lane after like level 9. So it was obviously going to be a rough earlier for him, and I think Nilly was maybe disrespecting Bucci a little bit there. But that, yesterday, it was kind of like a team effort from Nord. Today, it felt like that was the ecstasy show, man. Like, he was playing those fights so well, and Bucci all-inned him just before the failed Baron attempt by DMG, and he threw everything at him. They had not the Nortol, I can't remember what stunned him, but they stunned him. They used everything they needed to lock him down. Cleanse flashes away. XC puts enough space between him and any immediate threat, and then slowly ramps up and gets the damage. And then an absolutely amazing turnaround. Namex able to get a massive poke off and basically, well, take out Ecstasy. But I just feel like the biggest issue DMG had in that game was their decision making was a little scattered, because they went for that Baron with very low health bars, knowing that there was a Azir who was alive. Azir resets, teleports back in with a full HP bar, and like how do you handle with that? I don't know. I just feel Nord had a much clearer game plan and calls in that game, and that was where I think that veterancy, what we were talking about, shined.
And all of a sudden you see that execution, specifically because the Maokai is so powerful in those team fights. We're talking about that, Hip Brain. So let's talk with the Maokai himself. It's Alex234. I'm sorry, we need to jump into the TV with Alex. Alex, I mean, welcome to the show. First time meeting you. Why the 234? Hit me.
First of all, thanks for welcoming me. And yeah, I've been asked a lot this question, why I came up with 234. But actually, I don't know, for some might know the Timo one-trick pony who's called Alan234. And I was like, when I was young, I was watching him a lot. So I came like to the conclusion that, yeah, maybe I just take my name, Alex, and just add this like 234. And yeah, I think you just have to ask him why the specific 234 has come up.
No, I'm laughing because I used to follow him as well, and I was a Timo main back in the day. I was also a disgusting human individual. So yeah, thank you so much. Now I know that one. Alex, you got the 2 wins in a row for Nord. That is interesting for you folks. You played Maokai, but I want to know your playstyle. Do you like to be like the tankier sort of jungler? Do you like to play AP? Tell me more about it.
Yeah, so for me personally, I always like see my role in the team to like deliver this style of champion, or like their playstyle what the team needs. And I feel like for now I should rather stick to like champions, for example like Maokai, who can like provide stability, because yeah, as you might know, we are still in the early phase of split, right? And therefore, yeah, when you have like a new roster brought together, the like aspect of stability is always like very lacking, and this champion can most of provide it. But yeah, personally, if you ask me, I prefer definitely carry champions. And yeah, I kind of want to pull out, for example, I don't know, champs like Karthus or Lilia soon, because they are just fun, and I can like play my champion the best out I can. And I believe that I can do that as well. But yeah, for now, I think I will just keep to stick to that champion. And yeah, we will see what the further split brings, right?
That's good to know. That's good to know they can pull something different out of the blue. And in terms of synergy and connection with the team so far, the Nord team, you have that experience on the top side. We have Romeo that just doesn't stay in one lane. Tell me something. The last question for you. How's the synergy going between like rookies and experience? How is the team working so far?
Yeah, I mean, in the start it was like kind of shaky if you ask me, but yeah, with the time we managed to play together, we have like a lot of scrims for now. I think it like got better from day to day, and you could like really feel it by watching our games in scrims. And yeah, I think it's still in officials we are a bit like excited and stuff, and we need to try to be more calm. And I think yeah, then we can also try to show our face from scrims in the officials. And I think this should be our main priority right now.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Alex. Pleasure to meet you. Good luck for the next week, and you guys are pulling it through. Have a nice one.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for having me. Bye bye.
There you go.
That was
good to know that not only can you play tank, but also you can play the carry. Tell me, Hipbrain.
I just want to know what's happening in his bedroom, man. Like, there was a lot of censorship going on in the background.
Yeah.
Like, that was a blur. Like,
I was so curious.
He didn't make his bed. That's what that was. He didn't make his bed. I've had it.
You think
like,
so?
Players, yeah, 100%. Behind here is an unmade bed. That's to break the illusion. Like, that's why I've got this thing. So you don't have to see the mess that's going on behind me.
He did stated that he played Teemo before.
Good man. Good
no,
man.
I'm just saying that could be way more than just an untied bed, you know?
Oh, you think there's a little mushroom farm going on in there?
Wow.
What?
Second interview, you have, let's call DMG. It's Bitsit, the jungle. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for saving me from Hipbrain. How you doing?
Hey, doing kind of well, therefore that we lost, so still positive. Thank you for welcoming me.
But there's a lot of high hopes for DMG. Like, everybody on the casting team is saying DMG is looking really, really good. So yeah, you lose today. And why do you believe you lost today?
To be honest, I mean, we kind of played against one of the stronger teams. Like, Nord for sure is one of the stronger teams in the group. So it was like pretty small mistakes that I got really well punished by Nord. So like one catch in our team comps, we're just completely brutalizing the game. Like when Jinx get one kill off or one reset, then fight is almost over, which is like not the case for our Aphelios comp. So we had to be really patient. And yeah, they find some good angles, and we got punished.
Now, looking at playstyle for the MG outside of this game, we've seen some glimpse of what you can pull. What do you say it's the personality or the thing we should be looking for the most towards the MG in the future? The playstyle that you can pull off as a team, not only individually.
I mean, I think we improved a lot on our macro plays. So like we have good mid into side lane plays, and then when we get a lead, I think we're really good on playing from ahead. So our early game and mid game will be our focus, and I think we're also really strong on that. And yeah, so everyone should be careful of us getting a lead in early.
Okay, getting a lead early could be dangerous for everyone else. Thank you so much, Bitsit, for the interview. I wish you the best for the next week. Let's start it. You got one victory, you got one loss. It's tied up for you folks. Have a nice one.
You too. Goodbye.
He did the wave, so he got a point. He got a point. Hipbrain, Carvers, that was the match. Nord are looking really good. Everybody understands that this could be one of those most feared teams, specifically now that we have 4 slots for the EMEA Masters. I know everybody has 4 slots, but give it to us, okay? We cried about it for years, so let us take this W. And now looking to the next game, we need to move on. Verdant versus Native. Small ideas of what could happen.
So this one, I think probably a little bit more Verdant favoured, if anything. Already got a 1-0. Right, so let me have a little think. I'm trying to rack my brain on what happened yesterday. I think Verdant, Verdant just looked, I actually think of all of our winning teams, they were the team I wasn't the most impressed with. Yesterday they played versus Venom Crest. No, sorry, they lost their game. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Why have I written this?
So,
okay, you know what? All of my notes. Hold on. All of my notes are just like so dumb. Apparently, I just can't read a score chart. So I think Natives are going to win this game. I've been painful looked really good yesterday.
So
I'll
pick it up from here. So Verdant, I think they looked the least convincing out of all the teams that lost their games. While Verdant just kind of got slowly taken over. Venom Crest just kind of ran over them in a slow fashion. Not sure what we call that. Anyway, Natives put up way more of a fight, even though they did take a lot of 50-50 fights, the ones that they played well, they really crushed, and it was on the back of Painful's Talia walls, just cutting escape routes out left, right, and center, which makes it even more interesting that they ban out the Talia themselves on blue side.
I am tilted that I keep seeing the Cassante bans today. Yesterday, it was so boring. Me and Foxy were complaining about how boring Cassante is. It was 3 games of Cassante, and now he's been banned for the first 2 games. First of all, good job teams for recognizing how unbelievably unfair Cassante is as a champion. Yeah. But now seeing where the adaptation comes, we're seeing the Tristana mid most likely here for Painful. Space could put it out, but it is that flex pick. With the Talia banned away, that kind of, to me, feels like it probably will be the Trist mid. And then the question is okay, where are they going to find that AP? Are they going to go for one of these kind of hyper-farming AP junglers, the Karthus, the Lilia, the champions who can really abuse that Blackfire Torch? Even Brand is getting played off the back of it as well. So there's a couple of champions that can pull that out. You could then also maybe move towards a Rumble top, like we saw from Nord yesterday. So you free up an AD mid by the fact that Blackfire Torch can kind of give you the ability to play these AP top laners. Right now, though, Verdant are going to lock himself the Syndra in and the Jinx. So very powerful kind of mid to late game scaling coming in from these two. Curious to see what the answer is going to be from natives. I would like to see something like a Nautilus. You got 2 relatively immobile champions locked in there. Naut is going to completely ruin their day.
The target selection when you have 2 immobile characters like Syndra and Jinx, that's
also quite good.
Syndra can kind of self-peel with the E, but seeing like a Sejuani Nautilus double rotation here would just ruin the day of Verdant. You already have 1 resetting champion with Tristana able to chase down after the initial engage. You can just kind of draft the press R and go after the enemy's composition. But the Rumble blind would be very interesting.
I love this, though. I actually really hope this does get locked in because, like we were saying, we're looking for champions that can punish these immobile champions. Rumble, Sejuani, Tristana, like, this is nasty playing into this for Verdant. So now it's on them to find a solid answer for this. What do you pick into this Rumble? Which, again, technically is flexible. I've seen a few people pulling this out in mid. Realistically, you expect to see it go top lane, but it is a champ that could go into the mid. And I quite like what they're hovering here. It looks to be locking in the Vi. The Vi will have the ability to follow the Tristana no matter where she goes with her W. They go away from that and go for the Ivern. A bit of pocket healing and shielding. Personally, I think I like the Vi more than the Ivern.
The Ivern is leaning towards more of a protect the Jinx style composition where Syndra provides some secondary engage, follow-up, and burst. But you mentioned that the Rumble can go mid.
Yeah.
This is not the only role it can go into. We've seen support Rumble show up occasionally.
True.
We've seen even jungle Rumble sometimes show up, but support is what I'm looking at the most. You pair this up with something that provides a little bit of utility, and this Jinx will melt on a bad fight.
Yeah, that is a very good point off the back of that. We'll see, though. I still think I'd like to see the likes of a potential Nautilus getting picked up here. ADC is getting banned out by Verdant, knowing that obviously this Trist is there. And maybe they're trying to force the Trist into that bot lane and get a different mid lane pickup for them. The Yone getting banned away here by natives. Looking a little bit towards Shihan in the top side and taking away things that could kind of scrap and deal with this Rumble. There's other champs with kind of range abilities that could come into the mix. Things like a potential Jace. Although I don't know if Jace really slots into the Verdant comp all that well. For now, just banning away the Rel. Don't want to give an engage support because I think right now Verdant's biggest lack is any level of engage. Starting to find a bit of engage there, but that is only one pick really. You need to kind of have, you know, something of a bit more kind of AoE where, you've got the Sejuani who's going to jump into the mix, the Rumble ult that comes down from natives. All they've really got is a hook and an ult coming in from this Nautilus. See what the answer is going to be, though, for the rest of their picks as they lock in that Nautilus. That does take away the Naut from natives, which is what I wanted to see natives picking up.
It's also a way to fish for information whether the Rumble will be picked for the support, for the top. Where are you going, Rumble? They also need to protect themselves and give that counter pick to Shihan, as you were debating a little bit earlier, as we need to see the finishing touch for the natives composition. By the way, Dem helping the coach moving into Denmark, the Danish coach.
Oh, painful special coming
Wait, it's Rumble Jungle. Oh, no, it could be Sedge Jungle. I'm an idiot. It could be Sedge Jungle.
It should be, but now you got the Zed and the Blitz.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Tristana is the AD carry at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, I think this makes sense.
Supposedly.
I genuinely think this is partly due to Verdant banning away so many ADCs there. That pool was very, very small, and they had a Tristana who's already strong. So I think that's a pretty solid pickup. Jace is going to be the final pick. Nope, they go back to Aatrox in the last moment. I think that probably forces the Rumble into the top lane. I'm not particularly a big fan of if they go for the Sedge versus the Aatrox top side. I think the Rumble handles that a lot better. But yeah, the Zed getting picked up. This can be proper miserable for Syndra. The good news is, it's a good and bad news here. Zhonya's is a lot more AP, so as an item worth buying or rushing, the kind of cost per value you get from that item is a lot higher. Now it's 120 or 110 AP on it. The downside is it's 1600 gold for the Seeker's Arm Guard instead of the 600 gold the stopwatch used to be. So you do slow down the ability to get that Zhonya's effect up, but a cost-effective item nonetheless, and I would be very surprised if we don't see a Zhonya's get rushed at some point. I assume it'll probably be a Ludens to start with, but wow, what a pick coming in.
Both teams looking for their first victories. They started off on the left foot. Let's see who takes this W. Only one can do it, but also only two voices can join us, and the Summoners Rift is going to be Veteran and Initialize. Welcome back.
Thanks for taking care of us on the desk, mate. We've got a Zed mid. It's not Alex playing it. It's not Ruddy. This is painful deciding to pilot this one. You're having a little dance. Yep. What's gotten you so excited, aside from obviously being on cast with me, which is a joy, I know?
Oh yeah, no, that's just the biggest joy of my life right here. I mean, I do get to finally see Kamsky play. It's really interesting to me that Kamsky is actually playing here. A lot of people don't seem to know this. I was noticing from yesterday.
Yes, you were talking about this behind me. Yeah, you were saying this is a guy you know pretty well.
Yeah, so you guys may remember that meta from 2019 that just took over the world at some point, the Sonar Tarn meta, and everyone knows the Sonar was Schubart. But the Taric from the initial Sonar Taric setup was actually Kamsky.
There you go.
And this evolved out of all of that. So there's a little
Maybe
bit of
that's why people don't remember him. It's like, who dared come up with this bot lane where we had the double mages that led to the fastest game of all time?
Oh yeah, it did lead to the fastest game of all time.
Because SKT got Dravened by IG back at that MSI.
Yes, but anyway, the matchup itself and the drafts here are really good because we also have a really good anti-Jinx draft here, right? The Tristan is going to be your range damage match. You have burst from the Zed, and you do have range engage from the Rumble. You have all of the good tools for a really strong anti-Jinx composition, trying to run double low mobility, and it's going to be a huge issue. So I do like Native's draft overall in terms of how they understand these early rotations that the enemy have done.
And I think painful as well. After last split, where I think after perhaps being something of an unknown, kind of came to the fore as a player, we went, okay, you're one of the best we have in the league right now. He probably has the mechanical prowess to thread the needle and pilot the Zed to get onto something like that Syndra, that Drinks, especially when you've got the backup, the Rumble and stuff to make it a little easier to find those executes. Because one of the issues we saw in the last game was actually how easy is it to get to Ecstasy on the Jinx? Pretty damn hard. We saw him die once, and that almost got DMG a win in the game. They almost got the round, but that was it. This time around, it feels like, as you were kind of saying, got the Zed plus other ways to threaten the backline, which should be pretty good. Got words from production. It's time for us to head to the Rift. Let's go. To the Rift we go. Some fun looking drafts here indeed. Early ward going down. The enemy jungle, courtesy of Verdant, looking to see what they can scout. Art to start from Highbridge on that Sejuani.
So this mid matchup's going to be very, very interesting,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Like, it's going to be a bit difficult in the early phase, especially now with all of this first strike. But after that, honestly, if Zed's able to approach Syndra, if you're able to dodge her Qs, if you're able to ult on top of her, this Syndra should just get popped like that. So a lot of it's going to be about escorting Painful through the early parts of the lane. I do wonder how much natives are going to think we don't necessarily hard win bot lane level 1. Maybe we just accept the bounce back early and we have our blitz start in mid lane at level 1, which is something that all side laners should be looking to do if they have the capability to do so, including top lane. Something like the Camille, you could just do a hard play on mid lane early and still be up in time for the wave. The wave's just met at mid, they're not even met at side yet. You could already be done with the play and be rolling down bot. You'll miss the first autos on the wave, but Jinx is going to get the push anyway. So that was an option for them. That time has now passed, so now we're back into my favourite portion of the game, standard
lanes. Yeah, we heard a lot about that in the last game and how much you love specifically standard lanes and no other variety.
Yes.
But I suppose this time around you have got significantly more, shall we say, volatility. Blitzcrank inevitably brings that just by being in the game, and if we do start to see some of those movements around the map, or for whatever reason vision control begins to drop, face checking a Sejuani, Rumble, Zed, all backed up by a Blitzcrank sounds pretty damn scary to me if I'm a Verdant player.
It does. Kalmski, though, going to get the level 2 first along with
Nice.
Drop, by the way, a player I'm very excited to see finally playing in the NLC. This guy's been a long time coming. I've actually been recommending him to teams for years now. A very, very phenomenal AD carry who also rolls up to support, who also rolls up to coach within the last couple of years, because this guy has a brain as well as the good looks of a Jinx player.
And am I right in thinking he used to play with Hunt, you were telling me as well? That used to be a bit of a duo back in the
Well,
day.
that used to be, there was an attempt to make the Hunt X dropper thing. It didn't necessarily end up occurring. Drop's done his own thing, Hunt's done his own thing. The fact that they both coalesce into the NLC at the same time
kind of fun.
Is a pure coincidence, but I love it. I'm going to love to see Drop v Hunt there, but that's going to be more like a personal rivalry for me. It's not really like a thing outside of that.
I'm not sure if that's proud dad or no, or oh no, mum and dad are fighting. Which way round is it for you?
I'm not fighting with anyone, and I'm definitely the dad in this scenario.
Only peace from Veteran, never known for any Twitter beef in his life, that's for sure.
True.
Space and Ball playing this one relatively safe and now have the level 3, but obviously with Kalmski in the bush, you kind of feel like, yes, Blitzcrank can land the hook, but I feel like the extended CC of the Nautilus, pretty scary to manage.
Yeah, but right now it should just be as simple as we have this built-up wave, we play with our minions, Blitzcrank's not going to be able to do anything, we don't necessarily have to risk anything to get this wave in because we have such advantage of our comp, we should get it in and then make the decision, do we want to play an additional wave or not, as Ivan looks to show top side, just in case the Sejuani moves in to contest this wave, and it would be a good timing. Yeah, it would be a good timing.
Everyone's going to be here. Dopamine still not spotted. Now lands the root caller, but the Arctic Assault afterwards into the permafrost. A lot of damage onto Shihan, who begins to back away.
Autumn to death. Autumn to death.
The autos are pretty annoying alongside the red buff, so no one falls, no summoners burn. Dopamine being in the right position to counter gank it turns around what could have been a bit of an ugly moment. Both top laners at about half HP, and Dopamine just recalling in a bush of his own making.
A little bit of an awkward situation here, though.
Bit of damage going back. X-Drop taken very low. Space gets the reset with the bomb going off. Ball very low. The rockets are pretty high. There's a Warn in the bush. Gets a supercharge away. Kamsky blast for the root into the damage. There's the Riptide. Another root. Ball goes down. X-Drop gets 2.
The Disruptor himself disrupts the bot lane and ends the perfect harmony. The ironically named Space going in a little bit too far there, just to get dropped by the Jinx.
Oh, it's all over. It looked so good for a second, but there's just so many wards in the bushes, they cannot drop vision. And Kamsky lands root after root after root, gets flashes, gets autos. You cannot ask for a better Nautilus sequence. Hang on. Could still get a bit ugly. I don't think whether Highbridge wins that, despite the mana being a little dicey for Verdant's bot lane.
Definitely a man who's played Tarek at some point in his life right there from Kamsky. As Dopamine notices Painful wants to use his level 6. Painful's actually gotten every single bit of XP. He got level 6 a wave early, which means that he was there for every single minion's worth of XP. You do get level 6 at 445 if you're there for every single bit of XP, which is why normally we still say it's a standard 530. That was a window there. Harbo's now feeling the pressure. He has to be landing these Qs. He has to be making it not worth the Painful to go in, because Painful basically has an R for R there at any point, has a W for AQ to be able to get in on top of Harbo. Harbo does have to be careful. Harbo's late game damage is really big, but again, this is all stuff where Zed does have an answer for it. Zed just needs to land that R on you once, and you should get popped.
Often pull it off though as yet, and of course Zed that falls behind the end at the pace of the game. That's the phrase I'm looking for. Can still end up feeling a little bit anemic. You go in, you do about 10% of someone's HP, and you go, well, my work here is done, and swishes off into the night, and that's not where you want to be. Has gone for the Ionian Boots early. Of course, Zed does love that ability to cycle through some of those cooldowns and manage that energy a little bit better.
I'm trying to remember. There's a really good Zed player on E West who makes really informative. There you go. He's dodged a stun. That's the big thing you need to do if you're looking to set up all in. As long as he keeps doing that, he will eventually be able to kill this Syndra.
Top. It's the Alaris. Needs to be a little bit aware. Does have the flash and the equalizer. Doesn't burn the equalizer, but does burn the flash with Dopamine being around. Harbo is also leaning towards that top lane. So now the star on the Grubs will commence. But of course, Shihan doesn't have the ult anymore, and Rumble does. This could get a bit dicey yet.
It could, but it looks like natives with the skirmishing power of the Sejuani early. This is the theory behind people picking Sejuani to Ivan, is that Sejuani can force more skirmishes, can force more ganks in the early laning phase, and is better at doing so. And they're using that pressure to deny all these new projects from Ivan. The initial gloves and the Infernal Drake, those all pay big dividends, especially the amount of burst and damage that they have on their team. If they're able to win one of these fights to Grubs, it's going to help them secure more and more turrets. If they can go for 6, they'll be able to overload. I personally don't really think this matchup works that way. I think Ivan gets really strong camp advantages if Sejuani wants to be that active on the map, and Sejuani gets outscaled by the Ivan quite fast, especially with the supportive builds Ivan can do with the rest of his team. But in the early phase, this is at least theoretically how the matchup should go, and natives are pulling it off. I
think the part of the problem with Theory and Ivan is he just plays so unlike nearly any other champion in terms of the non-standard early clear, the items he's building in the jungle, what his role is in with the game between Daisy, and yet offering all those buffs to his various AD carry style champions that he gets so known for, that kind of 2-3 item. Yeah, he's an enchanter with a frontline, which is an odd mix. And I don't think people, and especially with the fact he clears in such an unusual way, I don't think that many players and teams have a particularly good read on exactly what an Ivan spikes and why at different points in the game, as you were kind of talking. Like, this is how the theory goes, but in practice, that's not always the case.
I mean, when in practice it doesn't go that way, I also think you do have to evaluate the theory again. I don't necessarily think the theory behind this matchup is entirely correct. And when it comes to Ivan, I think a big thing people don't account for is that we haven't seen a proper Ivan yet. I'm one of the people who think, let's wait for this play to happen before I go on my huff about Ivan.
Oh! Good hook. That's not bad, but that just brings space into a depth charge, but he gets to jump away himself and will be just fine. Ball now in danger, though, especially because Daisy is summoned. Ball's taking a lot of damage. Rocket does work. Now Hybrid is going to come on over. Kalmsky gets another knockup. The damage is back. It's just not enough. Gets one back, finally. Painful now coming on down. This could still get different, but look at X-Drop trying to drop a few more bodies. Permafrost is available. Will not be able to stack it. And the W goes wide. X-Drop continues to do better and proud. No bias to be found here on the cast. He loves this player if you hadn't worked it out.
Two goats in the bot lane there with both Top and Kalmsky doing work, and Doping over there as well. Sorry, for a moment there, with those kills coming up, I thought they'd gotten the kill on Zed on bot lane here, but this is all just delayed from earlier. Shihan though, feeling it.
Of course, now we're looking at a gold lead that's looking pretty significant for this timer in the game, especially considering, once again, it's where the gold lead is. We saw a Jinx that got Giga-fed last game, and it became very difficult to manage. I feel like there are tools to manage the Jinx, but you need to not keep bleeding over these leads, especially when you've got an Infinity Edge sub 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Ivan pick, right, I actually don't think we've ever seen a properly high-skilled Ivan yet. The big thing about Ivan, that I genuinely believe Ivan's skill ceiling is an extremely high place. Its skill floor is obviously also quite high, in the sense that it's quite an easy champion to pick up. But in terms of skill ceiling, we haven't seen a well-micro Daisy in pro play yet. We just haven't seen it. Not even some of the best Ivans on the planet, like Jamaican Banana over in North America, have been able to pull off Ivan at his absolute highest potential, which is a Daisy delivery system, a really well micro Daisy. Once we get to that, then I think we can start talking properly about the divide between theory and practice, and until then, I think you'll see things that work against low-skilled Ivans and things that work against high-skilled Ivans, ones who are more dependent on the enchanter mechanics, and ones who are more dependent on Daisy in synchronicity of those enchanter mechanics.
It's an interesting point, especially because I think like a champion like Lucian, I think, has become that a little bit in terms of an East-West divide, in terms of team's ability to play around it and also players' ability to play.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And messes it up a little bit. On the other side, though, in the jungle, Dopamine's being jumped on by Highbridge and Painful. Doesn't manage to get the kill back quite yet. Now the teleports begin to fly because, of course, Syndra was there. Flashes the wall. Gets Spear of Darkness. X-Drop gets a double. Highbridge gets over the wall. And it just sets up Vernon for a Dragon on spawn to boot.
So Blitz moving up at the point where the waves would be absolutely desynced, and in doing so, figures he gets an angle where he could maybe hook the Jinx, but the Jinx uses Nautilus as what Nautilus is, a cannon minion that has a really obsessive hook, and they create a perfect line against that pick-based champion, against that hook-based champion on the Blitz flank, and are able to output DPS, and suddenly Bull goes from being in a position that might be good against any other bot lane pairing, but not against the Calmsty X-Drop pairing, which is already showing insane synergy this early on in the season.
It gets an up on the Shihan. They're not going to land the Arctic Assault, though. There comes the ultimate, trying to buy something with the Wild Ender. They land a hook, but not too much more fun. Highbridge uses his own ult for that and doesn't get that much value. Natives, frankly, looking a bit lost this game.
I mean, they're getting quite heavily pressured here. None of the things that they're trying to do on bot lane is working out. The Jinx is already 501. If you do nothing, Verdant are just going to slowly win over time. So they are in a position where they should be forcing things. This may lead to them looking lost every now and again, but they are doing the right thing. You have to go down fighting, because bringing the play into a 50-50 position is the best thing you can ask for right now. So go for these flip plays, go for this aggression around the map, go for these scenarios that might not go so well for you, because doing nothing will go poorly for you.
Definitely going to be difficult to manage, especially now because once again we've got this Jinx who's a long way from 3 kills. It's now a 5-0-1 Jinx, and looking like once again we've got a few of these AD carries in the NLC that can just run over a game if they're given the lead. X-Drop, well and truly in a position to carry the game. 2k individual advantage is a pretty sharp divide between the Tristana for space and the Jinx for X-Drop.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is currently a little bit fed on one of the scariest champions of the game to be fed on, but let's not underrate native scaling here. Yes, we did just talk about how doing nothing's going to lead to a losing state, but if they are able to bring the game to an even position in these 50-50s, elongate the game by doing so, then the Tristana is going to be a ranged DPS match. Jinx doesn't just automatically outrange her like she does against most champions later on. The Rumble is going to be a significant threat to Jinx's positioning. It's going to really bottleneck the areas where X-Drop can play into, and if Painful's ever able to find any angle to follow any of these people up, that Jinx is going to die no matter how many shields we put for them.
Ooh, that's a fairly nice combo. Can they get the damage to come on through? Theoloris does so much damage, and because that's the Sundered Sky, there is absolutely no MR into the Equalizer, and they get the kill topside. Theoloris getting a kill on the board for natives.
That Rumble in particular, that's the guy that you're really worried about as a Jinx, because he doesn't need to find angles where he's safe from the Nautilus, where he can get his skill shots through like the Blitzcrank does, or anything like this. If he is in presence and there is a line between him and Jinx, no matter how many people are covering it, he's able to land that Equalizer, and that's a flash burn, that's a barrier burn, that could be a burn of so many different things, and then suddenly your next setup is going to be much easier. So Theoloris, if you are a Natives fan, that is the guy you're looking for to make it happen, unless Painful's able to find the angle, because we're seeing him get really hard pressure on side on bot there. He should be able to match the Syndra on side, so if he's able to create these paths where you could maybe flank into the back line, maybe that's another point of additional threat. So a lot on these solo laners right now to get things done for Native.
Shihan, not again. This is going to be the problem as the side lanes, as you were talking about. When the vision disappears and a Sejuani and a Blitzcrank set up for the likes of the Zed to get killed.
Hello?
Theoretically, that's the final ult out to get the kill down, but looked a little bit dicey for a moment. The Aatrox healing was beginning to kick on through.
Eld. Yep. And big thing is that with the amount of time they spent pursuing that on bot lane, they're going to lose the whole mid section for it. They're able to get a kill, they're able to get some kind of a condition onto their team that they would want, but the kill itself didn't actually go towards Zed. And a lot of teams will still think about it in terms of, I'd gladly trade the tier 2 side for a tier 1 mid, even with the gold increases, just because of the options it affords you on the map. It's very, very difficult for space to feel safe, even approaching the wave in previously safe conditions on the mid lane now, and that dramatically changes how long you have on sides to make plays.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. The only thing I'll note is you do have this Zed who's going to be probably the apex split pusher this game, with the fact they've also got 5 grubs, and Theoloris, as we kind of said, look, that's the sole AP. People aren't realistically building a lot of magic resist against him. Should have an okay time theoretically in some of those side lanes too. You can play to split the map wide, especially when you've got the Blitzcrank and the Sejuani, and maybe that becomes a way of drawing pressure away from space in mid lane by just saying, look, we're going to take control of a quadrant of the jungle, play towards tier 2s in the sides, and force you to come contest this or die in the 3v1s.
Ilji. The Zed's name I was trying to remember was Ilji. He's a British Zed
I was
player.
wondering where that name came from out of nowhere.
He has a very good YouTube channel if you do want to get brushed up on Zed before moving into the rest of the season, because Zed will be a much more common pick now.
Speaking of, is on a good flank. Shihan once again about to face check someone. Perhaps he doesn't want to, but there's a W over the wall, and I thought perhaps a bit more damage would have come through there than actually was. He is 2 levels over the Aatrox, but doesn't really get that much work done there as yet. Painful still, I think, waiting on that W cooldown. Gets another one down. Harbo continue to chase, but that means the rest of the fight is strictly a bit split. They get the hook, but it's only on to Kamsky. The equalizer is solid enough, but Extra gets a kill onto the Rumble immediately and gets excited. That will be a second dragon to burn him.
Yep, and the Rumble didn't exactly leave Drop with a bad position to move into. Move left or right there, buddy, and you're completely fine. You'd rather force him either out of the fight or further in. I respect
Nice
the attempt
attempt.
from Painful. I respect it. You have to respect an attempt, you know? You always have to.
It was the right timing. The smite was good, though, and Dopamine not giving that one up stone cold so far. And Mikhail's Darkseal stacking, feeling very happy on the Ivern. You're looking at 2 items on this Jinx, who is now 6-0-1. And a Syndra that's doing just fine, stacking away at 75 stacks. Of course, nowhere near the full max rank upgrade to get the execute and the half a death cap of AP worth of increased AP, so to speak. So doing a lot of work so far.
This game, though, you have to think Verdant haven't really taken their foot off the pedal. Right, there's no neutrals now. So it's going to be purely about the solo lanes being able to get something done on side. But so long as Verdant are able to come out on the map, they're able to shift Nautilus out, I'd really prefer it can't be stopped just opening in lane on mid. Then it's going to be a very difficult time for Rumble or Zed to find these options. But of course, now that they see you in mid, Kamsky, Zed, what does Zed have to really be worried about by taking this path? Apparently Daisy.
Back out. Yeah, well, Daisy is proving to be a little frustrating
My
here as an
future
additional
go.
frontline option, because Ball on this Blitzcrank has not really found key targets with the hook. I've seen him hooking Kamsky, which has brought a Nautilus into your team, which isn't a great news, and Daisy, which again, not great to bring into your team. So you need to see a little bit more out of the Blitzcrank in these team fights, which I know is a bit difficult to execute, but outside of 1 or 2 plays towards a side lane with Hybrid, it's been quite hard to find. Painful did just use the W there, so might be at risk here of being dived, but is wise enough to back towards the tier 1 on short order.
I am so interested in what happens with the win rate when people start figuring out Daisy properly, by the way, because you have to bear in mind this champion has been rebalanced on the idea that, you know, no one knows how to use Daisy, right? And then there are so many interactions I feel it's fundamentally broken. That's really good. That's really good. That's the kind of thing that you should be getting from Rumble every single time he has R up. That flashes down 18 seconds until the Baron. The big thing is, though, Rumble ult is down with 18 seconds until the Baron as well. That flash will still be down once Rumble ult is up, but that is a play that you really wanted to see happen a wave earlier, so Rumble ult would be up, but Syndra flash would still be down, right? That's why you like to see these fights forced when you have big ultimates like the Rumble ultimate, that abuse these low mobility champions earlier. That's when you get these really aggressive games that are actually smart, say the big nerfs of the map.
Extra's dead! They've got him! They're gonna
Is
go
he?
top of it
Is
with
he?
the ultimate.
Can you kill my
Not
goat?
so much, but yes,
Yeah,
you
you
can! Painful gets another! The Ivan's dead as well. Painful continues to try and run away. Will finally fall, but the chase is continuing, and now Karmsky's in danger. Not going to be quite interrupted out with the Arctic Assault, but Space is here, looking to drag him straight into a black hole. And that's a bit more damage, and of course, look what the timer is. Just gone 20 minutes.
There we go.
Time to turn on to the Baron.
I mean, they were definitely conscientious of the Baron being there, even if the Rumble and Syndra thing was a bit out of sync. But now, both Drop and Harbo do not have Flash. Natives are going to have Baron, and they're going to have Rumble ult up after the next reset. So on this push, you could easily see a big play open up under the tower.
A huge moment there. Painful gets into the back line, and Dextrop is not safe. They throw the rocket. It might throw the backs. Doesn't quite secure the kill, but got a little bit close there. Ball sweating. Xi'an not going to get over the wall and find anyone resetting, and Natives get out. They get the Baron. They get that key shutdown, and suddenly the Zed comes away with a juicy shutdown and a lot of gold. Now Baron to work with all those grubs. Natives right back in it.
Yeah, a little bit close for comfort, I think, for Natives and the many Natives fans out there. But luckily, they were spared the pain this time around. Who is now on the bot lane, shoving out. We're looking at a two-lane setup here. They're like, Aatrox can push top all he likes. We're very heavily on tempo. The next objective is bot side anyway, so we could even split off into fake pressuring these two lanes and snap Drake at the exact same time and maintain these pressures. Based.
Looking for a quick invade there into the jungle, but doesn't find all that much, and use the root caller to escape to safety. Of course, that dash can be quite helpful, but Harbo, remember, there's no flash! The Shadow of the Week is already used! And there's nothing weaker than a Syndra when she's lost all her abilities.
There we go, right there. Now Jinx, Nautilus, they've shoved out mid. Tristana has to catch from way further back. Remember that mid tier 1 for bot tier 1 trade. So Trist won't be a part of this fight unless it really elongates. Natives are forced to back off.
Huge moment, they get the kill, but look where the Rumble is, look where the
Top
Tristana is. They are using these two players to try and get a push in. There is a wall behind Theoloris and strictly some TPs. They could theoretically look to jump the Rumble here.
Yep, I mean, Tristana shoved in mid at the same time as Rumble gets top, but she's moving in towards the Drake pit. So this is a double aggression play. No matter what you do, Natives will get something and they will have the map.
Didn't get outside of the infernal chains, but the turnaround burn is huge!
No shot.
She had flashes,
You gotta get both!
damage! Doesn't quite get the kill, fire around the dragon, looking to go on, Extra trying to get onto Painful, who's desperately running away, still has the living shadow, can't quite get far enough. The dragon goes down, Rumble just about survives versus Xi'an, who has to flash as well. So they get the dragon, but lose Painful.
So the worst case scenario is obviously you lose both sides of a double aggression play, which shouldn't happen because you should always have numbers on at least one of the sides. But in this scenario, whereas you get a one fight from Verdant on the bot side, technically, Rumble won his exchange on top, was able to take out the tower, and Natives were able to get the Drake on bot side. So this is just a straight up win on both sides for Natives, and they obviously maintain control of the map. Even in that worst case scenario, if you lose both sides of double aggression play, the enemy doesn't get tempo on the map from what they've done. You'll still have tempo on the next pass. So it's always this is always a really low cost way of doing things. This is what I mean by the old idea of like, just play safe on this side while you plays on the other side. That shouldn't really matter because you should be playing to have map no matter what. If you try to trade sides in that manner and you then lose out on the one play that you're doing, you've also lost the map.
And it's a G2 special, always playing for the map. It's why they get some of those fantastic sort of like domino plays where one play leads into another. Speaking of a play leading to another, Theoloris has no flash and doesn't have the Zhonya's up, and that's a phenomenal root caller. We'll throw down an equalizer, but the only thing being equalized is the kill score slightly in favor of Verdant.
Yep, only hitting Rumble there, and they are moving up with a wave onto this tower. Painful does not have the freedom to just play for tier 3 on top side here. He has to move back and he has to defend. Verdant, very much in control of the map.
How far can they go? They're going to try and shove through mid for this. They want to trade, but this is still going to be full members. I don't think Painful can do that much. Can clear some of the wave, but this is going to go. They've just given it up.
Yeah. It feels like they've given the demolish onto Twist, but I think that Blitz needs to recall way earlier. Twist does get tier 2, but that's an inhib. Yeah, that's just an inhibitor on bot side. I feel like the way they were positioned was Blitz was supposed to distract Xi'an while you secure this tower, but Space kind of like thought we're going in.
do that,
Just
but they
as the
lose the
tower
inhibitor, whereas the inhibitor for Verdant still stands. So, huge play there from Verdant. The one pick into the aggressive shove. Nice movement there after the Baron went so wrong for them.
How good's your memory? Because we don't have a Baron timer here, and the big question is, how synchronized is this inhibitor on bot going to be with that Baron spawning again on top side?
Off, if I'm correct.
That's going to be a pretty big then. So there's going to be at least 2 waves in which... Wow, there's going to be actually... Wait, sorry, you mean a minute and a half until it spawns again?
Yes,
in
I
which
do,
case
yes.
we're going to have a significant portion of the game where that bot inhibitor is going to be pressuring, basically acting as a 6th man on the side of Verdant while that Baron is spawned. And I unfortunately forgot to actually do my predictions today and have my points on natives I just checked. So my GoX drop may just destroy my chance of getting a perfect day today. Rumble, though, really out-pushing bot as hard as he can, but he's just one man, and Verdant don't even need to put a man on bot side to face him.
Hook lands. That's actually a lot of damage now onto
That's
the
a
jungler
reset.
who's just gone.
That's a reset.
And it's a huge reset into another kill. Ball now caught on the wrong side of the play as well. Baron now a minute off. We can see the timer
Oh
on.
my
So
God.
roughly that timer, they'll be able to shove through mid as well. How much further do they think they can go?
Yeah. I mean, Rumble was able to get... Is Rumble even able to get tower on
Ash,
bot? Yeah, he was.
calm
but
Sky.
It might
Not
be
gonna
over.
his name. There's nothing calm about it. The damage back. Huge. Painful gets out, briefly gets into the backline, trying to play around with the shadows best he can, but the shadows are living. He might not be. X-Drop just refuses to take damage. A double for the Jinx, and they're just hanging around for another wave. They could look to end it right here.
Yeah, right here and right now, dropping out to Emoth on this Jinx where there was an anti-juice composition on native.
Flash.
The anti-juice plays weren't completely forthcoming. He gets the wave.
No.
He gets the wave.
It's important. The Flash, the Zhonya's,
Yeah.
the Flame Spitter holds the wave, and the game survives for now. But it's another death. They are a little low, perhaps, for starting the Baron straight on spawn, but they think about the resets and decide, no, we want to give it a go regardless.
Yep, they live to fight another day here. The Baron is up, and the inhib is up on bot side.
It's a little slow. Hang on, that's dopamine stopped. How much further do they want? Because that's with the delayed reset. I wonder whether natives can get towards the Baron here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with that massive delay on tempo there, I think they do just start the Baron and they have an item advantage.
Ball misses. Ball needs to flash. Needs to go. He's dead anyway. And now it's a 2v4. They've tried to stop the backs. It's gone a bit wrong. The Buster Shot comes on through. Theolora's 5 seconds off. Now the Baron becomes a real possibility for Verdant.
Yeah, for Verdant this time instead of the natives, who did have item advantage, but unfortunately Bull just walks right in there. Not very good Bull from him, and Zed is trying to clear out bot side, but to what extent is that even going to really matter in this position? Verdant are going to have Baron, they're still going to have inhibitor down on mid. Getting any side that they want is going to be a fairly easy task for them.
Soul point secure, but natives, after a solid play to get the Baron, a couple team fights afterwards, have seen them fall away again. 4 items on the Jinx is just so difficult to manage, and Harbo on the Syndra is inches away from a death cap and nearly at max stacks as well, when all the early woes and lack of impact in the game will start to turn around again, because Syndra does scale a lot better than she did a few seasons ago.
Oh yeah, a lot better. But the conditions are still essentially the same for Zed and for Rumble here. She's still very threatened. She's not tankier as a result of her changes.
Zhonya's
so she
is
still
kind
has
of
to be
fake
very
tankiness,
worried.
that's it.
Yes. And that should get burned fairly easily by one of them, and she burns it for one, she's not got it for the other.
You're burning it on
Let's see what
Syndra. Are
happens.
you killing X-Drop? And can you get both at once? That'd be the golden ticket, but if they're positioning well, easier said than done, and there's a redemption, an ardent sensor, and Mikhail, dopamine is there to try and keep people
And
alive
Flash.
on top of it all. That too, big moment. Summoner spell. Chompers come down, trying to zone people off. They get a stun. It's on to Karmsky, who takes some damage, but not lots yet. The hook afterwards will mean the Nautilus dies.
Okay, Nautilus is down, but so too is the Rumble ultimate. So too is the Sejuani ultimate. Zed ult, though. Zed ult is still up. Let's see if he can do something with that. He needs to get onto drop, to be honest. Arbo's not the guy doing the damage on the fight. It's that guy
Rocket
deleting
afterwards
Zed.
is huge. Gets to pull back. The damage continues to fly on through Shihan. Stepping down. I think that might just be the game. Highbridge dead. The Jinx, rather, doing so much work onto the towers. Natives, have you got anything left in the tank? Any way of stopping this before X drops them like they're hot? The fire burns, a Scout of the Wing comes on through. Painful has the power unleashed. Knocked back away with a Buster Shot, but it's only a momentary delay as X-Drop turns their eyes towards the towers. And finally, the Nexus 2. Verdant come out on top in this game 2 of the day.
Phenomenal 2 games from both Xdrop and Hunt, actually. I know it's a bit more of a personal thing for me, but I'm really excited to see them face off against each other late in the split, preferably in a huge best of, because right now these guys are outputting the level of performances you need to carry towards that playoffs bracket, and I would be really excited to see them go into each other. And shoutouts to Kamsky as well. What an insane game from him. Hook after hook after hook after hook, just landing over and over and over again. Brilliant performances.
I mean, even after that 2v2 bot went the way of the Jinx, they get the 2 kills, the Blitzcrank doesn't land that much value, and they get that snowball. It was looking really good. I mean, credit over to Natives for finally getting that combo, getting that punish in the top lane tier 2, getting the Baron, bringing themselves right back into it. It just wasn't quite enough. And what isn't going to be quite enough is the amount of time we've got left on camera, because we need to cut to a break, and the analyst desk will be taking it away from here.
Let's imagine a world where you build a protect the Jinx comp and the Jinx starts getting fed really early in the game. I want to get opinions on what could happen.
You lose. The enemy
No,
team.
you
that is.
build the Jinx.
the enemy team. That is.
Hey, Brian,
Five.
it was so easy.
I like being a menace. 5-0 early start there for Jinx. Yeah, that felt pretty doomed. I will give it to natives. They actually did an okay job of surviving a little bit later into that game. Where, you know, we started to see a couple of good picks coming through. They're actually taking some towers. It felt like the snowball didn't completely run away with them. The problem is they stopped the smaller snowball, and then the 10-0 Jinx snowball started rolling right towards them, and they had no answer to it. Mikhail's rush on Ivern. You got to get through an Aatrox. You got to get through a Nautilus. You don't have a single fed member. That just felt pretty doomed for natives. I will say though, Painful on the Zed had that one really sick play in top lane, just between tier 1 and tier 2, where he got an execution off. I saw life from natives, but man, Verdant did everything to smother that out.
And that was all due to that Jinx. You built the Jinx, you protect the Jinx. It was like a composition all around the Jinx. Let's talk with Jinx. Let's talk with X-Drop. He's waiting for us. X-Drop, welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you here. You played so well, and you know who's the MVP?
Is it the dopamine or?
It's Kamski.
No, okay.
What do you have to say about that? I mean, come on.
I mean, I get it. He's Portuguese, right? Like Portuguese people, they deserve MVP every game. So.
Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo. Okay, so now let's talk about the game itself. You got the Jinx. I mean, how happy were you? Were like, oh, okay, we have a protected Jinx. I need to get fed. Boom, 5 kills.
Yeah, I mean, I think big credits to Comsky. I must say, I think I didn't play last split. I was coaching last split, so for me, like last game, this game, it was a bit of like I had to get back into it. But yeah, Comsky was really decisive in lane. He was playing really well in Nautilus, and he got me a head start with the double kill. And I think from that moment on, I started to get more into it, start to feel some more confidence. And yeah, I mean, it's great, right? Getting so fed on a comp when I know my champ has so many tools to help me out. So yeah, I think it was a really nice start, and it gave me a lot of confidence in the game. So,
tell me something, X-Drop. You have some sort of synergy with Kamski.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kamski, I played against him a bunch. I played against him like for a full year. But not only that, I've met him as well. Like when we had offline finals, Kamski and I, actually fun story. I met him before a lot of my own teammates because we went to have dinner the night before together. Oh. So that was really fun. So yeah, there's some pre-existing synergy there, like from our LPLO days. And yeah, I love playing with Kamski. I think he's a great guy. He's really good support as well, and I think he showed it in this game as well. Like he brings a lot to the team.
So when you look into this team, the Verdant team, how do you feel like the team will do through this entire split? This will be the last question for you. How do you feel this will go moving on in the split? How comfortable you are?
I mean, I think we already proved, or improved, we have improved some things from yesterday to today. But I think you see it in this game, we still have some struggles. I mean, I think Natives did well punishing us on side lane, but I think it goes to show as well that we aren't a perfect team by any means, right? We make a lot of mistakes as well. But I have confidence that we will be able to overcome those mistakes and become a great team. And I think, yeah, we have a really good shot at fighting for playoffs. And then come playoffs, once we're qualified, we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, I think we'll do really well.
I love it. You were a beast in this game. Congratulations on your first W. Best of luck through the entire split. I wish to meet you again. And I'll see you soon, man. Have a nice one.
Yeah, you too.
You didn't ask. You didn't ask what him and Kamski went on 8. I was very curious about that. That's all I cared about. What they had for dinner when they went out for a meal together.
They were in Portugal, so obviously Francesinha.
Which one's that?
You had it with me. Our first date.
Is it the big stack of cheese and meat?
Yes.
That is a bussin' dish. That's so
There you
good.
go.
The food is so good. I just wanted to know, like,
synergy.
yeah,
I feel
It's
like a
like-
third wheel here.
a
Everyone
lot
else
of
having
carbs.
cheese and meat.
It's
Archer's
so
just
the-
good on dates, bro. That's it.
I can explain to you the dish, and it's like you go to space. And talking about let's talk to space is on the next interview. He's waiting for
That's the worst bro.
Space. Welcome to the interview. Pleasure to meet you
Hello,
as well.
hello.
I love that doll back there. What's that elephant? Does it have a story? I'm committed.
Oh,
to
it's
that
it's
one.
for my birthday. It has like a button with.
It has a
It
button.
has it has a
That's
button and it
massive!
normally just starts singing, but
But
it's
now it
out of
doesn't.
battery, so I can't show you it. Wait,
That was anticlimactic.
Ah,
Does he sing?
yeah, it's not working. It's not working.
So that's the best way to introduce you, Spice. Welcome to this
Yeah,
one. I mean, this was not the best game for you guys. You knew you had to kill the Jinx, and she got ahead so early. As an AD carry, you
Yeah.
know, like, I have to step up, but I don't have the required tools to do it. How do I help my team when there's a fat Jinx?
Yeah, I got like I didn't really know what to do at a certain point anymore when we were hard playing for top lane, like, and that was our game plan. But we fucked up 2v2 on bot lane. Like shit happens, you know. Things happen. I mean, and then we had to like put more resources bot lane to fix our lane, which was like not in our game plan, and that made the game quite difficult.
So tell me something, Spice. Bad early start for the league. Doesn't matter. What can we expect from week 2 on? Because I know Natives has a lot of firepower. You guys have a lot of firepower. So what would you say to someone that is watching that is a Natives fan and is like, wait, chill, don't worry, we got this. What do you have?
Oh yeah, we have way more in store because we haven't even started cooking our drafts yet. Like, if anyone knows me and Ball, because we played together before, we are like known for like playing Kalista Rek'Sai bot lane, Yasuo Sejuani bot lane. We play Ziggs Tristana bot lane. We cook all kinds of stuff. So we thought we start the league with like normal picks and see how it goes, but maybe we have to start cooking already.
Let's do an agreement. So, cook for the next week, put some batteries on that thing, and come back to the interview. Is that a deal?
Yeah, I'll put some batteries in the elephant.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Spice. Lovely to see
Yeah, it
you,
was a
man.
pleasure
Have a
to meet
best
you too.
luck. I'll see you soon,
Yeah,
man.
thank
Have a
you.
nice one.
Yeah, see you soon.
He did the thing! He did the thing! I'm just
did.
happy.
Yeah, I'm glad for you, bro. You know, you're getting those wins in. That's all that matters, isn't it?
No more Francesinha for you, okay? No more Francesinha.
I miss it.
versus Ruddy.
Yeah, moving on.
We're cooking. Okay.
This is
What
the
can we
one I'm
expect?
really excited for. This is.
And why? Because it's the match of the day, Carmens. Tell me
Did
why.
you see the games yesterday these two played? We had Zac support, we had Tryndamere mid, Ziggs bot, and Varus top lane. These two are the most exciting teams that we have to offer in Division 1, in my opinion, just due to the craziness they pull out in Champion Select. Fruity Fresh and Sumi being promoted from Division 2, they already are known to throw out some interesting picks, including Aurelion Sol bot lane, Irelia mid in official competitive League of Legends games, and Ruddy, they need to be prepared for this stuff that LLS is throwing at them.
You know what else they need? They need pictures. It's
Yeah,
the
they
second
really do.
split without a single picture. That's
Come
a
on,
Don
Don
Jake
Jake.
thing. You know that's a Don Jake
Yeah. So here's the thing, right?
thing. Yeah.
Ruddy, they won yesterday's game. However,
Oh.
I would say they didn't look infallible. They were pretty far ahead, and they were still getting challenged. They were losing certain 5v5s as well. So I think that's what makes this exciting. Lightside lost their game yesterday. There was a lot of light from Lightside. They did have a pretty hard game. They were playing versus DMG, and DMG played that game very, very well as well. So it was a really cool game to watch. I'm really excited to see how these two go toe to toe, because I think Ruddy looked good, but I didn't think they looked amazing yesterday. And I know that even though I put them as my top 3 earlier, or in my top 3 earlier, I do think there's room to grow. I think the foundation's very good, but while we're on this unsteady ground, I think this is actually going to be a really fun matchup.
This is going to be a fun matchup. We see the Tristana are locked in, insane priority, especially for a team like LLS, where Fruity Fresh loves playing those AP champions down on the bot side of the map. But Ruddy have an advantage of their own, and that is in Kitoroken being in the jungle, and the only one to show so far that he's adapted to the AP jungle metagame, pulling out the Karthus previously, and expecting him to have more of these prepped things like the Brand have escaped the draft that were banned against him previously. But the Caitlyn already locked in, one of the more powerful AD carries on the patch.
I will say as well, Casante's up for the first time, so you could also pick that up as a pretty comfortable top laner for either Elisha or for Built. So there is a bit of flex there in that play. I'm curious to see what Ruddy do lock in here. If they decide to go, so they go for Alex and give him the the Talia mid as an answer for that Tristana. Now we'll go over to Lightside. Probably going to see an ADC and maybe a support here. I mean, the Huawei flexible pick as well can go mid, can go support, and there's the Casante as well. With that being left open, made perfect sense.
That's
Hip Brain, you are unaware. This way, almost 100% guaranteed is going to the AD carry position.
Oh, yes,
Pretty
it does
fresh.
go down there as well. You are
It is
right.
pretty fresh down there.
Yes, you are correct. You are correct. I forget he plays these AP bot laners.
It's a cooker. There's a lot of cooking in the league right now, and they have like Wei, Tristana, and Xante. That is a scary bunch. When you look at Ruddy, though, you have Caitlyn, the AD carry of 14.10, and then you have two massive champions going alongside with that one. I think we're getting the best of the best in terms of champion picks, and this will come down to player skill, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think just looking towards this ban phase, I'd like to see Lightside ban the Rumble away. Obviously, Kit Rukin, we know, likes to play these AP mid junglers, but you could just force him onto something like a Sejuani, some kind of frontliner, and then give a Rumble over to Built. And then you have something that can handle this Cassante lane, because at the moment it feels like not many things can handle it, and that is one of those champs that does. Nautilus pick up, Thresh ban, really, really big, because like you're saying, if Fruity Fresh is playing this Huawei in the bot side, that it's a bit like the Aphelios. You have a champion who has a lantern who can then bail out a mobile squishy target. And when you got the Nautilus, when you got the Caitlyn, you do not want to be getting held down for too long, because you will get absolutely obliterated. And you can see Ruddy banning away things that can engage onto their Caitlyn as well.
Another thing that LLS has to worry about, Build is, again, known for cooking. Both of the Ruddy mid and top laner can do some interesting stuff. The pick I'm looking at, considering they already have plenty of CZ coming from Nautilus and Talia, they could even pull out something like a Garen here, just to have a hard lane counter to this Cassante up in the top side of the map.
They absolutely could.
I like that idea. Maybe even Darius, if you want to be crazy. Wei doesn't have a lot of...
AP Nasus? Is it the AP?
Oh.
With a new item as well.
You could Blackfire Torch Leandries it. That is genuinely an option. Wait, hold on. We might have
to remove this. No, it's still in the afternoon. This is not during the night. We can't show this sort of cooking. Too much
that
cooking.
was a client issue.
No, but it would have been so hype. We had Nasus with the Blackfire Torch, Leandry into full tank. I've seen it pop up in solo queue every now and then.
I'm getting some information right now. So Lightside saw Nasus and they decided to dodge Q. We'll have to rearrange a new opponent. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're just restarting the champion selectors in this weekend. Don't worry.
I'm assuming that Nasus was I can't remember, like a proxy pick.
A placeholder or a proxy.
Placeholder, that's the one, yeah. So I hope it's a Nasus top, but like realistically, I think you're probably not going towards that. As much as the full AP Nasus sounds genuinely hilarious to play and watch.
Yeah.
I think into a Cassante, I guess you get a lot of shove, but like, what value do you really bring off that?
What value it brings? It brings the fact that you have first strike to farm off of a melee champion that needs to shove in with Q and W if he ever wants to keep the lane shoved in, and then you have just a wither bot onto whoever tries to auto attack on the enemy team, just providing additional frontline. And it's surprisingly good. Please trust me on this. The Nasus can work wonders if the game lets him.
Especially versus the Tristana. In my opinion, like Tristana goes in with the rocket jump, gets the Q, gets a lot of attack speed, you wither that, and Tristana is like, my gun is not gunning. I need help. I need to run away. But you can't because you're withered away. So there's some cooking there, yeah.
So I was right. It was actually a Rumble. The Nasus was a placeholder for the Rumble. So as fun as the Nasus could have been, the days of Kerberos being in this league are long since gone. And that was the last time I think we saw a Nasus or even a Kale getting played. I mean, he was an old school Kale player as well, which was very fun. But I think the Rumble definitely makes more sense. You offer a lot more to team fights other than, you know, a wither onto a particular target you want to pick off. The Rumble ult melts for everybody if you can layer it right. And, you know, I'm trying to remember what else they picked. They had like the Nautilus, so you can kind of get the group knock up.
Caitlyn and Taliyah.
Yeah. It makes... The big thing, and this is actually something Foxy talked about, that you have like this zone of control with a Nautilus where it's actually as wide as his hook goes. Because if you walk into that range, you will get hooked. And Taliyah offers into that as well, where it's not just that, but when a fight breaks out, you've got to worry about the range of a Nautilus hook. You've got to worry about the Unraveled Earth, which shuts down dashes and flashes and things like that. Then you've got the Rumble ult, which is also going to make a zone of control. What Ruddy have put together is a team which controls an area and then makes it very hard to get onto the Caitlyn. Because the biggest weakness of Caitlyn is a bit like a champion like Aphelios. She doesn't really have any mobility. She has a 90 cal net, but it's nothing major. So you have to get through Taliyah and Unraveled Earth. You got to get through Nautilus. You're going to have to get through the Rumbler. And then maybe if there's like a Sejuani or something like that as their jungler on top of that, it then becomes even harder to pick off that Caitlyn. So I really like what Ruddy have drafted here. They do have range though. Hui has an unbelievable amount of reach in some of his spells, so you can whittle Nata down using the Hui.
There we go. Rumble is the pick, just as we debated a little bit earlier. So they have to reveal the entire hand now for light side. Carvers, tell me, you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder what they go for the support, because there is still the possibility that this Hui is going into the mid lane just to challenge the possible Taliyah mid lane matchup. The Rel doesn't tell us anything just yet. The Rel pairs up well with the Hui, can lock people up into the full spell rotation. Whoa, okay, Gragas.
Gragas jungle. Been a hot minute since I've seen that one. He has somewhat made a bit of a return. But I've seen more of a laning Gragas than a jungle Gragas. So interesting to see that.
Rel can still go to jungle, no?
No,
they nerfed it heavily.
I know,
yeah,
so
they
you
really
can't pull
nerfed
that
it.
off. Yeah.
I mean, you can, but like you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. Never mind. That would be too much cooking. I was just.
They haven't been
trying to
cooking,
find a
mate.
spot
They've
for
been
Gragas.
drinking, hence the Gragas.
And Jace being the final lock-in to head into the mid lane. So Taliyah sticks to the jungle. I'm really interested by this Rel Gragas rotation when you already see there is a Taliyah on the enemy team. Very dash reliant on the engage. You would need to find a long range barrel to make use without risking your own life for the engage. And with the Jace, now they get some additional poke onto this Hui, who will try and secure an advantage for LLS in the objectives.
I will
say... So we got both teams? Tell me, Hipran. Final words.
The Taliyah also plays into the strength of Ruddy's comp, where you've got mobile champions like the Hui. You're suddenly cutting off exits. So then you've got to work through all of this zone of control. I know what you're asking. I favour Ruddy in this game. I think their draft is really, really solid, and I don't know if Lightside have enough answers to be able to deal with what Ruddy have put together.
Covers, don't let me know.
Well, I do have to go with Ruddy as well here. I think the Taliyah is the crutch that really messes up with LLS's game plan. If they can play around it, they may have a chance, but Ruddy looks good.
They look really good in Champions League. Let's see how they fare inside of the Rift, or if LLS will be able to get their first victory on the split. It's Summer Split. It's time to bring in the hot. So let's bring in Veteran and Initialize.
Welcome back, everybody. The Rubik's Cube continues to be messed around with by Veteran, who has solved
I'm a fidgeter.
In
dedicated
rapid fashion.
Fidgeter.
Hell yes, but think about this game a little bit as well in terms of we've got ourselves a slightly different look again. We were quite excited about the Nasus for a second, but instead what we've got is a bit of a siege comp from Ruddy with an obscene amount of range into something more of a hard engage frontline kind of combo from the side of LLS.
I love the implication of like a melee range siege composition existing from what you said, by the way.
I'm sorry,
But yeah, it is a really strong siege comp that they have going. Obviously with Talia Rumble, you don't have to be playing all the way up. You can even have Talia playing at an angle, but if she plays straight front to back with the rest of the team, she's a really good poke part of that composition under any tower setup. But she can also isolate to allow you to go for that tower whenever push comes to shove, or isolate for that dive. She has really good tools here. Rumble as well, right? They have really good tools to split up their opponents underneath that tower, to have constant threat against their opponents underneath that tower, so the pressure is entirely on light side to be able to do something here. They have to find those engage moments because these guys just exist, you know. That game is going in their favor slowly but surely.
And in fairness to them, they have got a lot of tools to make that happen, you know. Rel, the Gragas, the Xante, lots of ways to try and make the pick happen. Even things like, of course, like the Hui have ways of adding in a bit of extra CC, and certainly got the follow-up. But as you're kind of noting, like, they are obligated to make the engage happen. Because if they don't, they're just going to sit there and eat shock blasts and threaded volleys and all the rest of the poke coming at them, and that's going to be a pretty miserable time.
Yep, and Caitlyn, right? Caitlyn's going to charge up a headshot. She gets one of those. That's 50% of your HP gone. An R comes out. That's gone. Your mate stepped on a trap. Oh, I'm sorry. He doesn't exist anymore. You know, like all of this stuff adds more and more pressure. It's a very high pressure comp, which means you're likely to see that role being utilized a lot, especially once the last chapter comes in for the Hui on the bot lane. They have to engage. So for any of my hashtag keep gambling guys in the chat, this is probably a really high kill game of League of Legends coming in, or it's a Ruddy stomp. No in between.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. And I think as well, before we keep talking about this, I did just get word from production, there is a slight pause in game. So actually, never mind that. I did just get word, the pause is over! I call it, and the magic happens. Let's go to the Rift. And on to the Rift we go. Pause swiftly dealt with. I tell you, sometimes cast a curse is work in your favour. Nothing super spicy here at the level 1 as Veteran was chuckling at my expense in the background there, and rightly so. Gets us onto the Rift earlier.
Hey, I was laughing at the circumstance, mate, not at you. Okay, the circumstance
I
is extremely
appreciate that.
funny.
It was very funny, it's true. Nothing. There is a little bit of a stack here from Ruddy, wondering whether they're about to look for a late invade with the Nautilus.
Yeah, or just defending against a potential invade with the Rel, one of the best level 1 champions in the game.
True.
Nautilus, though, lands that hook. You've got the same thing, so no stack from light side.
Flash pops. That's rough, especially when you're into the Nautilus. Foodie Fresh being down a key summoner before the lane even begins.
Yep. Turning into a lane swap scenario. Remember, both Nautilus well have power, but now Nautilus's team has all the power in addition with that flash burn. Let's see if they can use it. Sumi's here first.
He's got himself the explosive charge, trying to get the root.
Oh no!
Alaric gets it in. Damage onto Sumi. Flash over the wall. Alaric low damage back is huge. Get first. Nata just takes no prisoners. Another for Alex. Fast-legged low. Does get out. Finally, Foodie Fresh gets one back. The teleport's coming back on through as the respawns are in. Foodie Fresh gets a double without the flash, but it's still a 3 for 2 in favour of Ruddy. Somehow, some way, Alex has a bomb put on top of him, but the penguin blows up and some spatulas are there because, my god, have we been cooking at the level 1.
Yeah, Nata looking to try to get AD as early as possible, but Hui actually able to get that back into itemization, into going into lane, going to try to keep Caitlyn in there as long as possible to use this advantage. But that advantage is nothing if the Rel can't get in there and help set up for the Hui. Right? You do want this Caitlyn to get back. Caitlyn wants to go for a BF sword. Hui wants to try to get a lost chapter as early as possible. But right now, when you have this kind of an advantage, the question is, can you realistically push it at this point with a full combo? We're only level 1. We're quite far away from a full combo. This is normally why you don't see APs on the bot lane. Nautilus, though, a behemoth level 1, does land the hook. No flashes available for LLS. If either of these guys land, it's going to be very, very damaging. But you still have to think, with the relative strengths early, even with that item, it's going to be more damaging for the side that has the Caitlyn.
Definitely dangerous. Good damage onto Nata, but the turnaround hook is also pretty solid. Lands a pilt over Peacemaker afterwards as well. And Nata, a player who, the last time we saw him in the NLC was back in 2022 spring over on X7. And his ability to play through the lane aggressively was really, really good. It was more that later stage where it became a little bit more volatile, but giving 2 kills over to someone who knows how to pressure lane is a pretty scary prospect. At least Fruity Fresh, despite burning the flash right at the beginning of the play, picks up a few kills of his own.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Nata as well, even before that, he had a phenomenal split in the LVP. I think he was extremely underrated when he was there. One of the most singularly impactful players in the league.
Nice engage onto Alex. There's no way out here. Tries to get some damage back, but it's a wonderful gank bid on a slightly odd timing. Only few camps cleared and just finds his way in mid lane beyond Alex's expectations. Even with the ward there, I think it must have been a body slam over the Iron Pit wall to get in the background there.
Yep, Sumi doesn't have teleport, so there could be an angle for some kind of denial with Jace coming in first, especially if Jace is able to interrupt Tristana here. Just barely doesn't on the mini-map there, but that would have been absolutely huge. Decent play there, though, from Alaric. And speaking of impact, Alex, one of the most impactful players that Ruddy had in the last split, if not the most impactful one overall. But a lot of that was on his bread-and-butter melee-based champions. An extremely aggressive player, doesn't seem to know the existence of safe ranges. He just tries to make it more unsafe for his opponents. And right there, he stole it!
It's on vision as well, so he does it with a shot. You feel really good about that. That's actually a solid chunk of gold for a mid laner.
Yep. And that previous play there, though, you see the double-edged sword that Alex can sometimes be. It looks like LLS will be trying to break the game open in that midsection.
It's already been a bloody game. You kind of prophesied it might well be, and it has been the level 1. Ready, some of the gold leads kind of mitigated by all the blood, even if it is nominal ones towards Ruddy, but not really anything to write home about. All the while, though, the pressure in the lanes is still there, so they will turn over towards this early dragon and secure it without too much of a look in from LLS.
Yep, they have pressure on that mid lane. They have pressure on the bot lane with that BF sword coming out of Nata. That BF sword doesn't make Nata any tankier. Only effectively so, because being up there and taking too many autos, or even just one big headshot, is going to be enough to do significant damage to Fruity Fresh. But with that flash coming in, we could see a potential play from Fast-Legged at about the 8-minute mark.
I reckon so is Bartoldi, so Alex needs to be really careful about stepping forward. Nearly gets the kill, but the damage back is huge. Alaric tried to make it happen, but the timing was all well read, and Bartoldi, a much cleaner game than yesterday, where he was feeling a little lost on the map on that Sejuani.
Yeah, but Alaric delaying Sumi's recall again, because now you have to stay for this additional wave to get it in, and this means Jace may have the opportunity to try to play back again into Sumi, and that will at the very least get him a wave of priority, and we could see what he does with it as Talia enter clear towards topside, and those grubs are open, and Mumble seems to be on the slow push. So could all be about to pop off around those grubs on the top side.
And Bartoldi, of course, spent significant amount of times around mid lane at the expense of his camps as well. So is actually in an odd position CS-wise. Needs to be very afraid here. Has no flash, has no ultimate, of course, gets shoved back. Gonna try and play this one out best they can. Gets a knock on with the cast, but I think they're just dead to rights. Bill picks that one up, and a little bit greedy going for the grubs there.
Yeah, very, very telegraphed there. There's nothing for... I'm going to be terrible at pronouncing your name, I apologize. Couture Kenta Fear, given that the Tristana's recall was delayed and Jace had all priority on the mid lane there, and Rumble had the slow push on top. Perfect circumstances to do the grubs if you are the Talia. Unfortunately, not if you're Bartholdi on the Gragas, as he's summarily discovered.
I told he's going to find the fact that Talia's in his jungle. There's a ward there. There's a smite available for Katurikan as well, so this should just be an easy Gromp take. Going to try and punish the Talia running away and decides she can't stay to finish off the Gromp. A more wise person than I tend to stay for the Grump and die, but that says exactly what kind of elo I am, so we'll leave that one as it lies. No. Sumi taking the opportunity to roam in and put a ward down by the Raptors, and Fast-Legged is here as well on the Rel, which feels somewhat apt considering the name.
Indeed, I am looking at bot lane though. That is quite a high damage pairing with the economy accelerated on both sides there. That Hui has come in with. Flash is now both up on him and Fast-Legged, and level 6 on Fruity Fresh.
Elijah goes all out, but there's going to be so much damage back. It's going to get very close. Gets over the wall. Can look to come back over. Flash for flash. There's not quite an equalizer available, so the summoners are popped. No one dies.
No one dies, but Elijah's much more comfortable on the wave right now there. Rumble, though. Rumble feels he can just get the recall and that he may be able to be back on time despite the lack of TP. Is Alex going to get all in?
He is, but Katurikan is here, and I think just showed there's a ward in the bush anyway, so Sumi doesn't overchase.
Yeah. Sumi doesn't overchase, but Alex does look like he's trying to recall.
He's going to be in a lot of danger. Flashes away, flashes forwards, gets the kill. Should still be a trade back, surely. More threaded volley. But it's a bad angle. And Sumi gets to walk away. Now Bartoldi's here. Misses a seismic shove. Can look to get a barrel slow. There's a cask afterwards. Forces the flash out of the Talia. Great sequence from Lightside.
Yep, a lot of new ERL players and a lot of new ERL mid laners trying to make name for themselves on the Tristana. We have Vigil over in the Italian League, for example, having some phenomenal all-in timings on the Tristana. With Sumi, he's finding really good all-ins, but he's much more conscientious of jungle and of this kind of stuff than the other new breed of Tristanas we're seeing. Very, very good markings of an all-round mid laner coming in from Sumi in this game.
And the vision control around mid lane has been really difficult for Alex in particular to deal with. There's control wards everyone. Bartoldi's back again. He's just not left.
Wow. Why even bother if Alex is going to do this on repeat? This does feel like a game plan coming in, but also they're playing around the opportunities that Sumi is bringing up. Alex is able to interrupt some resets, but Sumi and Bartholdi, they're working extremely well together. And again, a different form than the other new breed of Tristana that we've been having in all of the other leagues, and one that indicates a level of team play that you do want to be able to have at this level, right? That's going to be the differentiating factor as we get later on in the season. As bot lane, maybe they're waiting for Falsigan to get to 6, but we aren't yet seeing the heavy all-in coming in with this item. On one full item right now, and now Caitlyn gets that recall on the BF and the Dirk. She's going to be extremely powerful when she comes back into the lane.
And you got to call it out as well. Like, Alex is being left out a little bit to dry here as well. Like, the wave was shoved in the tower, Talia was there, but there's control wards on either side of the lane. And every time he looks to try and deal with them, there's someone there to manage it. It's very difficult, and we haven't really seen Turrican or Alaric there on great timings, and Bartholdi has just sat there and punished. And you called it out, the game plan. It's working out pretty well. It's kept the gold lead actually towards Lightside's favor, despite that messy level 1. And now that Tristana, oh so dangerous, from a lead 3-1 and 3, to be hitting some scary item breakpoints at a very fast clip.
Because they keep fighting, though, right? Inactivity is death if you are Lightside. They say a sedentary lifestyle can kill you, and it could absolutely lose Lightside the game. So they have had to take the bull by the horns, and they've been going all in all the time. And it's been working out for them. I guarantee you, it's worked out much better than if they'd sat there being poked out in mid, being poked out in top, being waiting for the Talia to make group plays with the R that you just can't match. They have to make sure Ruddy are out of sync, and the best way to do that is make sure some of them are looking at a grey screen.
Managing that pretty well. The problem is because, of course, of the early Dragon stake, they get too massive all-in with the Magnet Storm. Katurikan big pass afterwards into the flash body slam. But just doesn't miss. Sumi hops on board, and Alex is dead again. A rampage for the Tristana, and Lightside punished the Dragon Star.
Hang on. All my points on, buddy.
I know, me too.
We can't have. Oh, that's fine then. It's all good. So long as you're going down with me, I'm fine to go down with
thanks, Captain, my captain. I went off this ship, thanks.
We're all going down with the ship, baby. Today we're all honourable. As Ruddy are absolutely struggling. Nata, good on KDA here, decent on items, but Hui was the big victor of that fight. +1 kill for the Tristana, but Hui really cleaned up there. 3-1 and 2 now. Very much past the portion of the lane where she's going to be struggling. Now you're worried, will Ruddy get that set up later on? But if you're putting them behind in fights, you may be able to put them behind on the map, and if you do so, they never get that siege grouping you're very worried about, albeit not in a situation where you don't feel like you have the damage to go all in all the time. None of these kills are going on towards the well. A couple are going on the Gragas, none on the Cassante. I mean, let's be real, top laners even exist. None on the Cassante. They're all going on these big damage dealers that have to get their big damage out in a very short period of time, because that's the win condition for Lightside.
So far, so good is what you like to see. Ruddy now trying to potentially put a little bit of pressure down towards his bot lane. Katurikan is here, could look to wall off. The Grogs are being done by Bartholdi, and Katurikan continues to play the farm game, and is, in fairness, gaining a significant CS advantage himself, but that was an interesting hook into the turret. Let's take a fair chunk from the Severing Bolt. There's the ace in the hole. Fast-legged eats that one up with the shield on the dismount from the crash down.
The damage from Fruity Fresh, you can see what could happen if it's never followed up on, which is why you really love. And this is consistent with all AP champs. The one advantage that you get in bot is that you guarantee get all of your spells out on one full combo, so long as you're paired with a support like this.
Oh,
Here we
gonna
go.
Try and jump away, but there's just so much damage. Knocks away one, doesn't have the flash, misses the shock blast, and he's dead to rights. Just walks over from Grubs. It's a bit disappointing. Alex looking a little bit lost this game. I've said that phrase a few times across today, but it's feeling more and more true. Built in a 1v1 versus Elijah, who goes all out. Built now about to be discollected as he does throw down the Ignite. The damage back into the Equalizer means he wins the 1v1 though. That's what Ruddy needed, a little bit of light in the darkness.
Yep, I mean, Built, he's able to give some hope back towards his team, as Alex is reminding me a lot of those PG Proving Grounds games that I had to watch when he debuted back in spring. I remember particularly he had a really funny Irelia game that I'm pretty sure he repeated in the NLC at one point, where no matter what, over and over and over again, he would keep going in until he was able to get those kills. But Jace isn't that kind of a champion, right? A lot of these other champs aren't that kind of a champion. It's always been a bit of a gate from Alex. We've heard a lot of bluster about how he actually does play mages, actually. He's not as restricted, but you can see him falling back on those melee-based tendencies, which is why those melee picks were always the most consistent ones for him. He needs to move away from this. This kind of thing happened in the Grand Finals in the NLC with that Yasuo game. He needs to scale it back.
He's going to be dead to rights, you feel here again around the middle. The damage back this time is pretty good, though. And LLS need to think of a regoing. Zumi jumps forwards? That's a mistake. That's the shutdown. Damage onto Bartoli as well, who's nearly out. Katurika can't get it, but the threaded volley and a Peacemaker gets it. Must extended blast cone away, but he's between two towers. Can he get the recall? Doesn't have the hands on. As Alex gets a solo kill on Fruity Fresh. Yeah, maybe he's still dangerous. Doesn't get the reset. Looks to get the barrel roll. Can't quite get it and dies as well. Ruddy come out with a monster play around the mid lane, and Sumi, you've got to question what that rocket jump forward again was.
Nobody all-ins Alex 7 times in a row as he picks up a kill off to the side there, but Nata and Built are coming through as beacons of consistency. Built didn't have that many carry games last time around, even on stuff like the Riven. But this time around, he's putting on performance.
We're going again. Kiturikan low. Nata's still here. Fast-legged coming out. The light is around. The hook back means that's going to be a lot of damage on the fast-legged, who no longer has any legs because they've been broken at the ankles. Alaric now looking to be in danger as a Q3 knockback. There's the molten fissure on the floor from Fruity Fresh, and that will dissuade any further ingress. The Severing Bolt prevents Alaric recalling, and they're trying to clear out this tier 1 with Sumi, but the built over Peacemaker and the Equalizer does so much damage, and Sumi down to 20% HP, 15 seconds on a soul point. They want to keep fighting. Bloody is the name of the game. 21 kills in 16 minutes.
Nata, the team fighting prowess he was able to display so early on in his career, you see how Hui is dangerous. The team fighting potentially showed really early on in his career, the positioning, the ability to find angles of maximum damage in fights, but not just by playing max range and really, really safe. The positioning there was brilliant. You can see it coming out in force in this game. That is the big point of consistency. If Built and Nata can keep having team fights like that, even when Lightside think they have a brilliant engage, then there's a really strong chance of Ruddy to come out ahead here. Lightside, they're able to claim a fart break, but that's pretty much all they're able to get off of that. Ruddy, they're in control of the map. They're actually in control of the game. Alex has full tempo on topside, which means the potential to set up a siege for Ruddy is back on the table.
And all of the attention has gone to Alex, and that's what we've been on screen. But quietly, Nata getting a significant lead in the first turret. Built obviously getting the 1v1s, and Kiturikan has just been farming and farming and farming while Bartoldi is sat mid. And that's meant there's a 40-odd CS lead there, so this is still leading to a nominal gold lead for Ruddy. And the fact is, yes, you can kill Alex, but there's more than one threat on this team. That's what this comp is designed around, is lots of people pressing all their damage buttons at once. It's squishy, yes, but it's still going to do a hell of a lot of damage regardless.
Yes, 100%. I mean, generally you're trading squishiness for damage outside of some unique scenarios in the recent history of League of Legends Clash of Fates. Crucially, though, the damage from Ruddy does come in part and parcel with their ability to group first on waves and force a grouping from their enemy. Flanks destroy the Ruddy machine here, right? You can't allow them to get fresh on sides and then and then flank you from multiple angles and force you to spread yourself spin. You come from that parallel grouping where you're able to have all 5 in a proper line against your opponents. If you're able to do that, you're able to win. If Lightside turn it into perpendicular, it's over before it began. All of your squishiness comes out to the fore there, and none of your collected damage does. And right now, as strong as Caitlyn is and as strong as Rumble is, how on earth I forgot the name of that champion? I have no idea. It's not going to be enough in that possibility. Yeah, it's being around for a decent amount of time, decent amount of seasons, I guess.
Kind of, I think the other thing is, at this point, I'm so used to seeing the Super Galaxy Rumble, I kind of forget what base Rumble looks like. It's so ubiquitous at Pro. Towards the mid lane we look, as this might well be a bit of a dive. This turret is not long for the world. Still a fair amount of wave clear means LLS is still a little bit scared about stepping off forwards. Nata, though, eats the wrong end of a Fruity Fresh combo. It's chunked out to about 20% HP. Fortunately has some empowered honey fruit to bring him back up to something resembling healthiness.
Yeah. Bulk opening item on Tristana as well, I think is probably one of the best first items you can do, because as much as you would like to...
Everyone gets out. They were looking for a pick there on either Fruity or Fast-Legged and can't quite make it happen.
And Fruity will have flash up now for that Baron coming in. It would have been really good if they were able to burn that flash and then do an additional wave pre-Baron. But now it looks like Fruity Fresh will have that flash. Sumi will have that flash. So making picks on them is going to be a bit difficult.
I think this Tristana's just dead. Oh my god!
No.
First strike.
He has teleport, and it's only 40 seconds until he's able to get on the Baron, though. So if you're going to do something with that timing, it has to be really fast. Otherwise, they'll still both have flash, and they'll still both be on the objective. Fruity Fresh has TP'd to try to make it a bit harder for Ruddy to start a 20-minute Baron. It's all going to become about this.
Does have, I mean, that once again, Ruddy are the ones that kind of control the waves. It's what Sumi was trying to do, was force for that tier 2 and get the wave control that Ruddy have been so adamant about trying to gain. Perhaps to their own detriment in mid lane. Of course, the amount of deaths on Alex's scorecard right now, largely as a result of him shoving a little too to far and a little too greedily. Lord of the Rings references abound.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Have you ever done, like, a marathon in the cinema?
I have not done it in the cinema. I've done it at home. I think I did a couple of Marvel movies at some point, but not a proper, like, Lord of the Rings marathon or whatever.
Sincerely recommend it. It's a brilliant experience. Just also because everyone else in the cinema is like a big fan, and you just have really fun conversations when you're there, you know?
It's like a really good time. Like, I've done it with friends and stuff. We'll have popcorn and beers and stuff around, had a good time with that. But never done it out in a kind of like public event.
Anyway, now is the big moment. Right? How do we play this Baron as Ruddy? Because ideally you don't want to be playing as bait everybody in towards Baron and just make a really huge pick. You do want to be playing in these lanes, in these elongated laning phases. You are in the position though where Fruity Fresh and Sumi both have flash.
Damage back is huge. Everyone trades relatively evenly, but Bertoldi is coming down, and there's no teleport to support. Alex can speed himself up, but needs to be very afraid of the flash and the body slam, and a very dead Jace, trying to space himself well here. Dodges the body slam. That's not bad feat, but there's just not enough there. All the while, though, everybody roaming to kill the Jace means they'll tier 2 in top lane will fall.
Who isn't afraid of the flash, though, really? One of the most broken powers, the ability to just destroy any franchise is a part of. As Ruddy get full priority on top side here and towards Baron, and even though light side think they have good tempo on bot, if you do have a real threat of Baron at play here, you're willing to just give up the inhibitor for it, right? So this isn't a real threat by light side on bot. They do have to lean in towards the grouping. They're never realistically going to start hitting tier 3, because at that point, Caitlyn and Rumble just start doing the Baron. I will remember your name eventually, Rumble. And the game is going to be won.
Timeline's looking a little dicey here for Ruddy as they kind of once again get caught out on the sideline. Again, they're not doing too badly per se, but this is now a consistent issue. They are struggling to keep the Jace safe, frankly, because there isn't a teleport on built. The Turrican on the Talia hasn't really been walling defensively, looking for the picks, which makes sense. But it has been Alex that has largely been suffering the brunt of the responses from light side.
Yep, Teemo off to the side here. I mean, Rumble can just play straight front to back. True. There's Tristana right here, who could also be a significant threat.
Running to spare isn't stopwatch. Turrican goes too early on it,
even
so still gets
flash.
chunked. Damage back
Yeah.
on the Rumble. The damage back is
no.
in. But wait, Bertoldi has to go golden himself, but that means it's into a Caitlyn.
Oh!
Trap down. Golden versus Caitlyn's always a mistake. A 1-for-1 right now, but their health bars for Lightside are atrocious. Nata has to flash away as the Q3 lands. Everyone backs away. Both supports end up falling. The shot blast lands. The ace in the hole is footwork shielded to keep people alive.
Fruity Fresh still with the flash though, right? Still has an element of safety going into the next fight, and this Baron is not going to be taken by either side right now. Caitlyn, Jace, Rumble don't believe they have the damage enough to fight what they don't necessarily know is coming in. They don't have full control of jungle's side, so best to see what happens on the next round. That flash burn on the Nata could come back to bite them. The flash burn on the build could come back to bite them, but crucially, the fact that build on that Yuumi wasn't able to deal enough damage onto Fruity Fresh as soon as they burn their flashes.
So dead, man.
is going to be a cause for concern as we get late into the game. The Locket paying severe dividends for Lightside right now.
Can I get another color caster? I'm not gonna be able to take this for another game. This is ridiculous. As the Poppy top lane continues to be a problem. Oh, wow. Well, here we are. Every other Yordle in the game gets mentioned aside from He Who Shall Not Be. And Alex manages to clear out another wave and is continuing to still get items at least. He's just being picked off a lot in the Baron. Bit of a risky prospect for either team. I don't think either team wants to get caught in the pit. The Wombo combo CC from a light side, really brutal on the other side. Just the range poke from red side, difficult to manage as well as from the Ruddy men side as well.
They want to try to control Lightside in towards a lane, though. If they get forced in towards the river area, then the Sunfield with their poke is much easier to dodge. You want to funnel these guys, preferably on the tower. That's the easiest area to start landing all of your skill shots out over and over and over and have the maximum amount of threat. Lightside are very comfortable with this particular position, where they have the priority to bait in towards Baron over and over again. They do have to start it at some point, though, right? But if they start it, they're the guys with the turn. They're the guys with the all-in. They're the guys with the burst damage. They are the guys that can make it work best in that scenario. You have a lane-focused team, and you have a jungle and river-focused team. This is how to think about the relative strengths of both teams right now in terms of the setups that they would prefer. Right now, they're just feeding into light sides. I have no idea how to end that sentence, pocket or whatever.
Yeah, their kind of zone of control, well, I suppose not control, but zone of, like, threat, I guess. This is kind of like a bit of a strike zone for them.
Yeah, this is better, but you can see how much better it would be if they could get them under tower.
The wall away is an interesting choice. It actually puts the Cassandra in a slightly awkward position. Flash from Alex to get out to safety. Teleport pop behind the cat, the trench line into the equalizer. It's dangerous! Goes Goldie to Bartoli, but I don't think it's going to keep him alive. It does not. The despair instead is Lightside.
Alex!
Make it a Danganronpa
Doesn't
reference.
have flash.
Alex can't jump on Fruity Fresh.
Yeah, and even if he could...
the spiraling snake on him!
No!
Sorry, I apologise. It's a Severing Bolt. That's the name of it. Got the ability name wrong, but the champion correct. Fruity gets one back. A wonderful snipe. Blind, I believe, as well. Alex gonna be holding his head in his hands after that one.
The fight started so well for Ruddy as well, right? It looked like Parholi had gone too far through.
Yes.
Built landing a ridiculously good zoning Valis ultimate to force everybody else off, and they were able to eliminate the Gragas, but unfortunately, as the fight extended, you could see the issue. Fruity Fresh doesn't burn that flash. Fumi barely had to burn anything at all. They're a really, really safe team if they're able to get their all-in scenario. And unfortunately, Ruddy, if they can't get their pressure and their grouping, it's a bit of an issue.
They're going to jump Baron. They know the resets are going to be a little late. They're going to try and start this one. That's not a great blue train. Kitsumi's coming on over, but will now be a known quantity. Here we go. Ruddy have decided they want to flip this. Should get burned down relatively fast, but they decide against it as people start to turn up. Nata takes half their HP to the Baron autos, though. Forty has a honey fruit behind him, so should be okay-ish.
Yep, they move away from the Baron, but I could understand wanting to get that Baron because then all of the issues that we just talked about, they kind of solve themselves, right? Unless you're able to get flanked, and so they just have to make sure they clear vision properly on the way up and that they are conscientious of side lane opportunities, then you're going to get that siege on the tower that you really want, that bottlenecks Lightside into a position where you get to play a poke composition. That's what this fundamentally is. Poke compositions want to play forward. That's why you don't typically see them. Poke compositions rely on a level of tempo that you don't necessarily get. You can't just play a kind of defensive game like you can with an all-in. But even if you are an all-in composition, it's not like you don't benefit from those same bottlenecks. It's much easier for Lightside to push an advantage than it is for Ruddy to play defensive. And the reverse is not true the other way around.
Back towards the Baron, Ruddy go. That tier 2 finally fell in mid, and the game remains pretty close gold-wise. Map-wise, It's been a bit of a push and pull. One moment it feels like one team's got an edge, and the next it's gone back the other way. Sumi thinking you're jumping onto Rumble. Gets a fair amount of chunk of this. Happens later on versus the Rumble. Got a Zhonya's, or he doesn't have a Zhonya's, just dies. So there's nothing to be done, and Sumi gets the solo.
Yep, I mean, built on that Tryndamere, realizing he's not necessarily that strong into the range of the Tristana yet. But he'll get there eventually.
Sumi playing such a good game on the Tristana as well, has, with the exception possibly of shoving that tier 2 topside, been such a nightmare to manage, getting solo kills on Alex, on Bill.
Yeah.
A little bit of assistance
Crucially though, like they needed that pressure on bot, right? They need a pressure on side so that they can start setting up their siege. They need to set up their groupings. These double aggression plays I talk about, they don't necessarily exist on this lineup. It's a very difficult situation for them now as Lightside are like, please come in. We have AoE out the wazoo. We have damage and engage out the wazoo. We want you to come into these positions. That's where we win our fights.
Miz, they're trying to bait them in, and Alex is going, no, thanks for sitting in a barrel. Let me shoot you a few more times.
Yep, not happening here. It's too wide. It's too wide the surface for him to be able to consistently land these. There's so much freedom on the side of Lightside.
Sumi,
also, if you get those pushes out. I mean, Sumi's just going to land this, but Ruddy don't have the consistent engage.
I don't know about that wall. That feels a little bit old. And Sumi just gets to hop away. Ruddy feeling like they're clutching at straws here a little bit in terms of the proactive plays they can make.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have the setup for that, right? They don't have the Rel, they don't have the Hwei, they don't have the Gragas.
Alaric
All of
about
which
to
are
die.
there.
The Spiraling Despair after his flash-legged. Tries to go to the Nata, and Sumi just buster shots them into the dirt. Bartoldi picks up one after as well. And Lightside at this point, who needs a Baron? You can just shove through mid, you've killed 3.
I mean, trying to delay for an extra wave, but these guys just have enough to tank that tower easily. I wonder if they'll go for tier 2. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure they're just going to go for the tier 3 top side and get 2 inhibitors down for one of the easiest setup plays. It's 2 minutes until the Drake Soul comes up on bot side, but realistically, Lightside are looking to close much earlier as Built on the Singed can just stare as the minions move into his base and the base chips away bit by bit.
And now it feels like Ruddy's team comp has somewhat crumbled. A siege comp, a poke comp from behind. Not a particularly good time, but actually, that's pretty solid, but there's more than 2 people there! Wait, the rest of Ruddy trying to get on up here. Big damage back. Alex throwing some big autos out. Gets the kill. That's one back. And now, actually, this could prove problematic, because look what's still up. Baron, and the resets have not come through. Can they get behind it? Can the Talia get on over? The minion wave is murdering Alex. He's got a teleport to work with. Hex Flash over the wall, can continue to keep looking. Fruity Fresh has no mana. Does have the teleport if they can get a reset off. But they're just turning straight back towards the Baron. Here we go.
Yep, and this Baron again has been completely necessary for them to be able to set up their big front-to-back sieges that they want in. And Lightside know it. Lightside know it's worth giving your life up for this. Let's see what they do. Hwei and Tristana coming in hot. Fruity Fresh still with the flash. Hasn't been burned pretty much the whole game. They nab it.
Cone available. Nata cleanses, gets over the wall. No! Doesn't! Q3 now the blast cone! It's a Zuza, but the burn is huge! The damage back with that spiraling despair into a severing bolt! Seals the deal! Ruddy thought they maybe found the angle, but it just wasn't enough. They cannot escape the Baron Pit. They cannot escape the artist who is baiting in the blood of his enemies. Fruity Fresh murders them all, and they'll march their way into the base. Alex has to do something unthinkable and hold on to the base, but he's just not got it in him.
No teleport on the Cassante though, so he won't be able to come in here on full HP, and they don't exactly have big power take. It's only 20 seconds until Nata, 8 seconds until Alaric. Maybe he may have to give his life for it. Fast-legged wants to make a fast play happen here. He has to dive. He has to all in. He gets it.
Tries to get a knockback, but the hammer is not enough. Alaric's up for the 6 seconds on Nata. They're going to try and hold it down. Gets an ignite onto Elijah. Still so much damage. Fruity Fresh. Not
mean
the
no
quickest
TP?
tower taker.
Yeah.
They can't finish the game despite the win at the Baron pit after the Baron went down. Ace in the hole. Chunks. Fruity. My God, the Caitlyn late game damage.
Now the big question is this enough for them to be able to get the break on the next reset, or is Red Slide going to think maybe we can go and rush it? I think it would be a big risk for them to move it in towards a Drake Fist right now. It would be very, very bold, yes, but these are the kind of decisions they have to make. I fully agree with their decision to go and rush the Baron. If you don't do that, you're just going to slowly lose out on the game. They need to take the reins back on the game, but it's such a difficult composition to play from behind, as we've been discussing, and as you've been seeing from the results of the game. Good job by Lightside to not just go quietly, to actually force over and over again, even at points where it could have been a 50-50, that is just naturally there to come in with, and you've got the high kill game that we were talking about beforehand. This is just how these two kinds of lineup will characteristically play on these compositions. You necessarily must play like this. You don't really have any other options in game to do, and thus, in those pressures, that's how you end up in this kind of a scenario.
The game goes on. Buddy hold on by the skin of their teeth. Lightside caught on the recalls by Alex, who's had a pretty substandard game by their standards. Caught out too many times. I'm sure we'll see that in review from the coaches, but Buddy do anything to hold on. Still down an Nexus Tower, down 2 inhibitors. They'll respawn in about a minute, just over.
Yep.
LLS are the ones with the siege. They're trying to get onto the final inhibitor turret, and then the super minions would really start pouring in.
Can Alex find an all-in? Can Alaric on that Nautilus get a big art to carry them in? Can Bilks Ribbon carry them under the tower? Fruity Fresh hurts right now.
Nata knocked away. Bartoldi goes golden. He's just dead. He's on a trap again.
Caitlyn is strong.
Okay.
Did he land on the trap there?
I think... Oh, no, yes, he did, because he's just replacing it now.
Oh. It's quite satisfying to see all the traps.
Ow. And at this point as well, the thing is, yes, the Jace's not had an easy time, but that is a Caitlyn at level 17 and 4 items. I don't know whether anybody follows former NLC champion Den Voxney on Twitter, but he posted a clip where he one-shot them with a headshot recently.
Yes.
Caitlyn has been doing the rounds right now in solo queue, and whether Nata can pull that off in the late game, just maybe that'll be enough to keep people alive and hope alive for Ruddy.
46k damage in that game, I believe it was. Shout out to Voxney playing with Matchco over in Italian League. Not even very close right now, to be honest. Absolutely stomping.
Over we go. Baron spawning. A little while yet. The timer again, just a little bit behind. So we're expecting probably another half, 2 minutes before that one comes on up. Your eyes on the mini-map for that timer. I certainly will try and give everyone a bit of a note when that's happening. You can see already both teams trying to wrestle control of the area over. Ruddy make one more mistake and the game is over, but the amount of damage Ruddy have, if Lightside make a mistake and the Waves are in a bad position, the game could end that side as well. We are edging towards that one final cataclysmic fight. May well decide everything.
Yeah, I mean, Ruddy, they're not going down lightly. It's just very difficult for them to set up anything guaranteed. A lot of individual things have to go correct for them. Lightside almost have to isolate themselves, but if it comes to group on group, you have to think if Lightside pull the trigger, it favors them somewhat, and they do keep leaning back in towards these jungle areas, in towards these river areas. They're not giving Ruddy an extended period. The last time that they did give them an extended period in lane, honestly, every time, Ruddy has been able to find a kill or two if they get an extended period in lane, so Lightside are just tending further and further away from that. And whereas they do have a soul, let's be real, Bart Drake is not the most useful soul in the game in terms of statistics, and especially not really in this one. It's the Elder in 250 that we're really worried about if we're Ruddy, and so Lightside want to be playing for that top inhibitor to create a big split decision from Ruddy in a defensive manner. Then maybe they can get an advantage on that Elder and look to utilize the Elder to play even more aggressively than they are right now. The effective HP advantage that they'll have.
Sumi, 5 items plus boots, is basically a Zephyr upgrade away from being full build. As a reminder, your boots upgrade at this point. It's a new part of the itemization that came in with all the mid-season changes. Towards the mid lane we go. It's Ruddy there with the range advantage, trying to find what incidental damage they can, but Elijah at this point so obnoxious. The problem is Fruity Fresh is able to return the favor pretty well as well on this way. Hex Flash was Alaric built here. Fast leg here, gets jumped on. That's a bit bold. Alaric, though, jumps. The shot blast after solid. Trying to get the damage back onto the Nautilus. He's pretty tanked at this point of the game. Hooks away, staying alive. And everyone on the retreat continuing to chase. Built in a slightly awkward position. No one dies. Everyone a little bit afraid to over-engage. Ow.
Yeah, I mean, with that Rumble Ultimate, it was definitely a run for your life angle. Next rotation maybe be better, but you're feeling a little bit less pressure when it comes to this Baron now. You're just waiting for Fruity Fresh to get that flash up and you're completely safe. The lack of Rumble Ultimate, that's definitely going to matter as level 18 gets hit on build.
Traps come out, and once again, you're seeing the joys of being red side for Ruddy in this scenario. You can still threaten from the safety of the behind the Baron pit. Just throw out shot blasts into Leah Qs and all the rest of the poke. The easiest to safely start up the Baron for Lightside.
Yeah, I mean, you have to bear in mind, though, Ruddy coming in second on that Baron, if Lightside are doing the Baron, is not the worst position for them if they get their poke out. It's just that if they put themselves in a significant range, Lightside do just have the engage tools to kill off, especially if all of their flashes are. That's the big problem. But a sustained poke around that objective, Lightside really have to commit when they start doing it to, if they show, we turn. And if Lightside turn, they'll win. If they hesitate at all, Ruddy can get an advantage. It's not completely doomed if Lightside get priority on the objective, as seen by Lightside's unwillingness to straight start the objective. They are worried about scenario.
Oh, not again. He's looking for a flag. He gets jumped. Buster shot it back in. And in secondaries, but the AD carry.
Oh my god, look at Baron. Look at Baron!
The Baron's being run. They're teleporting over. They are now in a dangerous proposition. It's going to get burned down so very, very fast. Sumi's teleported in, but now he's actually in a spot where Alex was a moment ago. It's just the damage is brutal. Nata dies. They're going to try and jump onto the Tristana, but I think now the damage back is still huge. They realize they've got to find something here, or they're going to be two members down as Elder spawning. Jumps forwards. He's going to go for another one. The bomb timer is pretty huge. Finally falls. Katurikan holds. It ends up being a 2-for-1 plus Baron. The Elder will fall, though.
Yeah, Elder's going to be a really big thing. Like, yes, Ruddy do have the potential to set up the siege now. No inhibitor has been taken. But on that, what is the counterplay to those sieges? It is a straight hard engage by Lightside, and the Elder makes that scenario even better. Ruddy will essentially deliver a possible team fight in towards Lightside, so Ruddy still have to play that much better in this circumstance, given the draft.
8 seconds on Alex, 15 on Nata. The teleports come on through. They've got one Nexus turret remaining. How far do Lightside want to push it?
They have Elder. Like, they can force the fight. They should feel comfortable about it. But they still have to feel like they're on the back foot. They have no inhibitors now, so setting up a siege is not an easy feat for them. And even if they did, the engage potential on an Elder Lightside is insane. The Elder effectively cancels out any overlapping time between that Baron and that Elder for Lightside, leaving the amount of wave Lightside have to play against the Baron very, very low, especially if you take into account the fact that they've taken the inhibitors. The Baron doesn't really exist in this game. If anything, they've denied Lightside the Baron, but they haven't really gotten a Baron play for themselves. This looks like a very difficult game for Ruddy to try to pull back.
On the other side for Lightside is you don't have a Baron to try and end the game yourself, and you're not going to get that much value out of the Elder because of where Sumi died. Gonna have perhaps another 30, about a minute left on that Elder. Little bit of time matched on the Baron, so trying to hold that one. In fact, the time was on my screen. It's just because it's coloured in purple. I went, oh, that's the Baron timer. Nope, it's just on the wrong side of the screen because, of course, it's Ruddy with the Baron. Now grouping up, waves of super minions and a single Nexus turret remaining. Might try and end it regardless. Hold on to your horses, people. This might be it.
Still just a staring contest. And theoretically, Ruddy should win staring contests, but Lightside, if they ever decide to pull the trigger, that should just be their game, and Ruddy have to account for that. They can't just output tons of DPS over and over and over again. Look at those effective health bars now on the side of Ruddy. There's the Elder spawns in. Let's see if Lightside do something.
The wall to keep the wave away.
They don't want to do it.
The Nexus turret is gone because the bomb does obscene amounts of work. A 5,000 gold lead individually for Sumi. So fed for so long. The cast doesn't quite get Alex down to execute threshold. This is about to turn around. The damage back. Good 4 seconds left on the Elder. And it's just in time Light side find the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's them driving forwards in a freight train. Ruddy fall.
Yeah, and NLC Vigil in the mid lane there on the Tristana. Absolutely phenomenal performance by him. Shout outs to Sumi. I think that's going to be a quite clear MVP, but Fruity Fresh, the amount of time he was able to spend not burning his flash while dealing significant damage and catching out multiple members of Ruddy, absolute shout out to him as well for that performance.
And that game was such a wild experience because I don't think either team necessarily managed to wear the crown lightly when they had leads or not, and some of the comebacks were so big, but Ruddy holding on against the fact they were down 2 inhibitors in the map state, credit to them, but the fact they got into that state, that's all Lightside playing so well, and some overshoves from Alex did so well. Enough from us though, we've got a desk to break that one down further. We'll see you in a few minutes as Archeron takes it away from there.
Shockwave! What a Gnarls! Oh my word, they are melted! They are down! A wipe coming in from the side of Lightside. Both of them now gone. The soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided. Len in the front line though takes so much damage in the back line. Yankee having fun with his opponents. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper.
Finds the re-engage into the multi-man counter-strike.
Lenny's going for it. Gets the free man in the jump. Zubak stealing form after form. Raptors going down. EMP can't deal with Deadhound as they crumble.
The pick in the clutch when it needed to happen. Torrent jumping back in. Booty able to nowhere to. Here comes Ed with the multi-man drowsy. It's mounted soul for Ruddy, and here comes the Ezreal. Torrent has already been able to take out the enemy support, but the damage from Ruddy is too much. Silky Smath, do the math, Lightside. There's too many people here for you to handle.
May all prediction points rest in peace as Lightside take down Ruddy on a stellar long game as well. Let's start with the elegy Ruddy have on first level.
Yeah, I was getting a drink, so Carvis, take it away.
Yeah, so the level 1 fight engaged near the Raptors went arguably well for Ruddy. Both of the bot laners got 2 kills. Caitlyn getting the first blood and the 2 kills usually is a good thing, but Ruddy didn't really get much done with it. And once we got into the middle stages of the game, through Sumi and Bartholdi's incredible mid-jungle synergy, they were able to punish Alex multiple times, not having to flash on the Jace, and just skyrocketed the game ahead. And eventually, it just turned into a positioning warfare around the objectives where Fruity Fresh's usually permabanned way got to show what it's made of.
And that's important because you have a team that is fighting Ruddy. We're talking about a team that could make the top 4. They made a lot of show in the previous split. All of a sudden, they're coming in with a good team. Lightside lost yesterday, but they come up with the victory. So that's why I want to talk with Elijah to understand how the game went in the future. Hey there, Elijah, how are you doing? I'm not gonna sing, but welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm doing good, feeling good after the win. But I cannot take much credit for myself. It was my incredible jungle, my support, my AD carry, my mid lane. They did all the work. I just sat top lane, being a good little kid in top lane, and did my thing.
You know, you were just being a top lane and on your own island, just having fun, just enjoying League PvE. But no, positioning into this game was really important. And how was the communication going as you guys were fighting head on? It was not that far away from a Ruddy comeback as well. So tell me, how was the team communicating on Discord, TeamSpeak, whatever? How was the communication going on?
We were talking a lot. Luckily there was not clutter. We were mostly on the same page. Some small mistakes as the game continued. Got pretty drastic in the end, a bit panic here and there, I think. But in the end, we managed to pull through. I think the communication was a lot better this game than compared to yesterday. So I'm happy for like a 1-1 week.
So what do you feel was the big difference between yesterday and today?
Personally speaking, I feel like I kind of got like a wake-up call from yesterday. After getting, I'm just gonna say, like I got by Bucci. Nothing else to do, just stay humble. So I feel like I just had to get my shit together. Of course, I'm just playing, oh my bad, I'm playing weak side against top lane. Doing Cassante, just playing against Rumble. Playing, of course, against a really good top laner build. I respect that guy played well, and I just had to do my own thing. And I think in the end, I didn't do anything too unnecessary, and we just won through that.
I feel like you're still having that nervous feeling after the game. It was a long one as well. Looking into the second week, what can we expect from Lightside? Imagine I have you on the Fantasy League. Why should I have you on the Fantasy League?
For me specifically, yeah, well, hopefully I'll evolve into like a really strong top laner. But for now, I think what you can expect for next week is Lightside cooking up some interesting drafts.
Man, everybody's a chef on Summer Split. This is getting confusing. I love it, Elijah. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you. I hope to meet you again. Have a lovely one. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you.
He was a handsome bloke, wasn't
cooking.
he? I said he was a handsome bloke, wasn't he? Jesus, Elijah. God damn.
That's why he's the prince. That's why he's called Prince Elijah.
I mean, honestly, he played that. There was one fight versus Nata where partly Nata really poorly mispositioned, and Elijah just recognized it and snapped decision, jumped on them with the ult, and what got me was because it's the empowered blast cone. Tried to blast cone away. Elijah ults him as he's midair, catches him, keeps him in the side of the wall he wants him. Really, really well played there. Because obviously it did look a little bit like a Sumi show, but I feel like a lot of people showed up here for the side of natives.
It was a team show from natives on this one. Light side on this one. You almost got me there, on light side, I corrected
it's
myself.
Light side.
I've learned my lesson. Be a master.
I was looking at yesterday's notes.
Burn that paper, Hipray. Just burn it away. Now, let's talk with Ruddy. They started really well in the first day. The second one was a tough one. You're not the person I was supposed to get, Don Jake. But we need to talk about something really serious, okay? Follow me on this one, okay? Prove to me right now that you don't have 5 AI players on your roster. No interviews with them through an entire split, not a single picture. How am I supposed to believe they're real people?
Well, after today's performance, I'm not sure that you would be, because they played like fucking bots.
I set it up. Okay, so tell me what happened in this day that made them play like that. Like, what is your insight to this situation?
I mean, I think that we aren't focused completely. We're not really taking practice as seriously as we could. And I think it showed. I think that there's an element of hubris in the organization at the moment, in the sense that we reached a very grand high last split. And I think that people assume that we are going to walk over this league. I think there's players on the team right now that assume that we're going to waltz our way to the trophy, that maybe are not recognizing the fact that we had to fight tooth and nail to even get to the playoffs, even if we waltzed over the playoffs last time. I think there's a lot of arrogance in the team at the moment, and I think this was humbling. I think everyone that played on the team today needs to realize that we just lost against 2 players that were playing in Division 3 last split and weren't even that good there. So for them to step up and put on Real Madrid performances against us is a real testament to how horrible we played.
That's like shooting a gun while a knife is pointing at you. You're looking at both sides at the same time. Going forward, obviously, there's a lot to talk with the team, apparently, from what you're bringing into this interview. How would you tackle this from the position you're in right now?
Position we're in, I mean, like, I'm very honest, hardworking as an owner. Like, my number one motto is I'll work you as hard as I'm working. And I work very hard at the moment, so we're going to go back, and the players will be rest assured know that I'm annoyed. They should be annoyed. It's going to be a shared burden, and we're going to have to hit the practice hard next week and come back, because this was an unacceptable performance from us.
Good point of view. That's a solid one. That's the only point of view. Thank you so much for this short interview. I'll let you go rest and talk with the team and just think about what happened. Have a lovely one. There you go.
No wank whatsoever.
I'll see you soon, I think. It was going so smooth. So smooth.
I love him. I love him so much.
As Donjek said, there was an element of hubris in Ruddy's gameplay today, and an element of hubris in Alex's inventory.
I don't have an issue with the hubris, by the way. I like it.
It kind of brought him back-ish.
Yeah, a little bit. You start to stack that AD on it. When you get it active, you have a whole bunch to work with. But I don't know. I feel like that was a lot of mistakes going on there for Ruddy. I think Dom Jake highlighted that himself. I'm sure Ruddy know exactly what went wrong there, and they are going to have to look at this, because it's one of those things where you definitely learn more from your losses than you do your victories. And this is one of those losses where it's a pretty tough loss to swallow. I feel like that, especially the mid, Alex got completely stomped over there, and yes, obviously there was an element of him getting a couple of ganks from Agragas early and being abused for not having the flash, but it was a repeat mistake that kept happening to him. And this is one of those things where you do have to step back and be like, all right, why am I letting this happening? Why did I die 10 times this game? And see what they have to learn from it. But on the other side, light side, god damn, they look well good. I mean, Don Jake was saying, there was 3 players who are from Tier 3 or Division 3 playing
Division
in this
2.
game. Division 2? Okay, you said Division 2. Don Jake said Division 3, so I was just going
I was confused as well, but Sumi and Fruity Fresh both were playing in Rich Gang in Division 2.
Yeah, okay, so you have 2 ex-Division 2 players, and, to be fair, they were amazing. They were the 2 standout players on the side of Lightside, so really good pickups there for Lightside.
Well, that brings up them to 1 victory, Ruddy to the first defeat as well, which also unties the top of the ladder or the standings, which means let's move on to the last game of the day. It's going to be Venom Crest versus Blue Whites. We talked about the beginning of the show, Carvis, on this matchup. It's not going to be an easy one for them. Yesterday, it wasn't. They fought off Ruddy, and Ruddy were looking really good yesterday. But today they have Venom Crest, and I kind of feel like Venom Crest are a little bit more organized than Ruddy, so this could be even harder than it was before.
Yeah, I feel we already talked about Trial by Fire yesterday. This is going to be Trial by Inferno. The solo lanes especially, where I'm looking at Fierce and Lenny, should be looking to dominate the laning phase and see if Blue Whites can stand toe-to-toe with the Division 1 top of the top players when it comes to their roles. And again, reminder, most of the Blue-White players currently aren't even in Master in solo queue, so this is going to be try to topple the giants.
Yeah,
This is how you fight as a team, not as a solo queue.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is they played really well versus Ruddy yesterday as well, so I've got expectations on Blue Whites right now. However, to bring it back, Venomcrest played versus Verdant yesterday, and they really smashed them. Like Venomcrest look incredibly good right now, and this is actually similar to what we saw last season from Venomcrest. They started off very, very strong, and it looks like they're trying to repeat that. So Blue Whites, they've had a difficult run of schedule for the first week. They've played versus Ruddy and now Venomcrest. If they can overcome this, if they can make this look as close as it did yesterday versus Ruddy, I'm going to be very, very much sold on this team, and I'm going to have my eyes fixated on them going forwards. But we are into picks and bans, so Talia, the Vi, the Skarner, the Tristana, nothing too special being banned away here. Pretty much just the standard stuff. Corki still up and available. Expect to see Blue Whites be the side banning out. That typically is a red side ban more than a blue side ban. Trying to remind, there's also Cassante, the Caitlyn up and available. There goes the Caitlyn. I think this next one will probably be the Corki.
Yeah, and that would leave the Cassante open, which Lenny already played, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
They probably won't go as far as the first pick. It most likely going to.
Why is available as well? So.
Oh, Ivern already.
Nah, calm down. This is a hover. But yeah, like leaving the
not anymore.
My.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh man, you got humbled real quick there, my guy. Yeah,
that's
Ivern.
Interesting first pick.
So, what does Ivern say? Ivern says protect X carry. So, probably looking at something like a Jinx or an Aphelios and something like that as their game plan. I feel like Blue Whites right here probably want to pick up one of those two, whichever one they favor. Personally, I prefer the Jinx over the Aphelios right now. I think with the Get Excited, your team fighting capability, your kind of safe self-pill you have suits you more here. So at the moment, hovering it, locking it in with the Sage 1, they've got frontline, they've got the Jinx. It's a bit of a denial. Now, what's Venomcrest's answer? What ADC do they want to be taking now that this Jinx is taken away from them?
They can either look for counter picks, or they can look for just, as you said, protect the Aphelios. They can play long range, pair it up with some, probably two beefy frontliners, go for something like the Nautilus to take away from the Jinx. Instead, they lock in Hui and Jace.
Okay, flex picks across the board, other than the Ivern. But, like, Hui can go support, mid, or ADC right now. The Jace can go top or mid here. So they haven't really shown all that much on this rotation, so it's not all that bad. I'm interested to see what and how this is going to surround out, as Blue White just kind of racking their brain on what they want to be looking here. Are actually going to lock themselves the Azir as their mid laner. I genuinely thought we'd see something like a Nautilus getting picked up for them, but they decided to go away from that, locking the Azir so they have a bit of AP in the mid lane. And Blue White's definitely a lot more readable on what's going to happen. So bans, I expect to see something like a Cassante get banned away. Yeah, there we go. So pretty much understandable that we're going to see that. What are Venomcrest going to be banning? Because the thing is the bans could in a way tell us what they are actually playing and where these champs are going.
They're most likely going to target the support pool. It's either that or Vollux's weak side, like Ornn, what that he already showed. Okay, they are actually going to target the weak side pool tanks. What Blue Whites is trying to do here is to play a front-to-back composition that kind of kite backwards from the Ivern up front line. They are eventually going to have to pick something like that, or the Ivern shields will go to kind of waste, while they already have two long-range carries. So Venomcrest drafting quite an interesting composition in the first three picks. And if Blue Whites can somehow secure a Nautilus here, they're pretty well set up to just pop someone that's squishy and look to play a good old Jinx reset game.
Really easy to execute team fight as well, not even composition. If you bring in the Nautilus, then you can just top it off with a counter pick on the top side. I think if they're capable of doing that, this is a pretty stable pick and ban for them. They're protected in the champion select. Inside of the game, it's quite easy to execute as well.
Yeah.
Lulu is the last one, so Nautilus should be the answer for Blue Whites.
I think the ease of execution is going to be the big thing here for Blue Whites. Now, when you're playing a poke team, which right now Venom Crest kind of have under their belt, the biggest weakness you're going to have is is if you fall behind, it's really hard to hold. But Hui does somewhat alleviate that, has the mini Rumble to work with. The Melio getting picked up here, so they've got an Enchanter to buff up MKR on this Jinx. They've got the Sejuani to go to front line. And it feels a little bit like Blue Whites have put together what I think Venom Crest were initially thinking about grabbing for themselves. And I am still unsure what the hell Venom Crest are actually playing, because the Nautilus is going to get hovered and locked in here for them. Meaning that, yeah, that is not going to be Huawei support. It's either going mid or ADC, and Jace is going to be flexed around filling, depending on what this pickup is going to be. This could be an ADC. This could just be a top laner here. And hold on. No, don't worry.
No.
I'm used to the teams cooking. That's what I'm used to here. So I was like, wait, hold on. What's the hell going on? What are they going to pick up?
They must have a hidden card.
That's Zac top? Yeah, that's Zac top. It's
What's the chance
top.
they play Jace ADC? Is that a thing they can play?
So last time I saw Jace ADC was when we had this like very brief period where it was at least Jace bot lane, and you just win by having more spells. That like you'd fight at level 1 or 2 and you just have double the spells of the enemy. I don't think that's what we're seeing here. I think it's going to be a Zac in the top lane. It's just going to be Hwei Nort bot and then Jace mid. I think that's the most simplistic thing to put together. But on the other hand, Blue Whites, genuinely, I prefer their comp. I think they have a lot more tools within this team to take team fights and control the game. You've got a lot of space that can be bought by the protection that the Melio is going to offer for the Jinx. The fact that you've got Sejuani and Aatrox standing in front of you. A Zir wall can also cut and find picks or even cut people off your Jinx. I just think the ease of execution's Blue White's favoured here. I think Venom Crest, while their team isn't bad, I think it's a lot harder to pull off.
I think the main thing I don't like about Blue White's composition, although as you say, ease of execution, easily there on Blue White's side. The one thing they're lacking is follow up to the main engage. They only have the Sejuani, but nothing to follow it up with. You don't want the Azir to hop in with the shuffle, because then he's standing in the back line.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one to just you starting the fight, but maybe if you play from front to back, as you were stating at the beginning of the Champion Select, maybe it works. This could be their opportunity. They have a really good, solid Champion Select. Venom Crest, they're cooking. They tried to bring it all green, but then Jace appeared, so I'm kind of confused still. I don't know, but I'm colorblind. So I tossed it to someone who actually knows more about the game. It's going to be Veteran, and hey, Initialize is dead as well, right?
I am. It's actually me, Annie, with my bare tibbers.
Oh yeah, wow, you actually have one of those
things.
No,
it's a legit. I'd forgotten I had this here. I was like, oh my god, I've actually got my tibbers here. I do own tibbers.
Yeah, I actually saw those, like, they were on sale at one of the Worlds. Anyway, you can grab those at all good Riot stores and Riot events. Anyway...
This is how we get hired.
These compositions are very interesting. I actually do, despite me having this whole, like, range engage thing, do think Zac is a very, very viable tool in towards the Jinx. I think Hwei is a very viable tool towards the Jinx. I think when it comes to low mobility carries at long range, Hwei has some very, very obvious positives. And I think Jace can be a good range damage translator in terms of the poke. The obvious issue, though, is your 2v2 in lane's a bit shaky until you get to that level 6, right?
Yeah, and I think like the case, I suppose, the example game that I would go towards of that Jace, Hwei, not the Jace, the Zac Hwei being a really dangerous combo, and obviously adding in the Jace at this point, is the game that G2 played with it. We had Broken Blade playing it top, the Hwei was mid that time around, and they just consistently jump on the likes of, you know, like the mobile AD carries. The Varus did not get to play the game.
No,
and
that's
the concept here.
Yeah.
The Azir, the Jinx in particular, don't really have a lot of ways of staying safe from that. My one worry, I guess, is like Milio's actually quite good into Zac, because the Fireball, I'm pretty sure, knocks him out of his slingshot, doesn't it?
Yeah, so long as he's able to see that, and so long as you don't wait for those kinds of cooldowns, because Zac does play at angles where you do need different kinds of vision coverage. That's a huge problem with this champion. And also, I'm interested in how top lane goes here, because if Zac's ever able to find any kind of shadow plane towards midsection, there could be a big issue with that. Like, Zac around those kinds of plays is still absolutely insane, and the Zac top can look to do all of those kinds of things. I do think on the flip side, like the Azir should be quite powerful in this game.
Yeah.
That being said, I always think like when it comes to Hwei versus in the mid lane, that's more or less favored in terms of when Hwei feels comfortable at all stages into Azir. So there's a lot on this bot lane.
All eyes on bot lane and all eyes on the intro video that's coming right up because we're hitting the rift. We're back. Onto the rift we go once more. We've got ourselves that slightly more unusual style of draft. Jace in the mid lane is kind of coming back into focus after a little bit of time away from that lane, but Hwei bot lane again. Feels like we've got a couple players that have been happy to pull up the AP carries. A little weird that we've seen it twice today, a couple Mickles and all that reference.
Less weird
if
if
Lingard can make it happen like the last game.
Less weird if you check what was happening in NLC Div 2 last time around.
True.
And I didn't
you're
check.
absolutely right.
Yep. I didn't really check that much of what was happening in a lot of other Div 2s, that's sort of like Arabian League Div 2. But in NLC Div 2 was marked by a lot of AP carries in the bot lane. We actually had, I think the Aurelion Soul may have been pretty fresh. We had an Aurelion Soul bot lane, for example. I remember a lot of AP coming up. Generally, the lower elo that you get, the more willing people are to try certain setups that are theoretically strong. And yeah, I think Hwei in the bot lane is strong. I actually really like and advocate for Hwei as a support with Jinx. I think it's the easiest executes on the planet with that setup and some of the easiest 2v2 post-6 that you can get. But obviously, you know, I'll take what I can get. We've moved Hwei into this lane. You know, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Thought process remains. Again, Nautilus can set up okay for the Hwei, but
Yeah.
you'd expect the Jinx Milio, especially with the increased range, to have control of the lane, at least nominally, until a few more levels and a few more items, like a Lost Chapter, is complete for Lingard.
Yep, 100%. And honestly, a huge deal with this is going to be how much can BW really utilize that early pressure into plays around the map. Because as you're going to get that with the Milio Jinx, Milio himself, you're going to remember, Milio himself is not really going to be able to transfer that like a Nautilus or Leona can into this mid lane, for example, right? We'd want to be doing something on towards Jace early. It would be down to jungle to do something with that priority, but this isn't exactly a hardcore counter-jungling jungler. Sejuani wants to be making plays on sides, and Zack's going to be relatively safe. Jace will still be quite safe. Bot's going to be the real place where you're going to try to do something as that Sedge. So for Jinx and Milio, it's going to be about getting those pushes, moving back out, and making yourself kind of like insulated from the threat of those early ganks. And then Ivan can scale in, Zack can scale in, Jason can scale in, and you, crucially, can scale in as the Jinx and try to combat all of that. If Daisy is not used properly, Ivan's very resettable on. Jace is very resettable, and if he gets too high feed, we saw Alex demonstrate that last game, though not quite intentionally, so it becomes all about this Zack presence that you need to be worried about.
And Zack, if they can find a way to get off vision and come from some of those unusual angles, could prove pretty scary mid lane. Bit of a chunk onto Pomo, fierce. I think we're stepping on forwards at 130 odd health for Pomo is pretty scary as the Okakas jumps onto Jonas, trying to damage back, but won't find too much.
It's a pretty good Jinx composition, to be honest, even if she is into, like, anti-Jinx stuff. Like, Aatrox is a very effective Juggernaut. Sejuani with a recent champ's obviously really good. Displacement from the Azir. Milio tried to defend her. Not much to cleanse from the Zac, but there is stuff for her to do this game as Lenny goes in.
Alexa needs to be a little bit careful here. Has to flash away from the root caller. I think that might have been death. Summoner blown from a bit of a wandering drive-by gank there from the Ivern.
Yeah, good lanes coming out here from Venom Crest. A good setup in general. Good setups on both sides, right? Unfortunately, despite Zac being really optimally used in situations like the lane swap, we have been dragged into standard lane, so don't expect too much to occur for about 9 minutes.
Right, and at this point,
boring mode.
We move away, and we once again have some standard lanes with the standard laning stuff. No real action happening as yet. It's been a relatively stable experience, which We already heard it
like,
earlier in the day. Veteran has been advocating
people
against...
intuitively know that it's more boring to play standard lanes. That's why they play ARAM. They know this is more boring. I'm so... Anyway.
Moving away as violence is occurring, which is much more interesting. This isn't standard. This is much more like we're looking for it. The crushing more, Dragsy gets back. Stays alive, sub 100 HP. And MKR, and he gets a rough time of it down here as the combo begins to land.
Yep. Zoning BW off even further. Sejuani is not going to be able to help out whatsoever. Jinx, Milio, they get to go away, but that's what a victory looks like for them there as they lose all of their minions under tower. So a very, very precarious situation that Venom Crest have forced onto the latest people to join the NLC, aka No Lines.
Of course, they're here on very short notice. They've joined the league with very little time to prep, to know who they're going against. They've come up from Division 2 despite doing very well down there, obviously, but it puts them in an odd position where they probably don't have the greatest amount of prep versus their oppositions, but that's also true of a lot of the Division 1 teams who won't have that much idea about what Blue-White are necessarily capable of because they wouldn't have been expecting to play them. And that means that in some ways they're in an unknown quantity in these early weeks. You've got the synergy. Your roster hasn't changed. You can play your game style and theoretically catch some of these teams off guard. They had a solid game yesterday. It wasn't enough to get them a lead, but the early game in particular felt like a pretty well-rehearsed machine.
And typically speaking, right, you're going to book scrims with people who are going to be playing at your level. People were booking scrims, if anything, assuming that they even managed to get groups on time, with that Lion Screed lineup never ended up occurring. Blue-Whites would not have had that slot that could have been there to get that kind of practice. Now that they're up at this level, you would assume they're going to get more practice at this level, and they will improve from that. But it's a situation that could have started earlier, didn't start earlier for them, so they are definitely coming on the back foot. But they are making a go of it, and you should see significant improvement over the course of the year.
They get a nice little combo, but it's still going to be 2v2. The turnaround CC is good. Theokaka needs to back away. Does not have the ult themselves, but it does not matter. Because Lenny gets bouncing, and down goes the Aatrox. And Venomcrest, the other team that joined the league this year, say welcome to the NLC. We hope you enjoy your stay.
Zack's such a disturbing champion sometimes, and he is snowballing in this lane. Good kill, good lane. Aatrox on the back foot with no TP, and Sejuani having to show him means that if Venomcrest think they can do something bot lane, and they do have that lost chapter out on Hui, I can speak English, and if Jace thinks he gets an angle over the Azir, they're gonna take it because they have full knowledge of what it is Black Whites can do right now. It's not true the other way around.
Need to just stabilize a little bit here to Blue-Whites. They'll be fine if they can get the 2 items, if they can manage the Zac, but of course that all is kind of predicated on the Zac being a little anemic, of being held down, not being ahead of the game, and a Zac that's ahead of the game is such an obnoxious beast. You called it disturbing, and I think that's fair because suddenly you don't need the follow-up to kill the Jinx if you land on them. The Zac can do it all by themselves.
Yeah, 100%. Or you can also just isolate the Jinx away from anybody looking to protect her, and it's not like you have anything there that's effectively anti-knockup. That doesn't really exist in the game, and Nautilus is the follow-up you would get with the Zac and Daisy, which are all knockups. It's not like there's an Ashe here that the Milio is looking to cleanse. It's a much harder situation than that. And what haven't I mentioned here? The magical artillery strikes of the play over and over and over again with all of the power that a Femboy has. So that Jinx is going to have a very rough time later on if she doesn't get to snowball, if she doesn't get to play back, if she doesn't get to get a guaranteed reset and come in with her R.
And of course, Jinx, much like things like the Ari Viego comps when that was a big thing last year, you need to get the first kill, or you're not getting a lot of the value out of what your comp is supposed to be doing. And of course, you have got the Milio with double kind of attack speed carries to work with, but Theokaka has got a Daisy. The dredge line into the double knock-up with the depth charge means, well, that's a Milio who's going absolutely nowhere. Fierce even throws out a 21-gun salute courtesy of Jace's hammer form to try and get a little bit out there. Apologies, Mercury Cannon. I do think I'd get the Jace forms right by this point, but hey, slight misspeak from me, but not a miss from Venomcrest who find a second kill on the other side of the map.
I couldn't even imagine being play-by-play caster, because that's the stuff that, like, I'm terrible with, like, remembering names and all of that.
We had that last game, remember?
Yeah, like, I'll get the concept of what should be happening, right? The names, like, there's QWER, you know, that's kind of it, you know? That's all that there is for me. I guess you can A-click sometimes. Anything else, I don't get it. That is magical Femboy versus, okay, Jinx. I mean, everyone knows Jinx, right? Like,
From
that
Arcane,
one's
right?
fine. Yeah, I mean, well, Jinx from Arcane, holy heck.
Second season coming out soon. But I get what you mean, but I think for me, I just enjoy the kind of really sort of over-the-top bombastic names a lot of the abilities get, like Scan of the Week, Cull the Meek, Binding Eclipse being Gravitum Q for Aphelios. There's some great names out there. They feel very satisfying to yell in dramatic fashion, but hey, this is me, so, you know.
I actually think that, like, the knowledge a play-by-play needs is very underrated by most of the community. I actually think you have to study more, technically speaking, as a play-by-play than as a color.
Right, yeah, completely agree. Yeah, keep saying that. I'll have this clip somewhere and
well,
send
no.
over.
I mean, okay. Let's observe this fight, for example. Go ahead.
Right, well, let's get some of those ability names rolling as a depth charge and the Glacial Prism begin to fly on through. As Jonas needs to think about flashing over the wall. Arctic Assault already used, so no ability to queue out with that ability.
Yep, so see, there's two things at play there. One is you remembered every single name that's going on there and every single thing that's happening, but the second thing is you have to acknowledge everything that's happening in real time, right? Whereas a color caster can pick and choose what it is that they want to acknowledge at that particular point. My argument would actually be, if you want one of these two things to be high elo, honestly, a play-by-play caster being high elo, because they have to call out everything in real time and don't get to choose, is much more useful than someone who can just work with hindsight as a color caster, right? I actually think you're the one that really has to be high elo, rather than the color caster being high elo. They have to know more of the theoretical parts and they can focus on constructing narrative, etc. You're the one really displaying knowledge constantly. That's not an intuitive thing, but when you think about it, I think it's necessarily true.
I think there's definitely an argument to it. That's why the likes of Medic has always been such a cool play-by-play. His knowledge of the game very, very high. His Lenny gets a decent stretching strike and should be in an okay position to escape. Has to use the ultimate to do it, and resting nuances aside, it does feel like Venom Crest are the ones who have been very in command of this game. They had a solid early start yesterday as well. Gonna let it slip in the mid-game a little bit as Lingard misses that spiraling despair.
You have to die, come on.
Did I rocket?
Oh!
Flashed away from, and now towards the top lane we go. Jonas, the Kindred yesterday, kind of looking similar on the Sejuani, consistently attacked in their own jungle. Nowhere is safe.
Yep. I mean, they were able to... Oh, no. The teleport coming in straight up. They didn't clear it.
They don't know. The choppers are down.
Here we go.
Back. And they'll start throwing down a few more of those abilities. A Molten Fissure and a Grim Visage means there's nowhere for MKR to go.
Yeah, the moment that arc came down from the north, was pointless using your flash, pointless using your barrier. Saved both of them, but wasn't able to save themselves. Very good response play from Lingard there. Looked close to BW getting a victory in towards that bot lane, but they're just off on a lot of different things right now. These are things that will come with time, but as is Venom Quest very much in the driver's seat, very much looking to push the game further and further into their favor. I'm excited for what happens when the Zac comes out on the map, to be honest. I think this is going to be a very, very destructive Zac with the setup that we have here. It's likely to be Pomo that has to make the significant plays to defend once that dive from the Zac ends up coming in. Because Zac, bear in mind, Zac's not going to give you a free reset when he does it. That's the reason why he's like an exception to my rule of ranged engage, right? He's going to be stuck in passive mode. You have multiple plays basically with this Zac to get it right. It's not like anyone else who necessarily isolates themselves and gives Jinx the free reset that she wants for the engage, right? So long as that passive is up. So I'm very interested to see how the rest of the
and then the Daisy as well, and
yep.
You can do this kind of thing because root callers allow you to get a lot of people like Nautilus into melee range without them having to hit a dredge line. That combo is so frustrating to manage, and Jonas again really struggling on this step up to Division 1 to stay safe in their own jungle, and that's just a coordinated team consistently predating upon this Sejuani. It has been pork for breakfast, dinner, and lunch somewhere in between the both.
And they're going for more, by the way. So 3 versus 2 on the bot lane there. Here comes Daisy.
Boy, into the separate, the spiraling despair. Daisy's there. They will trade one back, but the problem is who's died, namely both of them, and the Jinx is just not there to clean the wave.
Yep. Magical Femboy here, absolutely blowing them up and getting stronger every second. Blackfire Torch now out on the way in bot lane. This Jinx being put significantly behind. The best case scenario would be if you're able to utilize that side lane to get Jinx more and more farm to try to let her catch up, maybe give us some solo gold, solo XP. but you'll be giving up the Herald on topside to do so, you'll be giving up control around topside to do so, and honestly, Venom Crest have so much engaged, they could just shift top into mid into bot, and you've just given them priority by doing it. So instead, they're going to go for this Jinx in mid lane setup with a Zero on bot lane, much safer and much less likely to just give Venom Crest a domino of acceleration. Looks like they'll even contest the Herald by moving in towards this setup, so that's great by them as Ivan decides that the Drake is more what he feels like getting at this point.
All the while, Fierce shoves out the bot lane. All the while, the shove in mid continues and the top lane's already fallen. You've got an opportunity in 2 kills on the Jace, 2-0-3 on Lingard, particularly after that bottom play. The Zac ahead of the curve, the Ivan involved with all but 1 kill. That is such a good set of gold distribution. Blue-Whites are down 6,000 gold, and it's not even 20 minutes. And that is what's going to start happening. The Milio needs to be afraid of absolutely every little bit, because any engage, the follow-up is going to be obscene.
And here looks like a massive grouping in the mid lane coming out for Venom Crest. They really don't feel any of the threat from Sejuani. Yeah. I mean, double ults here under that tower, that could be perceived as a threat, but they definitely don't seem to be expecting at this exact point.
Oh!
Way in these positions as well. Along with that Jace, it's just gonna be a double poke behemoth over and over again. This is the kind of position Buddy wanted to be in last game, right? Like, play Sway over Talia, for example, and you can more or less do ways that they wanted, and why it's so punishing to be pushed in like this against such a composition.
And he gets a little bit over-eager there, flashing to see whether he could get something on Bullocks and doesn't quite manage it. But all the while, mid lane we look, and Lingard claims up that mid-tier 1, and Venom Crests, we knew them for it in last split, but they've always been a team from, well, at least this year, with very distinct ways they want to play the game. Fierce flashes away from the Emperor's Divide. I think he would have been fine anyway, and Jonas is going to keep wandering down. But that's a level 9 Sejuani. I don't think you're going to get that much value there.
Yep, but I mean, what can Sejuani do? The more that Venom Crest pressure, the more she has to group, and the more she groups, the more she has to share XP, and the more that she shares XP, the more and more BW will fall behind and behind and behind. When you're in this kind of position, as Venom Crest, it snowballs. League is still an inherently very, very snowbally game. As long as they just start to contest camps as they're doing these pushes, it becomes a very difficult game for BW to come back on unless they force a fight. And it's not like they lack the tools. They have the Sedge, they have the Azir, but Venom Crest still need to overstep. And it's very particular members of Venom Crest that need to overstep as well. Ones who are incentivized to play about 2 screens away, the Jason the Hui namely. It's not like Ivan with Daisy is ever going to give them that big of a risk. It's not like Zac's ever going to give them that big of a risk. And it's not really like Simpy's going to give them that big of a risk either, so looks very difficult right now for BW.
Okay. They must hold and try and get to at least 2 items. That's got to be the bare minimum here, because I think anything less, and you're just never going to have the damage to win a fight. And this is just going to keep happening. Spiraling Despair, not quite enough for the burn. It's a Leandries and a Blackfire Torch. And they set the Funeral Barge aflame. An Elastic Slingshot will slingshot him straight around the moon and into orbit. They are well and truly out of range of gravity and free floating in the deep ranges of space. Nothing for Blue Whites to do out there but die a cold, lonely death.
Yep, and you're seeing, look at that way-keeping landing. Sedge looked like she's kind of accepting her fate there. But Will Move Back does have to burn the flash. Yeah, this looks like a fairly invincible formation right now. Has Zac even burned passive once this game?
No, he hasn't.
No.
He burned Flash trying to get Veluxa under tier 2, and that was it.
Wow. Yeah, this looks like a fairly one-sided affair here then. But let's see, there's still opportunities. I mean, I know the 8k goal behind is a bit of a cope, but
it's on Jace, actually. I think you'll find that's where the opportunity is.
Wow.
I don't have a great sense of humor. I don't know whether you've figured this one out yet.
It's fine. That makes us perfect for each other. I don't have one either.
Beautiful. It's why we work so well together, mate. All right.
Exactly.
Moving on from that diabolical dad joke. If you were in Blue White's position, what on earth do you do with this game state? Because realistically, the game is lost. So, how on earth do you try and either get value out of this game or try and force a mistake out of Venom Crest or turtle in some way? Is there any way to do that?
Yeah, given that there's a 3-minute delay, you could slam a huge bet on Venom Crest. I would get a lot of value, I think. To be honest, with the way that the game is right now, it's significantly far behind for BW. And the way that you want to get in and win a fight is through burst. There's just not the itemization that's here to do so, and Jinx is so far behind, she's on one item. It doesn't exist. There are 2 champions where you can possibly do that, which is the Jason the Quay, and they have no incentive to put themselves in that position. They do all their damage without being in that range. It's very, very difficult for them to claw back here. I don't see it. It's not just wrong composition from Venomcrest, especially into that Jinx, into that big focal point, and that focal point isn't really there. Observe it, you will. Observe.
And then they throw down the redemption afterwards. It just doesn't make a difference. Lenny throws out some stretching strikes and says, and now Kiss, and he's playing dolls with a whole of blue whites. They're looking more like voodoo dolls. The limbs ripped off, and the pain is oh so real. 11 to 1 is the kills.
Observe, if you will, the difficulty of even playing Jinx at all here. If she's able to touch them, she is able to get all-in on by just one of the most difficult compositions. Zac wasn't even close there, and if Zac burns passive, you're still not getting the reset on the Jinx. You can never really start going. This is why you have, like, Eclipse Aatrox on topside. They're trying to find ways to burst, but the damage just isn't there.
It's so hard. The damage is so anemic, and the blood loss is getting more and more extreme. Daisy tanks up Baron, so everybody's health bars is just fine. And that's not including the Zac or the Nautilus that would be standing in front there too. Lose a dragon, but that's about all there is to write home about blue whites. Looking like red and white right now. Blood smeared white flag of surrender.
Yeah, Cloud Drakes, but nowhere near a Cloud Soul. Not a Cloud Soul point. Not any kind of realistic threat that forces Venomcrest to have to change anything about what they're doing for that trade. It's only something that will pay dividends if they're able to survive for another 10 minutes. And that looks less and less likely by the second.
And the problem was always going to be this composition for Venomcrest from ahead was always going to be so difficult to manage because the tanks are unkillable and you can't knock away all of them. And the follow-up is so, like, incidentally dangerous that what would normally be small chips is now real threats of knocking people at least home and often to the grey screen. How on earth does MKR get value? And the answer is not really at this point.
Yep, I mean it's a rough one. This Daisy as well. Sorry, this Ivan. Ivan's a Daisy delivery system. I can call him Daisy. Alright. On the 10 Magi stacks as well. Oh,
Ivan Luigi then, as they try to get on in.
Isolate, no damage.
Drops all the cards though. The deck was stacked against them from the early game. A double kill. Make that a triple and then a solo laner kill each for Venomcrest. They bite deep and the poison brings down the blue whites. No oxygen left. Nothing left to be done but just stare at the grey screen and shrug. They'll have to do better next week.
It was a really strong play by Pomo. There's just no damage to follow up there, and there's the core issue, because Venomcrest had all the tools they needed to attack every single member of BW that could possibly do anything at all, and shut them down. Brilliant victory, very one-sided from Venomcrest. Good performance by them.
It was always going to be an incredibly difficult challenge for Blue Whites to step up to a stage like this on very little notice, and then they get 2 very difficult teams in their first 2 days. It is a harsh welcome to the NLC, but hey, the Elden Ring DLC is coming out, and we all know that games like that teach you that dying the first time doesn't matter all that much. It's what you learn from it and where you end up at the end of the process. But it's still going to feel, I'm sure, pretty disappointing to come out of a game like this and go, we just got rolled.
I mean, when it comes to, like, we see a lot of Rumble now. I want to see more Zac as well, because into these low mobility carries, you can see how insane that pick can be. Hats off to them for that draft and that composition. Beautiful execution.
Thank you, Veteran. It's been a pleasure casting with me. This was by far the cleanest game of the day, and hopefully this will be the cleanest DOS to the desk. Take it away and end the day for us, guys.
He said cleanest DOS of the day when he said toss, not a clean one initialized. Sorry, bro.
I mean, I tried to initialize, but here Prentice on the desk, it doesn't allow anything to go through. Just like Venomcrest didn't allow anything from Blue Whites. It's just Venomcrest show from start to finish. Carvis, you talked a lot. I gotta put you on the spot.
I take no responsibilities over the other Finnish members appearing on the broadcast. I am just here as a representative of the casting community.
Even his accents change all of a sudden just to run away from responsibility.
So hold on. After Duckling starts to leave his Danish brothers behind and sides of the Swedes, we got Kravis also breaking away from the Finns. What's going on? People are just changing region. You're fair weather fans. Look.
To be fair, I have already been proven to be a turncoat twice, so I have a history behind it.
Wait, what?
I've rooted for the UK more than once.
I mean, it doesn't end well rooting for the UK teams. It never does, unfortunately. Going back to this game, though, there's honestly not a lot to say other than Venomcrest just completely outskilled Blue Whites. I don't think Blue Whites... There was a lack of engage brought up in Champ Select, and that was definitely an issue for them. There's no way you can deny that. But I don't think the core identity of the team was that bad. I just think, first of all, Ivern, it seems to be very, very powerful right now. It's really cool to see that, but... Honestly, just Venomcrest across the board, like the whole team were just playing that really, really well. It was a super clean game from them. The Zac versus Aatrox is a really interesting matchup where I really see how this can be Zac favored. Like Kravis actually raised this when we were in game. I was like, how does the Aatrox heal here? Because the Zac is just perma healing off casting his own spells. Aatrox has to be auto attacking, or using his own spells and landing them, but you can't actually do that when you're just perma-CC'd, especially if you pair it up with like a Sejuani. That it was just so unplayable for an Aatrox. It was honestly, Venomcrest draft was really, really big brain. I'm a massive fan of it.
And
so let's talk with. I know you want to chat, and I'll allow you, Carvis, but let's chat a little bit with Blue Whites. Egats is waiting for us in the interview. Welcome back. I got you back.
Hello, hello.
So it's a tough one. Venomcrest are looking complete. I don't know. They're like demolishing everyone. So talk to me how it was, the experience versus them, and what do you believe went wrong not to allow your game plan to shine as you wanted it to shine.
Well, I mean, they completely destroyed us. There's no denying that. I think we had some issues in draft as well as just getting skill capped, I guess. But we couldn't really do much in the early game, so we couldn't get to a state where the enemies aren't like too ahead and can just poke us down before anything happens. So there was definitely a lot of mistakes there, so we can learn from that and maybe improve for next week.
So tell me something. Your team has been together for a while. How is communication and how are you guys dealing with this new sort of a division? Is everything okay? Is it hard to get a better communication? Is this harder to get a communication than it was before?
I think well, currently our AD carry was today at like the dentist, so he couldn't speak at all since his mouth is in so much pain. But I don't think it really difference in the communication. But I think usually our comms are like pretty good and clean. So I mean, it's just that everybody is Finnish, so we can speak in our national language and can communicate very easily with each other and like make sure everybody is on the same page. I think our communications are like completely fine, but we just need to fix a couple things in draft and just usually gameplay, and it's all good.
You have a week to do it now, so no pressure. You just joined the Division 1, so obviously you need some time to adjust. Obviously you got nerfed today with the fact that your AD carry couldn't talk. That's complicated. But my last question to you is, we have Carvis on the desk and supposedly he knows you guys, but as soon as you lost, he completely revoked his Finnish identity, so please let me know how you want to handle this.
Oh, I'm beating up Carvis next time I see him. That's unbelievable.
Now we're talking promoting violence on the broadcast. Thank you so much for the interview, Egats. I hope to see you again, and best of luck for week 2. Let's see what you guys are able to cook. Have a lovely one. See ya.
See ya.
Carvis, good luck.
He's dead. he's gonna have you, mate. It's done.
Help me!
I mean, I've heard the country's not that big, so he'll probably find you, no matter where you hide. You told me that.
It's tiny. There's like 5 million of you.
Yeah, that is 5.1 million, I think, is the total number.
Right, if I had to find someone...
I think you're down, so that should be 5, okay?
Yeah, it's about to go down by 1.
But it's rough. Having those, as Eget said, not having your AD carry talk in this sort of a composition.
Yeah. That kind of complicates things, but in communication-wise, Venom Crest started popping, not only in communication, but in gameplay as well. So let's talk with him to understand what happened. Godo, this is smooth. We talked about this before, that you let me know, like, oh, we made the team, I was cooking. You cooked too well. Damn, Venom Crest is looking spicy. What can you tell me about this? How are you feeling with this start?
Yeah, I mean, pretty happy with the start. I guess we trolled a bit yesterday. It was more controlled today, but overall it's looking good, I guess, in officials. So it's fine.
Don't let me know something. Previous split, Spring Split, Venom Crest started so well. Everybody was like, oh, Venom Crest is the team. These guys are the best. And then something happened. It looked like people understood how Venom Crest played, but from my perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't seem like you guys only have one plan. It seems like you play different play styles, and it's really hard to understand how you do it.
I mean, yeah, last split we kinda lacked of experience on the players, so and I mean myself too, so we kinda didn't have much game plans possible. I mean, we tried to work on some stuff and things like that, but it was a bit hard to really do. But on this one, I guess we have a lot of more of experience, so we can do almost everything we want, and we will see how it goes further in the season, kinda.
We're seeing a little bit of a rise in Ivern, specifically on NLC, and the damage he provides in early game is kind of I can't find a word that should be allowed on broadcast, so do explain to me why Ivern is getting so much attention right now, if possible.
Because it's kind of the GOAT in terms of pilling and in terms of skirmish also. You can do pretty much everything with it. Draft him in almost every composition, I would say, kinda like stuff as Siege, we did right there. Also with more front to back type of comp, I mean you can have everything you want with this champion. So I mean there is more reason, but it's kinda the champ is just really strong right now. With the items also are pretty strong. So
let me throw a curveball to you. You've seen 2 days of NLC Summer Split. If you could give me the top 4 teams of the split so far, who would you say it was?
I mean, I would say your Nordus and Rudy. And for the fourth, I'm not sure. I would say between GMG, Verdant, and Natives. I think Natives still have a lot of potential, since they have Painful and Theoloris, which are really good players. So I think they can do stuff, even if they are in O2 this week. But I would say between these 3 teams, I didn't see enough to really know. But yeah.
You guys are looking really complicated to deal with, so best of luck for week 2. I'm liking what I'm seeing, Venom Crest. Good job on the cooking of the team. And let's see what you're able to provide for the next week. Have a lovely one, Godo. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye.
They're looking really complicated to deal with. That's the thing. Venom Crest from Spring Split were a one-way road, but this doesn't seem like they are the same Venom Crest anymore. They look more dangerous than they looked in Spring Split.
Yes, I think that is a very fair call. I think Zubac looked really good for them in Spring, but I do think he was a little bit of a one-track player. He had certain champs that suited his pool. I feel right now we're seeing a little bit more from this new variant of Venom Crest. They just look super clean, and I'm very excited for them. Obviously, it's very early days, but I do still quite confidently stick by what I said at the beginning of the day, where I feel when you asked for my top 3 teams, Nord and Venom Crest very much today proved to me that they deserved that from me. Ruddy, I don't know, man. I still think they're definitely capable of achieving that top 3 status, in my opinion. I mean, no one expected that miracle comeback from them in Spring, so I feel that they're a team you can't quite count out, and I think their ability to be able to cook is what's going to make them unique. from a lot of the other teams in the league. But then again, everyone's cooking, like you said multiple times, Archer. But I do feel like after today, I'm pretty confident in at least 2 of my top 3 making it into that top 3 spot for the end of the split. Honestly, Venom Crest and Nord right now do look far and beyond all of the other teams in this league. I'm very excited for when they go toe to toe, because that's going to be a fun matchup between those 2 teams.
And I agree, it's way too big of a kitchen right now. A little bit what is happening, but let's move on. Let's talk about the MVPs of the day. We had 4 of them. It's your job to head on to Twitter and tell us who do you think should get it at the end of the day. There's a Portuguese folk there. I don't want to, bias you, but you should vote on him. Everyone should get a vote from you, but there's a Portuguese individual. I'm just saying. And I'm not running away from my country, by the way, Curtis.
Yeah, you see, we got someone who abandons Denmark, someone who abandons Finland, but not Archer. He stands by his Portuguese brothers.
Yeah,
that's respectable.
Demolished non-stop for years and years, but I'm still sticking with Portuguese.
Hey, at least I own up to it.
We have been so punished. We've suffered so much here, Brian. It's damn.
Don't worry, bro. I'm a UK fan. Like we had it. The worst thing is we had it good, and then it fell apart. So we've had a taste of glory, and then I've immediately crumbled once again. So it stings. It stings when you're on top for a brief period of time, or not on top, but able to go toe to toe with some of the top teams.
You know what else is complicated?
I didn't abandon it. Go on.
Predictions. Show us.
Not for me. Wait.
Oh gosh.
Oh no! It went bad. I thought I did good.
The turn coding saved me 5 points. Easy.
The hubris on you, Headbrain.
Hey, I still won more than I lost, right? So I'm calling it a victory.
Somehow.
Oh, that sucks it a little bit. That's like what, a 4-point day for me? Oof.
Well guessed. Defend yourself.
Hey, if I hadn't been a turncoat, this could have been a whole lot worse.
I did say to you, I was just saying to him, but if he got 0 points, if he literally got nothing right, we just never invite him back. I think that's only fair.
The guest that joins NLC and gets everything wrong should be banned.
Yes.
Yes.
Boy, am I glad I got something correct.
No, for the... Oh, gosh.
Oh.
Wait, I'm not hearing anything from you, Arkarom, anymore. What on earth is this? A big fat 0.
You got -2, my guy. What are you talking about?
Damn, he's down here with me.
I'm just setting the line base, okay? This is where we start from 0 points, and then you decide where you want to go, up or down. I'm just setting the rules. I'm just there chilling. Don't worry. The season is long. It's only day 2. Oh gosh, I need to step up.
Arkara, let me make it clear to you. We are currently both worse than Duckling.
Oh, that's sad, isn't it?
You're even with him. You're not any better.
You know what? What I'm doing, I'm just doing bench press. I have everybody on top of me. I'm just bench pressing everybody. I'm just raising the volume, and then I don't know. I'm trying to defend something that shouldn't be defended.
So here's my defense. I raised Aragon. He's my son. He shone into great places last split because of my training. His predictions were beautiful. I'm very proud of him for that. I decided now I would give everyone a chance. So I had a bad day 1 deliberately. But now I can play, first week deliberately. So now I can play the catch-up game. So you've all had your moment. I'm going to strike back next week, and you're all going to be eating your words.
Yeah, same.
Somebody
apart from you, Carvis.
Yeah, Carvis.
Yeah.
Same as Hiprin. I intentionally played the first week badly.
Yeah, here's the thing though. I get to play every week. You don't. So
that was the joke.
You're in trouble, my guy.
Somebody clip Hiprain's words, and if he doesn't get top 4, you should be punished. The chat should decide what should happen to you.
I'll eat a lemon on air.
May I recommend eating something that is disgusting in a sauna? I have experience in it.
I mean, that's the most
lemon sour as hell, bro.
thing.
I'll eat a whole lemon. I'll eat a
whole
lemon
on live broadcast.
Yeah, if I'm not top 4, I'll eat a whole lemon. Okay, a whole half of a lemon.
No, it's a whole lemon. Clip it and send it. Now, talking about predictions and bringing things that you shouldn't. Let's see your Fantasy League. What is the Fantasy League? Let me tell you then. Head on to Twitter and sign up for Fantasy League of Summer Split. It's open for everybody. So you pick the players, you make your own team, and you will bask in glory if you're good enough. If you're good enough, you see like initialize at the top of the standings of the Fantasy League. If you have no idea what you're doing, well, you join Duckling at the bottom of the league. Maybe we'll kick him out just because he's that bad, but at the end of the day, just so you can have fun. And I just love the idea of banning Duckling. And talking about that, let's see week 2, what we have in store. By the way, start buying lemons. It's going to be Ruddy versus Venom Crest to open up the show. That's going to be a massive one. Natives versus Lightside, followed by North and Verdant. And then to finish it up, yet again, Blue Whites will play at the last game, but they'll be facing DMG, which is also looking menacing. How are you feeling about these games? Any games that stands out for you?
I mean, Tuesday's banging, right? Like, there's so many good games. I mean, game 1 and 3 of Tuesday, like North versus Verdant and Ruddy versus Venom Crest, they're going to be super, super fun. Day 2, Ruddy versus Verdant's always fun just because the online jabs getting taken are quite funny. Lightside versus Nord, I think, is actually going to be quite a fun one on the final game of next week as well. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Some pretty good games coming up.
I like it. So tune in on Tuesday and Wednesday as well, June 11 and June 12. It's up to you to join us. Now let's talk about goodbyes. Carvus, it was lovely to have you on the desk. What do you have to say as final words? Nothing's going to happen to you. Just kicked out of your own country. Tell me.
Been an absolute pleasure working with you guys. Nice evening of games, and I hope the Finnish people do better in the future now that I'm not here cursing them.
Well, welcome to Division 1, where you get flamed for just existing. What about you, Hipbrain? How you doing?
I'm alright. I'm going to go get a 20 bucks of Mackie D nuggets after this, I think.
Now he's talking. Bring in the lemon on that one. From us, that's all. It was lovely to have you on that side of the screen. It's nothing without you. So tune in on Tuesday and on Wednesday as well. My name is Alexander Maya. I'm your host, and I'll see you soon. Until then, keep climbing. Welcome to summer, baby. I'll see you soon.
Shockwave! What a Gnarls! Oh my word, they are melted! They are down! A wipe coming in from the side of Lightside. Both of them now gone. The soul has been denied, but the fight not yet decided. Len in the front line though takes so much damage in the back line. Yankee having fun with his opponents. Triple kill for Rusty Sniper.
Finds the re-engage into the multi-man counter-strike.
Lenny's going for it. Gets the free man in the jump. Duvak stealing form after form. Raptors going down. EMP can't deal with Deadhound as they crumble.
The pick in the clutch when it needed to happen. Torres jumping back in. Booty able to nowhere to. Here comes Ed with the multi-man drowsy. It's mounted soul for Ruddy, and here comes the Ezreal. Torres has already been able to take out the enemy support, but the damage from Ruddy is too much. Silky Smath, do the math, Lightside. There's too many people here for you to handle.